Ow, ow, ow. I keep leaving my dressing room on. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ow, 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 ow. Good morning. Good morning. I have a pineapple smoothie. I'm feeling pretty great. I'm feeling pretty great. Probably already seen it, but it seems a Concord costs 400. I don't know how that fucking thing costs 400 million. That's actually crazy. Actually insane. Yeah, bouncy. I know it's not summer anymore, but I really like my eyes. Alright, okay. And my floppy. Tags are back? Yeah! Skewky sent me my tags. He remembers everything, so I don't have to. Did I see the Australian government trying to pass a law that would police all of the internet over misinformation? I think I have a tab for that. I think. That's only like 400 diversity officers' salary. True. True and real. Is the smoothie trying to get someone else to drink it? No. What do you mean? We missed the halo. I know. I want to be 2D already, chat. I want the D surgery. It was supposed to happen over a year ago, and now I'm just depressed. Wait, tags disappeared? Yeah, apparently my tags were gone for, like, a week or some shit. I didn't even notice. I don't know how that happened. Did you ever... breakfast slaves! This is your song, thank you. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. This is your song, thank you. Game maniacs. Thank you. This fucking Giga Chat just slapped his meat. Didn't even leave a message. God damn, Game Maniac. Thank you for the 100 slaves. Thank you. Thank you. I love slaves in the morning. I love slaves in the morning. Today, RGG Studios announced a Goro Majima spin-off game where he gets to wear pirate hats and you're all for it, like a dragon pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. That sounds so fucking crazy. It just might be incredibly fun. For current event reasons, who's my Oshi? I like Miko. She makes fun retard noises.
On the topic of yesterday's stream, how do you stop men from being hoes? Easy. Women are the gatekeepers of Shreks, right? Women establishing a relationship before having Shreks solves the problem. No fast access to Shreks equals no man hoeing possible. Thoughts?
How are you gonna stop women from wanting to be hoes, since the entire sexual revolution was women saying, we want to be whores without repercussion just like the men are? How do you fix that? That was exactly what I said when I had that conversation. It was very clear you didn't listen to me. A lot of the comments on that stream are very clear. They didn't listen to me. I love people who try to prove me wrong, end up inadvertently proving me right. It's kind of like the best way of feeling right, honestly. Bives, too. Thank you for the 15-month resub. Thank you! Thank goodness Twitch reminded you that you should sub to Kirsche. Thanks, Twitch. Occasionally they do something right. Occasionally. Hit him with a stick! Why are women hoarding Shreks? Why are ogres hiding with women? We can keep them under the floorboards. Alright, okay? Oh, look, we're on this subject again. A lot of ass-hurt chatters, apparently. Yeah, you know? Yeah, you know? 100 years of societal level suffering. If a woman wants to go around, they will. Same with men. It was... maybe, right? I haven't lived hundreds of years. I don't have hundreds of years of lived experience. Maybe it wasn't as bad as before. Right? Like, maybe previously it was less. I don't know. Let it go. Twitter on fire. Why is Twitter on fire? Thank you! Thank you, JCL, for the 100 slaves!
Morning, slaves. Sure, mine could use more work.
Oh yeah, thanks for sharing your slaves with me. I'm sure I can find work for them. I'm sure I can find work. Thank you! Thank you! Sorry to hear about your pussy. When is Twitter not on fire? I mean, true, fair, true and real. There's always work to be done. Truly. John Kenji, thank you for the 10. Blah's Blue titles be like a Saturday's night. I got no date, just my 2-liter bottle of Shasta and my all-rush mistake. Let's rock. I haven't had a Blast Blue title since the presidential debate, though. One day, Kirsche will have hundreds of years of lived experience, just like all the people who seem to remember slavery like it's yesterday. Find me a vampire. I will let them bite me. Tripwire, thank you for the 10. You bet the cost of Concord is exaggerated and books are getting cooked to use the losses as a government tax break. These people will cheat, lie, and steal to get their way. I mean, true. True and real. Super Austin, thank you for the 100 biddies. Concord was going to be big, they say. Yeah, that's what they said about .com companies, and tulip bulbs, and beanie babies, and Pokken Tournament, and NFTs, and a lot of things now that I think about it. I feel like you shouldn't plan for your game becoming the next big thing. If it's gonna happen, it just kind of happens, right? Like, look at Fortnite. PUBG was first, but Fortnite fucking took the hell off. And they eventually just dropped any pretense of PvE and focused solely on the battle arena.
Service announcement. Kirsche and chat are super mega duper cute and wonderful. Less than 3. I have not slept today because I am playing my version of Kirsche Civ game.
Wait, what is your version of Kirsche Civ game? What does that mean? What are you doing? You should sleep, Bailey! But thank you. You are also super duper mega cute and wonderful. Yeah, help. Thank you, Bailey. But please sleep. Please sleep. Tigerknock VT, thank you for the 24-month resub. Thank you. A Biden lean sippin', tangent stream drippin', Naga classic grippin'. Oh my god, I can't wait. I hope they bring it back, dude. I hope they bring it back. Also, mods, there's someone speaking not English in the YouTube chat. Can you explode his penis? Fortnite was supposed to be a zombie game. Really? I think Blizzard properly prepared and anticipated Overwatch being successful, but obviously modern Blizzard is no longer capable of making such a release. True and real. True and real. The Last Roman, thank you for the 10 fucking gift subs, my guy. Thank you for 10! Thank you for 10. Fraser brings back the Naga Mouse. It's due to a year-long campaign by the Mad Fox Woman. We're gonna hit 2 years in a couple of months here. We're gonna have 2 years of me screaming into the void, as it were. Avalanche Grim, thank you for the gift sub to Bailey. Thank you. The bleh. SFX will never not be funny. The things I can do with this mouth. Soiny is dead now. Not probably not dead, but I mean they're in a bit of a situation. How are mods exploding penis? Are they using old pagers? Probably, let's be honest. What if the Quine Bobs lady yells, Coño! Can you yell in Spanish? I mean, maybe. Cats12, thank you for the 2. You want to eat Kirsche's throw up marinated in her piss. Okay, alright. Well, we're just gonna move past that. We're gonna move past that. Or you just saying, like, the weirdest shit you can think of to, like, get a reaction, my guy. Try a little less hard. Try a little less hard. Jack O'Neill, thank you for the 5. It's your daily reminder to not be black-pilled. Improve your life. Get a nice wife. Wagyu! True. Wagyu, chat. Wagyu, chat. Sean Duncan, thank you for the 4-month resub. Twitter on fire. Coming to hide here. What is making it on fire this time, though? It's always on fire, but, like, what specifically this time? Red Heracross, thank you for the 5. Did I see the Dragon Age Veilguard character creator having a top surgery option? I did, and I find that disgusting. We should not be glorifying mutilation surgeries in our fucking video games. That's very weird. That's very strange. It's like, it makes sense if, like, they had some sort of, like, you got stabbed scar, right? Like typical video games have, because it's like you're fighting in a war. But, like, what purpose does this serve other than glorifying surgeries that should not be happening? Alright? These aren't even, like, you could try and pass it off as, like, oh, my character had breast cancer and had to get their breast removed, you know? Like, you couldn't even pass it off as that. Oh my god, there's so many noises. Put a dog! The butter dog, put the butter on the dog, the butter dog, dog with the butter dog, put the butter on the dog, butter dog.
Fabulous Findom Friday Foxu, please take this butter dog for being wonderful and amazing. Had to listen to yesterday's stream after the fact because I was in the ER for foot injury.
Oh no.
Please wish me a quick return to walking at normal speed without pain.
I hope your foot injury isn't super bad. I hope it's not broken or anything. Just a minor sprain. You know, something inconvenient but not terrible. Sorry that happened, dude. I hope you will recover well. Thank you for the 69 butter doggos. Thank you. Thank you for the butter dog. Thank you. It's weird because in a fictional setting, you can transition sexes without surgery. I mean, we had that conversation during Hogwarts Legends. But, you know, I remember when the VA of minor Baldur's Gate 3 character said something transphobic, so people made fan art of his character with top scars as revenge or something. No, what the fuck? That's fucked up. Man kicked the Kirsche and learned. Hope he's okay. Hogwarts Legends or Legacy? I don't know. I always fuck up the name. It's Hogwarts and then a word with an L, and I never remember which L word it is. Everyone know you're supposed to draw your enemies pregnant. They don't want to be women. They want to pretend to be women. I mean, I guess so. Napalm Boner Far, thank you for the 5. Looking forward to the Forever Winter. That game is a middle finger to the AAA gaming industry and the current trend general. Yeah, Moonshine. Like, we rotate in our Super Terrorist group who suggests the game to play. And Moonshine suggested this one. He was really excited about it. So hopefully we'll have a good fucking time. The rule is to draw yourself as a Chad and the opponent as a Soy Jack. Jesus. You're off from work today, finally get to relax and listen to the Kirsche stream while drawing and making art. Ah! Hope you're making something beautiful. Wonder if the Twitter thing has to do with where is Joe hashtag? Oh my god. Hogwarts Legends Arceus. I mean, yeah, one of those games. One of those games.
Your boyfriend lets you have 2 coms?
Well, Wint, thank you for the 9-month resub. Congrats on this, the day of your birth, my guy. Happy birthday!
Is it bad to be attracted to a cartoon fox that you don't even know that well?
Bear Ninja Assassin, thank you for the 6-month resub, my dude. Thank you. Thank you. Koalay, thank you for the 5. Grippin' Clickbait, say no more. But what if I want to say, boom? Man, my dad went to see a house for me yesterday, and I'm really sad. The house is really nice. House is a really nice house, but it has not been maintained with what looks like for decades. There's tons of water damage, tons of rot, tons of mold. The roof is falling apart. Like, the roof should have been replaced probably like 15, 20 fucking years ago. It's actually just like collapsing and leaking like crazy in certain areas. There's still asbestos wrapping on the pipes in the basement. There's lead glass. Windows are rotting out of the home and need to be replaced. It needs so much work. Chat, do you want to guess how much they're trying to sell this house for? The whole Pal World versus Pokemon concept is stupid as hell. Can't we just have both? We would like to. We'd like to have both. It's not $1 million. It's so vintage. It's about $770,000 for this house that is basically falling a fucking apart. Jesus Christ, level the fucking house. Just level it. It's got beautiful internals, but the amount of work you have to do would be like hundreds of thousands of dollars on top of that. Boomernomics. Nearly 800k, are you kidding? I wish I was kidding. That's on the affordable side in the area I'm trying to live in. Brain rot is getting out of hand. How's the land itself? It only has half an acre of land, and it's situated so the house is dead center in the middle of the yard. So you don't really have much of a backyard. You have, like, somewhat sizable double side yards. And so it's just like, man. Fuck that. Unrelated, have I ever watched the movie Money Pit? I have not. It would literally be cheaper to build from the ground up. Yep. Rotting porch, tall grass, vines growing from the walls, hellgate in the basement, $1 million. Half an acre and the whole building has to go 770k. I know what I got. Omega lol. Only half an acre for almost 800k. I got some bad news for you guys saying only half an acre, almost 800k. The majority of the houses that I see for over $1 million have less than 6,000 square foot lots. That's the reality of trying to live in New England. If you find a place with an actual yard, it's gonna be expensive as fuck. No low balls. Omega lol. I think the best part about this was I asked about seeing the house on Sunday, and my real estate agent, she was out in New York with her boyfriend, so she was like, I can't see it, but I can see if I can get someone in the office to show it. And when she contacted the seller's realtor for this house, the seller was like, oh, well, we're hoping to have the deadline by 2 p.m. Monday afternoon, so we might not be able to sell the house, or we might not be able to show the house to her. And so Monday rolls around, and their realtor reaches back out to my realtor, and they're like, so, we have no offers on the house. And I'm like, gee, I wonder why. Because, like, even in the pictures, before I knew the extent of, like, the damage on the house, even in the pictures, you can see the rot around the windows. You can see the mold in several of the rooms. You can see the roof needing to be badly replaced, right? Like, you can see a lot of the issues in the images. And so I'm looking at these images and I'm like, all right, well, it looks pretty bad, but if it's not as bad on the inside, maybe I could offer them like maybe 100 or 200,000 below their asking price and be like, look, man, if I'm gonna have to put $200,000 worth of work, I'm not gonna be paying you that much money. Right? Offer $1. New England is a scam. You can buy swaths of lands in other state for half the price. Yeah, I know. It's kind of fucking crazy. Weird Monday. That's a curse word. Seriously wanting to live in the worst place. I am. I really am. But that's where my family lives. That's where I grew up. I love that region, okay? It's a sleeper Victorian. Really wonder if it isn't going to be cheaper, more practical to just build fresh. I mentioned that to my realtor, and it's like, look, I'm getting to the point where I feel like it genuinely would just be in my best interest to find, like, competent building company and just have them build me a property, right? New properties are going up all the time, so land is becoming very scarce in New England. And if they're gonna just keep building these, like, disgusting prefab box houses, I might as well try and build, like, the best thing that I want. Your brother bought a house from his mother-in-law. It hadn't been maintained in 10 years. Roof falling in. Mold everywhere. You found a mouse in a trap that's been there forever, so you feel bad for my dad going in a house like that? My dad's a gritty, you know, blue-collar kind of guy, so he's used to going into properties like this. You know the feeling you're too attached to the Northeast to leave? You'll make your community better than the train wreck around it, damn it. Yeah, that's how I feel, man. That's how I feel. Doesn't sound so bad compared to Vancouver real estate market. I mean, it's not as large of a city as Vancouver, but I'm not even looking in a city. These are like suburban prices. You know, you may not want to hear this, but it's looking like you may have to compromise on size and spec of house or its location to find anything affordable. I mean, I can play the long game here, right? I don't need to buy anything like soon. Like, there's nothing constricting me to, like, I have to buy now. And the more time goes by, the better it is for me. Hey. You have 4 acres in Maine that you get stupid offers for, building a house up there without a bank and coming in way cheaper overall than with one? I don't understand your last sentence, I'm sorry. I should build a bunker! Oh my god. Maybe get the trash house for the land price, knock it down, and build new there? I don't know if I want to do that, though, because knocking it down would probably cost more than just building on blank land. Boomers will die out eventually. It lives rent-free in my head that there is a beautiful Queen Anne Victorian from, like, 1860. Absolutely beautiful. It's massive, too. It's, like, 10,000 square feet or something fucking absolutely ridiculous. Has no land, right? It's only on, like, 4,000 square feet of land. Like, it barely has yard outside of where it's built. And, It was for sale last year before I started looking for houses. And so I looked at all the internal images. The inside, like the woodwork from the 1800s, has been impeccably maintained by whoever sold the house last year. Like, all the staircases, all of the wood paneling, all of the ceilings, like they look amazing condition. Fucking retard boomer bought the property and is intending to make it into a multi-family rental. So he is going to destroy the integrity of the history in that house, and it just, you know, if there's any reason to become a genocidal maniac, it's people who destroy their own history willingly in order to make money. Took half a day today from work. A boss came up with the theory that you were sneaking off to buy a 1,600-acre ranch south of where your headquarters are. Told him he just needed to do some personal stuff, and that's what he came up with? What the fuck? What the hell? Don't count on boomers dying, they'll just end up selling it to BlackRock? Fucking probably, dude. The problem is that the real estate companies are buying out the boomer houses and making them rentals. I mean, yeah, that's also a problem. You hate modern style? I really do. It's so fucking terrible. So what every boomer does to a house. Gotcha. Same thing happened to the Victorian across the street from you. Home was over 120 years old. I just don't understand it. There's been a Victorian on market for like almost 2 years now. It was a law office, so the outside of the house still looks like the way that it should as a Victorian, but the inside had been completely gutted to make room for the law offices. They removed all of the kitchen, all of the paneling. They stripped down the staircases and made them like just bland modern staircases. And it's been on market for 2 years because they're trying to sell it for like 800 something thousand. And apparently they're not budging on the price. And it's just like, look, man, you're trying to sell an ornate house that people who want a house in that ornate condition are going to want. But you destroyed the inside, not only removing all of the things that make it unique, but turning it into a business. So now whoever buys it has to turn it back from a business into a single family home. The only person you're going to get wanting to buy that is a boomer who wants to sell rentals. And unfortunately for you, there's literally an apartment complex behind where your house is. So what boomer is going to want to compete with the apartment complex? Congratulations, you played yourself. I know what I got, boomer. A secret tech, if you stab the owner, the price will go down due to a recent murder in the house. For more life tips, listen to literally anyone else. Actually, no, that's true. If there has been a recent murder or suicide in a house, that actually is a thing you can use to offer less on the property. You wish you could have kept your dad's house when he passed away because he built it himself. Sadly, the bank seized it because he had to take out a second mortgage after he became disabled in a construction site accident.
It's butt time?
Oh, that does sound really shitty. I'm sorry, dude. Hidden, thank you for the 5. Original woodwork, rip that shit out. It takes up too much space. Minimize that dog shit. Rent the extra space. Shake my head. Think, Kirsche, think. I hate boomers. Thank you, Hidden. Zachary Rawlick, thank you for the 5-month member. A damn land developer built condos in the large yard of your old childhood house, ripping out decades of old trees. Man. Lazy Viking, thank you for the 196. Saw Grippin' Clickbait Title. You had to watch. Welcome. Welcome. Cold Acid, thank you for the 100 biddies. Someone died in my house. I mean, it doesn't count unless it was recent, you know? Doesn't count unless it was recent. There was like when I came home from my visiting family up north, I did see one house down here in Georgia, and it also needed a lot of work. The difference between Georgia and New England is houses are actually affordable in Georgia. Like, they usually, like, giant, massive, 10,000 square foot Victorians.
I'm not into
kept in their original condition are like $350. $350,000. I'm sorry, 350. Holy shit, what year am I in? 1776, dude? Let's go. 350,000, right? So more affordable than New England. And this one woman, I went to see the house, and it was she was trying to sell it for like 600,000 or some shit, 575. I can't remember because she brought down the price so many fucking times. But it was like 575, 600,000. And I went to see it, and it needed a lot of fucking repairs. Like, you can tell that she had kind of not upkept on the upkeep on the house for quite a while. And I don't know what about it, but like, I was looking at the disclosure forms, and I like decided to look into it a bit more. And I found out that her husband killed himself in the house. And it turns out that there was like an investigation into the husband killing himself, because when the police showed up to investigate, she refused to let them in the house. And I was like, that's a little suspicious if your husband mysteriously kills himself when he had no history of mental illness and none of his friends thought that he was suicidal. And then when the police show up to investigate, you refuse to let them in the house. That's a little weird, woman. That's a little ping in my radar here, lady. And I mentioned that to the realtor, and they were like, oh yeah, sometimes you can get like 15 to 20% off the house cost if you bring up the fact that somebody had died there. That's probably why their real estate agent didn't mention it. And I was like, oh, okay. All right. Okay. And she eventually ended up, like, the house is under contract now, but she dropped the price to $400,000. Like that lady that fed her husband to a tiger. Yeah, right? Bro, you just joined for the first time ever. What the fuck are we talking about? Hello, welcome. I am a Whiplash streamer. Speaking of no history of suicidal tendencies, how is Diddy doing in prison? Apparently he's been put on suicide watch, so I expect that he'll get Epstein sometime soon. A new honorable chatter. Did she show you the secret passage into the house that the killer used? They did still have the slave staircases, right? So in super old houses in the South, they had like slave quarters, obviously. And so they had like specific staircases that the slaves used because they weren't allowed to use the staircases that I guess the regular people in the house used, question mark. And the slave staircases are like inside these cupboard doors that are like tinier doors than normal. And the staircases are at like the steepest fucking angle you can imagine. Like, it is ridiculous to have to walk on those staircases. That's fucked up, dude. You love your Victorian house and all the horsehair in the plaster. Foot-thick stone rock walls. What do you mean horsehair in the plaster? Hold on. Hold on, wait a minute. If Puff Diddler dies in jail, you expect his attorney to drop every dime he has? I mean, I hope so, man. You've seen me on YouTube at least, so you're used to it. You're almost as bad as I am. Well, welcome, dude. Servant passages are wild shit. Truly they are. The house that my dad went to see, they also had like a really weird steep staircase, but the staircase had been covered in bookshelves. So like, my realtor, she's like way smaller than my dad, so she like walked down this extreme angle staircase, and she was like, that's so weird. The bottom of the staircase doesn't exist. There's like, the shelves have been put over it. And so she kind of like squatted down and crawled underneath the bookshelf a little bit, and she's like, there's a door here. But, like, where does the door go? Because there's nothing on the other side of this. Is there, like, a room that's been hidden between, like, this and the kitchen? What's going on? Secret door. Yeah, right? Literally taking hair from horses and mixing with the plaster as a binding agent? Interesting. I did not know about the horsehair. Your farmhouse in North Carolina was built in the 1700s and has slave quarters and staircases. Holly Weird likes to use it and the farmland around it for exterior shots. Since it's close to Wilmington Studios, Revolution TV series season 1 was filmed in the woods on the property. That's pretty fucking cool. That's pretty cool that you have a house that's been used in like Hollywood shit. Maybe part of the Underground Railroad to hide people. There are houses, like in my hometown that did have parts of the Underground Railroad attached to them. That was a pretty neat historical fact I learned when I was younger. Time to go to Narnia. With the Diddy stuff, all you can think of is the South Park and the line, damn it, what didn't Diddy do? True. True. Bought yours for 100K, just a small 1-floor, 3-bedroom, but you don't need any more. Man, 1-floor, 3-bedroom in New England would be like fucking 6 times that price. Kirsche, former slave houses, that's what you're looking at, Victorian houses with house additions for your mods. If I really wanted the slave quarters, I would just buy the beautiful Victorian in Pennsylvania. But unfortunately, the Victorian in Pennsylvania is in Pennsylvania, and it's on the Ohio side of Pennsylvania, so it is very far from where I would like to be living. It feels good that P. Diddy's in jail since he almost ran you over when you were an infant over 20 years ago. Hold on, wait a minute, what? Fucking what? She hates Pennsylvania, bros. Look, ain't nothing like New England. Oh fuck, not Ohio. Emperor Creatine, thank you for the 5. When the boomers eventually leave, it will be up to us to return the Victorians to their rightful condition. We could make an LLC out of this. I certainly hope so, because I mean, man, it would take so much fucking work to restore those things, though. Get wrecked, PA in Ohio. That's pretty close to you, though. Yeah, but like, nobody wants to be close to Ohio, Nimothy. New Jersey was a slave state, and slaves were treated worse there than in the South. I don't know if that's true, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was. Water is also possibly toxic. That's okay, I don't drink tap water. Could be worse. Misery is worse. People spell it as Missouri. Oh. Have my prune. What? Ohio got hit by a chemical bomb from a train not too long ago. It was a big deal. Didn't they have 2 trains that, like, fucking derailed? False Missouri master race reporting in. Oh, no. If you move to Pennsylvania, I could help swing the state. Couldn't I theoretically do that in New Hampshire as well? It's not as deep blue as Massachusetts yet. What about Connecticut? You could not pay me to live in Connecticut, alright? I would rather live in Taxachusetts than in Connecticut. They burned toxic chemicals on the worst crash. They did, that is true. Don't forget about East Palestine. Yeah, the one in Ohio. What even happens in Connecticut? High taxes and sex parties, question mark? You live in St. Louis, can confirm it's definitively misery. Seth, thank you for the 5-month resub, my dude. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. It's a bit quiet, thank you for the 9 months at Proom. You finally exited the flesh prison. Does that make you half Kirsche or half Korsche? Everyone can turn into a Korsche when they're being a bit dumb, let's be honest here. It's just when you lack brain cells. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Congratulations. Please eat your placenta as you walk through the doorway. Eveness, thank you for the 5. If there's a bone thing in hate, is the idea of a starter house. Like, yeah, that thing started and died with the boomers. That's definitely doable. I don't know what your first sentence is trying to say, but yeah, starter houses don't exist anymore, unfortunately. There's just no way that you can feasibly buy a starter home and pay it off, especially when, like, single wide trailers are going for $230,000, you know? Like, that's just not feasible. Honestly, that's the only correct opinion to have about Connecticut. Hidden, thank you for the 2. A majority of the astronauts come from Ohio. Why? Because they want to get as far away from Ohio as humanly possible. Starter houses aren't profitable to build anymore. I mean, I wouldn't doubt that either. Faulty Pillars, thank you for the 554. It's butt time? Nothing pisses you off more than the ugly square block houses modern architects need to be punished. It's incredibly upsetting. Like, whenever I see the fucking houses that look like they should be in a modern video game, like, they're not quite commie block hellscape houses, but they look like something out of a pretentious artist's rendition of what a future house would look like. It just makes me unreasonably angry. Leave blocky houses in Minecraft. You bought a starter house 4 years ago? Oh, 4 years ago? When it was basically the lowest point of buying a house since 2008? Wow, interesting. Mokana VT, thank you for the 38-month resub. Thank you! Thank you, thank you! Thank you, thank you! Big, huge 38 numbers, dude. Big, huge. So the house is looking straight out of Ready Player One. I don't remember what things look like in that movie. You mean the 80% glass homes with no blinds for some reason? Yeah, those fucking ones. Those fucking ones. Got lucky enough to have a starter home 2 out of 2, but you're in the middle of a swamp and far from town. I hate the restrictions if you live near swamp on being able to build stuff on your own fucking property. 4 years ago was the lowest point in the housing market since 4 years ago. 4 years ago wasn't 2008. How many moons does Earth have right now? 2. The answer, do an asteroid in orbit for 2 months and then it will leave Earth's orbit again? An asteroid is not a moon. I don't know what you mean by this. You bought your house for 40k a few years ago? Man, I wish I could buy a house for 40k. That'd be cracked, dude. That'd be actually cracked. Ranch houses are okay. If they were built in the 70s and made of brick, modern block houses are horrible. True. And real. Empty Cups, thank you for the 15. P. Diddy didn't kill himself! I mean, they're going to probably try and claim that he did. Bjorn Thor Gunmundsen, thank you for the 750. Isk. If you know where to move out of America, where would I most likely live? You're assuming not the Caliphate of Canada-stan. I can't think of anywhere that I would, like, realistically, like to live outside of America. Because, like, the laws in other countries just do not align with how I would like to be free, I suppose. And freedom of speech doesn't really exist in any other country besides the US, and even here it's starting to, be very much eroded. So it's like, I can't think of anywhere I would really like to live, but if America ended up falling to Marxism entirely, and I wanted to leave because it's becoming worse than those other countries, I guess I would probably go somewhere like Iceland. Like Iceland or Greenland, I guess, would be places that I think of. Not moving out of this country, the Philippines would probably be it. Ain't no way. Live somewhere they can enforce laws then. Come to Brazil. It's still completely illegal in the US to say, hey friends, let's not buy explosive pagers. I don't think it's illegal to say that, actually. Librarian, thank you for the 4-month resub. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Fleet of Vietnam, live like a king. Could probably get away with Alaska, even if America goes bad. I mean, potentially could get away in Alaska. Potentially. A BDS is illegal in a lot of states. What is BDS? I can't acronyms. You can't buy land in the Philippines if you're not a citizen. I have no idea what the land laws are in other countries. Move to the UK, you get arrested for streaming? Yeah, I just don't really want to do that, actually. So wait, are like drywall in Victorian houses, like top surgery scars in Kirsche's houses? Fucking Jesus Christ. A building development services? BDS is boycotting Israeli products, which is why the other guy mentioned the pagers thing. What? Boycott, divestment, sanctions? It's illegal to advocate for boycotts against Israel in most states. Wait, actually? That seems like it'd be really weird if it would be illegal to boycott specifically Israel. I don't know. I feel like there's a little conspiracy going on in my chat here. I'm not gonna read any more of that shit out loud unless there's sources. Iceland as a streamer, you do know IT gear costs 10 times as much there than almost every other Western nation. But hey, you can get an education as an elf watcher, so there's a bonus. What do I need for IT gear? Shadow Cyber Demon, thank you for the 5 Canadians. Your brother-in-law's landlord wanted to tear down the 6 apple trees in his backyard. Never wanted to slap a man so badly. Why would he do that? Why would he do that? What the heck? It's mainstream politics, not conspiratorial. It's an obvious violation of the First Amendment, and that's just wildly the law anyways. Says some random guy in my chat with no sources, alright? Okay. I do understand why I don't want to speak about something I know nothing about, and I only have random people screaming text at me about it. Please use your brains. The Outsider, thank you for the 650 bits. Just getting rid of your bits before you delete Twitch a profile by the end of stream. Already have a new one. Wait, why are you deleting your Twitch profile? Why are you deleting it? It's the law, cease! You literally just read Wikipedia. Okay, that's where we're going now. Don't move to the Philippines. You can only get a manlet instead of a himbo. My manlet would also be, you know, a lady boy. You mean you've heard of BDS itself, but outlawing it? I don't know. I don't know, man. Twitter told me you always talk about unfounded claims with no evidence. Imagine Twitter. Chris, thank you for the 2. Andy Pants versus Actman going on. Get in there. What? What? You're going to need to see actual receipts. Google drops Human Rights Watch article from 2019 about the BDS and which states it's illegal for whatever it's worth. Never heard of it before today. Google dropped it? Google the company suddenly put out somewhere, hey, there's this thing about it being illegal to boycott. The more you guys say about this without a source, the more fantastical and made up it sounds. Look, here's a guy, per Jewish virtual library. You're gonna get timed out for writing text in my chat instead of providing a source. Fucking holy shit. What's up with the schizos coming out in chat today? I don't know. I don't know, man. Maybe it's a combination of, like, low IQ and people wanting me to get banned for talking about people that I can't legally talk about. I don't know. Not legally. Legally is the wrong word, but, like, you know, there's certain groups of people that you can't really talk about or criticize, so you just have to pretend you have no idea what's going on. Draciel, thank you for the 2. A couple of things and stream suggestions for it. I'll have to take a peek. And DRT is king, thank you for the 10. Technical definition of a natural satellite is any object that orbits a planet. The chatter was technically correct, as the moon is normally our only natural satellite. Space is wonderful. The technical definition of a natural satellite is any object that orbits a planet. But that doesn't make it a moon. Just because the moon is a natural satellite doesn't mean that every natural satellite is a moon. Otherwise, any asteroid or other meteor object that comes into our atmosphere would be temporarily labeled a moon, and that just wouldn't make any sense. A chili is hard. Thank you for the 100 biddies. Boycott is illegal. Am I forced to buy slop? Moon is moon. Moon is moon. My god. Chili Ishgard, thank you for the 100 biddies. Boycott is illegal. Am I forced to buy slop? I hope not. I hope not. ISS would be a moon by that definition. I love our International Space Station moon. So is the Earth one of the sun's moons? Where was I? Lazy Viking, thank you for the 489. According to a survey, most architects in your country don't live in the cubes they design. They prefer 19th century or older. Gee, I wonder why. Macaque, thank you for the 2. Ryan Kinnell of Geeks and Gamers is my Oshi. Sorry, Fox. I mean, that's understandable, to be fair. To be fair. Golden Boy 24K, thank you for the 5. New Splinter Cell anime just dropped. I don't know what that means. Sergeant Buck, thank you for the 1750. Dreading the day you have to sell your childhood home. It's a farmhouse from the 1890s with a great view of the Cascades. Couldn't bear to see someone turn it into glass and concrete cube. Well, hopefully you just don't have to sell it, honestly. Hopefully you just don't have to sell it. You don't get it. Don't get what? Question mark? Where was I? Crazy Cody, thank you for the 8 months of Prune. 1 more month to go. And then you'll eat placenta! Avalanche Grim, thank you for the 100 biddies. Your coworker asked you this week if you knew what BlackRock was. Honestly, crazy to see the term in the wild. The normies are finally waking up. Thank you, normies. Labakar, for the first time in your career, someone who promised to wait for you after work actually did.
Hey guys,
unfortunately for
smash
him,
that like button, leave a comment, push me in the algorithm.
you don't end your shift alone and have some commute route as some of the other boys. I don't know what that means. There's a lot of stuff happening that I don't know what that means apparently in chat today. But I don't like placenta. That's too bad. You have to eat it to grow up big and strong after you become born.
Yasmin's nothing like you. She's black.
Dragonflight HD, thank you for the 7 months of Broom. Thank you. Insolent, thank you for the 2 Canadians. The moon isn't real, chat. It is real. The Nazis went there after World War II to build a new base. Hayden75, thank you for the 10. You just saw that Twitch is rolling out a new feature that'll merge all Twitch chats of creators when people collab. You feel like that'll ruin the viewing experience. If they had a way to, like, watch both of the streams in the same place and combine the chats, I think that would be a good idea. Chris, thank you for the 5. Andy Pants is chatting with Actman right now. Culture War stuff. My knowledge could be useful due to my thoroughness. I don't think Andy Pants or Actman would give me the time of day. I don't know who Andy Pants is, but Actmam probably would not want me to speak at all, if I had to guess. Ziz posted the links about the boycott thing earlier. Ziz posted them? I don't have any DMs from him, so I'm not sure what you mean. Didn't they used to have a way to watch streams together? They did, and they got rid of it because not enough people used it, and then they replaced it with the new creepy knock feature that everybody hates. You know neither of those people. Spider Bro, thank you for the 2-month member. Would I be cool with having my Victorian house built new, or do I prefer an older one? I mean, I'd prefer an original one, but if I have to build a new one in Victorian style, I'm not against that. There was a huge Victorian resurgence in the 1990s, so there are a lot of really nice Victorian-style houses with the type of ornate interiors that you would expect that were just built in the 90s or early 2000s. You're reliably told by Twitch that ambassadors, that the knock features what y'all wanted. Find some concrete news. Teacher disallowed from boycotting in 2018. Won her case in 2019. Interesting. I don't know what that has to do with current year. I have no idea what that has to do with current year, since this is 2019. So this isn't really relevant in any way, shape, or form. Fondue, thank you for the 2-month member.
Hey
is the
guys,
title a
smash
foot
that
fetish
like
joke
button,
also
leave a
milestones,
comment,
I guess?
Push me in the algorithm.
No, why would it be a foot fetish joke? Why would it be a foot fetish joke? Apparently chat wants to tangent instead of Kirsche. I mean, they contribute to tangents, which I'm always happy to go on, but it's like, that's not relevant to current year. You like my It's a Gundam stream? I love Gundam. Gundam's a pretty cool guy. Lord Varzil, thank you for the 100 biddies. Isn't Amazon selling prefab houses that they deliver? I think we might have read something about that, potentially. American Neat, thank you for the 15. Today is the day of your birth. Before today, you'd gone some 12-odd years without buying new clothing since you always had a lot of hand-me-downs. Your mom came up to visit and forced you to go shopping with her. Love your mom's chat, or I will. Hold on, wait a minute. Don't love my mom. Congratulations, though, and happy birthday! Happy hacking birthday, American Neat. You fucking crazy lad. Thank you. Thank you. Andy Pants says Dev is combating YouTube communists. He also doesn't know shit chat. Wait, Andy Pants is saying Dev, like, commie Dev is combating YouTube communists? What the fuck? He sounds just as deranged as Act Ma'am, then. What could those two possibly be arguing about? Bro, no one cares. Those houses would only work in areas like LA and San Diego. Crud Muffin, thank you for the 5. Ours is 2,700 square feet on 10 acres for $400,000 in northern Michigan. Just bought it a little over a year ago. Did need a new roof and boiler. Michigan has some pretty cheap house prices as well. Michigan cost of living, I think, is like second lowest in the country. So pretty decently affordable place to move to. Feed is an acquired taste from being with women over the years, in your opinion? What does that mean? Emperor Creatine, thank you for the 10. You decided to go out for lunch. Unfortunately, you forgot to roll your car windows down for some airflow last night. You burned your legs on the black leather seat. Average Texas afternoon when not in January. Sounds like you need one of those fucking windshield thingies that I get in my car. You put up the like little windshield thingy and it blocks the sun from getting inside so you don't burn yourself on your seats. Your state superiority has led to some controversy, it seems. Midwest is nice for cost of living, especially if you don't live in the cities. Yeah. Sun reflector, that's what it's called. No problem, 153 garlic, thank you for the 10. My clickbaity title gripped you. Outrageous! Actually outrageous. Morgan LaFaux, thank you for the 3 months of Prune. Thank you. Time to build some Warhammy and listen to Foxu. Hell yeah. No, Insolent, thank you for the 1471. Grip and clickbait, boom. Happy sleepy Friday after staying up early after starting Azure Lane. Gonna be fun to boot up on work break, so while the other boomers are playing Candy Crush, you'll be sweating profusely because anime. Someone will look over your shoulder eventually. Alright, okay? Deranged Hermit, thank you for the 5. Bad news, you don't have to buy duck food anymore. Good news, here's $5 I suddenly found in the budget. What happened to your duck? What happened to duck? Liam No One, thank you for the 10. Realtors be like, is a little bit of a fixer-upper, true and real. Michigan has really high property taxes. You are living in a different dimension if you think Michigan has high property taxes. They're eating the ducks. Did he get his duck eaten? Is he from Ohio? Did I ever have to take the MCAS? They want to get rid of it? I did have to take the MCAS. I did have to take that. Them wanting to get rid of it doesn't surprise me because it's not like they actually honored the MCAS in the first place. Back when I was in school, people would literally pretend that they couldn't grasp the material so that they would get a teacher sitting with them while taking the MCAS in order to help them with it. So if teachers were already helping people, the MCAS results were already skewed. So them getting rid of it really doesn't matter at this point. Go to the much nicer places in the Connecticut. I'm not gonna live in Connecticut. That's fucking no. Please stop eating my duck, brother and sisters. Did the baby boomers view the greatest generation with the same level of scorn and hatred as boomers are now looked upon with today? I don't know. It would be a good question, honestly. No, Danny D. I'll thank you for the $4.99. What's 3 times 23 equal? 3 times 3 is 6, and 3 times 2 is also 6, so it's 66? Question mark? Did I do it? Am I smart? Wait, no, 3 times 3 is 9. Wait, no, 3 times 3 is 9, and then 3 times 2 is 6, so it'd be 69. It'd be 69. Well, I got there. I got there eventually. A small pause before the answer. Look, math is hard, okay? Mari is screaming for some reason, and she doesn't know why. I can't do math, chat. I am not a math magician, as it were. That's not my calling. Dama Bless, thank you for the $1. Sony made sure internally you couldn't criticize or change their perfect game. Oh god, I hate when shit scrolls. I hate when shit scrolls and I lose my place. This is a day ago. What the fuck happened? Stream Elements, why are you like this? Stream Elements, why are you so dumb and gay? 21 hours ago? Why did it throw me all the way down there? What the fuck is happening? Gabe Ostroff, thank you for the $1. Message part 1. Hi, Kirsche. Hope you have a great day today. Yesterday's stream was insightful, thought-provoking, philosophical regarding dating. Listening to you discussing relationships helped you understand your shortcomings. Hold on, my chat scrolled again. And by my chat, I mean my Stream Elements. I don't know why it's doing this, I'm sorry. Holy shit, this is frustrating. It like throws me a day and a half in the past for some reason. And it's like, I'm not even touching anything. Listening to you discussing relationships helped me understand my shortcomings with my past girlfriends. Thank you for another $1. You realized that you avoided communication due to your fear of rejection, and you're incorporating communication in relationships, but you could use help. What specific questions would you ask or not ask on a first, second, third date? Thank you for everything. I mean, I can't, that's really hard to answer, right? Because I don't know what your situation would be with any of those people. Before I go on a first date, I typically have, at minimum, several weeks of talking to somebody, right? Because it's like, if I'm going to carve time out of my schedule to go on a date, I want to at least make sure that that date probably has some success, right? If we are inherently not compatible before we even go on that date, why would either of us waste our time? So it's like, I'd like to talk to them about what they want out of life, you know, what they think about things, what their political philosophies are. I would just like to get to know what they are like as a person. Have you ever wanted to try sounding? Can always ask if you can bite a chunk out of her feet. Okay, what? Bite a chunk out of that ass and then snarl. Okay, reading it without the second sentence getting mixed up, that doesn't make it better. Did you fuck a dude, Kirsche, on the first date? I mean, yeah. Unfortunately, that has had to become like one of my questions that I ask. It's just like, I'm a straight woman. I'm looking for a straight man. I would like to know if you have had any relations with men and or traps and or trans women. If you are someone who believes that you are still straight after having sex with a biological man, we probably won't get along very well. Those people are literally deranged as fuck. I mean, most of the time I get like a really angry response because I basically call them out on their degeneracy. And it's really disappointing that that's typically the response as well. A couple of times people have been like, are you asking me because you're transgender? Are you trying to trick me? And it's like, why would I bother asking this question if I was trans? What? Are you mentally deficient? Does it count if we said no homo after? It's not gay if the balls don't touch. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Thank you, DJ Panda Milk. Thank you.
Fox tax, as well as my non-binding vote that you buy a compound out in the Intermountain West and move your entire family out there. Behave yourself, Stream Elements.
Yes, Stream Elements, behave yourself. Thank you. Thank you, DJ Panda Milk, for the thick Hundy slave. Thank you. Thank you. Moinya. Anyway, how is your sex life? Says Kirsche with a fluoride stare. I mean, my sex life isn't anything, much less a fluoride stare sex life, but like, if you wanna be an incel, that's on you, I guess. The first question is, name 3 things the slaves built. Should be nothing, right? What if you found out that a man has spent years gooning to Astolfo hentai but never realized he was actually a male character because he never watched Fate? That's an existential question. I don't know if you can goon to Astolfo hentai and not realize that it was a male, right? Because eventually he's gonna take his dick out, isn't he? Ain't no way he never found out, right? That sounds like cope. That sounds like cope, man. Everyone asks how sex life is. Nobody thinks to ask what sex life. That's like your sex life should exist in a committed relationship and not outside of it. Especially after the monster incident. The memes are to ever represent, to not know. How do you look at Astolfo hentai and not see his penor? That's what I'm thinking, man. A dude McGuypants, thank you for the 20. You can help communicate, schedule time for them. Even if you don't mutually schedule it, make that time. Realize that a relationship is a living thing that needs attention and time to survive. Work on your relationship. Exactly. Exactly. The Arc Vile, thank you for the 5. Speaking of autogynephiliacs, one of them showed up in your way too nice Oshi who hates confrontations Discord asking to be friends. What do? I mean, I'm not sure that there's anything you can do if you're not close to your Oshi, right? If you're not someone who's close to her, it's just gonna look like you're being a little weird, unfortunately. I don't know what you kind of do about that thing. Hopefully she's smart enough to realize what they are. A D Hammond, thank you for the 5. That's not true. Slaves built Haiti. I don't know if you could call that building, honestly. Nerdy Tax and Accountant, thank you for the 199. Hello everyone, sorry I'm late. Here's my Fox tax. You're never late. You come as soon as you mean to. Munya. Gatekeep as hard as humanly possible. What if his Oshi is a guy? Well, if his Oshi is a guy, it's already too late. It's already too late. If you have terms for those types of hentai, describe other people as degenerate. What? They have to rebuild it every hurricane season. Apparently they haven't rebuilt their fucking parliament house or whatever the fuck it is for like years. Currently play Princess and Conquest. Nobody can stop you procreating with monster girls.
Welcome to Toxic Sluts.
That sounds like it could have been a fun Civilization style game. Never Anybody, thank you for the 17-month resub, my guy. Thank you, thank you. EDM Blake, thank you for the 5 months. Thank you for a 5-month resub. Haiti has a government. Yeah, I know, I was surprised too. I didn't realize they had any actual government buildings. I'm sure they were left over from when the French ruled Haiti, and that's why they are in disrepair currently. Will I do a femdom before I leave? No, because I don't do femdom, and the joke here is findom, which is different from femdom. Maybe just get addicted to many gotchas so you don't have any more time for raid. What the heck? What the heck? Why doesn't anime Civ exist yet? That's a very good question. That's a very good question. And they were ruled by a funny dictator. Funny dictator, man. Rodrigo F, thank you for the 8-month member. You're starting a new job on Monday, so you won't be able to watch live as often. You'll watch when you can, though. Congrats on new job! I hope it treats you well. Hope you'll have a good time with new job and it won't be shit. Zepa8, thank you for the 6 months of Prune. Only 3 more months until you are born. We're closing in on the final trimester. No problem, 153 Garlic, thank you for the 10. Shit, there's a Fox tax now? Federally mandated taxes are getting ridiculous! Don't want to have to deal with the IRS though, so just take it! Oh my god. Thank you for the tax. I'll make sure the IRS doesn't come after you.
Black.
Rough Times, thank you for the 7 months of prune. Thank you for pruning! Thank you! Thank you for pruning! No, let me scroll back up to reality here so I can not get lost and confused. The Arc Vile, thank you for the 5. Luckily, she said no friends with fans, but also she said, I'm happy to be kind to everyone. The weirdo's there and she's apolitical. Well, hopefully things will be fine, right? Like, there's no way that you can really police who your Oshi becomes friends with. You can just hope that she doesn't make friends with people who would do bad things, as it were. When people try to police friendships, I feel like it gets a little bit to the crazy parasocial side, right? And it's like not saying that new guy is going to be a close friend and all, but it's a little weird. Who the hell is an Oshi? Hopefully her shit test is on point. Yeah, hopefully her shit test is on point. It's pretty much what you can say. What if you choose to be someone who you think is cringe and you have to know? What? Keep an eye on them? Keep evidence of them being terrible? Yeah.
Is it bad to be attracted to a cartoon fox that you don't even know that well?
Or them being influenced by someone terrible? Yeah, true. But it's just like... Policing friendships is kind of strange, because a lot of, like, what the audience sees is just on stream, right? Like, you don't know how often people talk off stream, you don't know how often they interact off stream, you don't know, like, the details of friendships. So when audience people start policing friendships, it just gets really weird. It gets strange. Yoshi streams only for me.
Your pussy.
Umber Granting! Thank you for the 100 biddies. Did I see that Trump wants to put a hard 10% interest rate limit on credit cards? Are there credit cards with above a 10% interest limit? Do those exist? Is that something that people actually willingly sign up for? Yes? What the fuck? What the fuck?
Is it bad to be attracted to a cartoon
He had a friend who
fox that you
considered
don't
like a
even know that
brother,
well?
tried to steer him against this one bad relationship, but he never listened. Unfortunate, dude. Blows your mind that the Haktua girl is now doing an interview podcast called Talk Tua. Yeah. Yeah, once again, she screams manufactured, and a lot of people...
Gee, Sally, your boyfriend
A lot of
wants you
people are
to
just
have
like,
two
I can't blame her for being on that grind, like, get that bag, girl, and it's like, well, no, because it's completely manufactured. Use brain cells for a moment here, right? Some literal woman who has no background in entertainment or media anywhere, immediately after that Haktua post, had managers, had a marketing team. She had people pushing her into interviews. She was asking for like $15,000, $20,000 to show up for speaking convention stuff. That's not real. That's not real. That's not how real things happen. That is incredibly manufactured and tailored by a team of people that she probably had prior to even making that Haktua joke. Gotta wonder who she's secretly related to. Her podcast is so funny, she pushes so hard to get another catchphrase. Oh my god. Most credit cards have an interest rate of around 20, some as high as 40. Do I just not realize this? My credit card wasn't pinging me for that much interest when I was like living off of it. That's crazy. That's insane. I didn't even know that was a thing. They should not be that high. So yeah, I'd be behind Trump fucking fixing that shit. It's easy to get a manager if you don't care about their morals. Seeing how many like large VTubers have had managers that turned out to be shit makes me really fucking nervous, dude. Trick to low credit card interest payments, pay off your balances. Even when you were living on it, never got that high? That's just like, that's crazy. Probably had such a low interest rate because of good credit score? I mean, maybe. Evil Mandrake, thank you for the 10. Amongst everything, I have a white pill. By listening and communicating with their players, Helldivers 2 has increased average player count from an average of 20,000 to 75 to 80,000. Funny how that works. Evil Mandrake, did you miss the entire, like, everybody hates Helldivers arc because all they did was shit on their player base? Like, both in Discord and in-game. NP153 Garlic, thank you for the 10. Fans shouldn't dictate who VTubers should associate with. You would never associate with anyone we disapprove of, though, right? I associate with, the wanted terrorist Pipkin Pippa. Arc Vile, thank you for the 5. It's more so a concern about the possibility of people ruining yet another thing you like. Oh well, the onus is on her, nothing you can do. That's kind of the unfortunate thing, right? It's like when you know someone is making a mistake, and I'm sure people felt this way when I gave certain people, like, a benefit of the doubt, right? And they were just like, we know what's gonna happen if you give them the benefit of the doubt, and it's just like, well, I gotta make the mistake myself, you know? I paid for that mistake, unfortunately. I had to deal with a lot of bullshit for making that mistake, but... I you know, if I don't have information, I can't know any better. And you know, I don't take text on the screen seriously, chat. I want the proofs. I want the evidences. Some people you wish we policed you guys about, like Camel Toe. True. True. Pippa's undisputed warlord of glorious nation of Pipakistan. Yes. Devil Fruit Zero, thank you for the 5. Did you hear that Nintendo's trying to copyright capture things? I did. It's not copyright capturing, though. It is a patent. They are trying to sue on patent grounds, not copyright. Which makes it even sillier, in my opinion. Isn't the evidence text on a screen most of the time? Yes, which is a fair point, but there's a difference between some person I don't know yelling things into a void and me believing that, and then me reading things in like an article or posted by somebody who has, in theory, a reputation to lose, right? Gotta love Japanese companies. Yeah, I don't like just taking things at face value. I would like to see sources for things, as it were. And I feel like if I were to be bullied into just taking things my chat says at face value, I would be doing a massive disservice, both to myself and to my chat. And I would basically become what the creepy Twitter freaks scream about me being currently. Hey. Reminder that chat had a recent example of believing the Mr. Beast war crime victim guy without looking deeper until Kirsche showed us what he was really like. Also true. Also true and real. So who's gonna sue Nintendo over the gameplay elements they stole for the last 2 3D Zeldas? I have no idea about that. Actually, it's old text. So did you think before you simp calling Freerin being an isekai? I don't think I've ever spoken about Freerin. I think you might be having like a schizophrenic episode, honestly. So I'm just gonna time you out. You can think about your schizophrenia. Bobby Kotick is more honorable than the current Nintendo CEO. Probably, dude. Also, it's not an isekai. I've never even watched Freerin. I don't think I've ever spoken about Freerin. That was fucking bewildering. What is happening today? I don't know, man. NP153 Garlic, thank you for the 10. You think Pippa's great? Just don't associate with the one person that we're all thinking of. I'm sure you know who. Whatever you do, please don't associate with that person. I don't know. That could be a lot of people. That applies to. Only time you think Kier spoke about Freerin was about the Starforge case? I mean, maybe. Yeah, somebody brought up they had a Freerin Starforge case, and it was pretty fucking cute. Toilsome Book 09, thank you for the 2-month sub, my guy, thank you. Thank you. It was referring to the Twitter user, think before you simp. What does that have to do with anything we're talking about, though? That doesn't make any sense. Pippa's an isekai. I wish Pippa would isekai me. Is he asking if I've seen the content creator Think Before You Sleep had a bad take about it? I don't fucking know, man. Unparsable. Dressed Glass, thank you for the 50. Slamming your meat down, turning around and walking away, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Howdy Doodly Champion, the Diddly Doodler, thank you for the 5. Your first card you got 2 years ago. The best you trust rate could get was 17.5. Jesus Christ. That sounds insane. Zenik, thank you for the 35 Czar. Some derangement in the chat tonight. Just a little bit. A little bit of derangement as a treat. Gweg Turtles, thank you for the subby bubby, my guy. Thank you, thank you. Invisible Puma, thank you for the 6 months of Prune. You're going on paternity leave for the next month. You're looking forward to becoming a father. Hell yeah. I hope you help your wife in the difficult time. Congratulations on your son. Or daughter. I just assumed son for some reason. Congratulations. Fireball ain't so bad. You got a whole glass here on the rock. I've never had Fireball. J Daisy forever. Thank you for the 100 biddies. Butts for you. Thank you for the 6-month resub. Hope things are going well. It's always nice to see when you can stop in and see me live. See you around. Help, funny coyote woman. It's me, Coyote Ugly. Hell, thank you for the 3-month member. Thank you, thank you. Blessed by White Fox. Now it's going to be a son. I guess we'll see. Baiting Master, thank you for the 100 biddies. Have I read Fruit Doc on Twitter? I don't really care about the Fruit Doc. I guess I'll reiterate what I said yesterday. I don't really understand why she would put out something about a relationship from like 2017, 2018. I don't know, a long ass time ago. People who are focusing on infidelity from that long ago, I think are kind of low IQ. Like, yeah, infidelity bad. Yeah, abuse bad. Yeah, all of that bad. But like that's not why people dislike Fruit in current year. So like to continuously just bring that up, I don't know, seems weird to me. And then her bringing it up out of the blue also kind of like why did you do this? I guess I don't understand. You don't know about Fruit's relationship, only how she treated Silvervale? Yeah, like I don't give a shit about infidelity from 2018. Like I could not be made to care about it. Any isekai with Kirsche may be cursed, as she'll be isekai'd as a himbo, and we're gonna be furry Korshes. What the heck? What the heck? Leadhead, thank you for the 3. Hello, Kirsche. New model's cool. What made you decide which of them to use for streams? I just really like the eyes on this one. I should be using my other model because summer's over, but, like, I really like the eyes, and then I feel sad that I don't have a 2D. Danny Venick, thank you for the 3-month resub. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. CMG, thank you for the 262. Slaves built 1, the Parthenon 2, the Pyramids 3, America! Only according to that fun song. A model's so good, you gotta admit. That's very cute. That's very cute. Stop being autistic about summer model. Use the one that makes you happy. Look, I can't just stop being an autism. Should make a Kirsche emote with the floppy hat. Mwanya. Brent Wolfe, thank you for the 10. The Haitian presidential palace was destroyed in the 2011 earthquake. Was supposed to be rebuilt with Clinton Foundation money. Oh, wait. I like vaguely remember some like weird shit about money laundering and that involved like the Clintons funneling money to Haiti. Like vaguely remember reading something about that like maybe fucking 7 or 8 years ago. It's that easy, just stop being crazy, right? The Arc Vile, thank you for 2. You're my Oshi. I thought I got Oshis like Mormons got wives. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Atlick, thank you for the 2 Canadians. In a way, aren't they justified for their actions? Aren't whomst justified for whom's actions? DRT is king, thank you for the 5. Free Rin is the best anime you've seen in about a decade. Good standard anime. Transformers 1 is also surprisingly good. Pure tangent, Foxu. Now the stream is oops, all tangents right now. Ryan, thank you for the 2. Haiti has a leader. He's a cannibal. Big, good old barbecue. NP153 Garlics, thank you for the 10. Can't just make / commission other hats, outfits for the model you prefer. Can you not just do that? Is that not how it works? My main model was my model that came out in 2020. And then I was supposed to be getting an upgraded model on that, but my art mama took 2 years and got about 15 minutes of work done, according to another 3D modeler that I gave the files to, and basically recreated everything she had done in about, 10 to 15 minutes to show me that he was dead serious about how much work she actually put into it over those 2 years. And then she decided to stop doing art, so she refunded everybody that she was working with, and I had basically lost 2 years. I probably should have given up before that. But like she was a friend, and every time I asked if she didn't want to work on my model anymore, she said, no, I do want to work on this. This is a project I want to do. So it was really difficult. It was really difficult to like get through that. And then sorry to hear about your pussy. At the end of 2022, I started working with another 2D model artist, and I was supposed to have my model finished by September. It was like late August, early September last year. And then it got pushed back to October, and I was like, that's fine. I can wait for October. And then after October came and went, it was, well, I can finish all of the stuff that's supposed to be on the model, but that'll take longer. Or I can just say the model's done now without all of the stuff that's supposed to be with it. And I was like, well, I want the model to be completely finished, so I don't want to accept it without the stuff that's supposed to be finished. So I guess I will wait longer. But now, instead of it being finished last year, it's now September of this year. And I now have like the woman Xenia who made this model you're seeing now. She was wonderful. She was fucking wonderful. And then the Yik modeler guy who made another 3D model for me, he was also wonderful. Every delay on my Yik model was completely my fault. Absolutely 100% my fault for any delays on the Yik model. But I now have like this incredible anxiety around commissioning artists. Like I am terrified of talking to artists. I am absolutely terrified of trying to get new models, and I just feel like I don't want to. Like, I want new models, but I don't want to talk to artists, because it always goes poorly. Can I show the concept art for the crime model again? It looked so good. It does look really good. Video Gamer, thank you for the 125. Have I asked who did Smugglana's model? Her ears are so floppy. Freerun is a great fantasy anime, highly recommended. Also, MO is based and has Victorian homes available under 500k. Just stay out of St. Louis City. Yeah, but I want to live in New England. My face when I got my model before Kirsche feels bad, man. True. True and real. I think the chatter that got timed out brought up a subject about a big content creator having terrible takes about anime lately. The context is of his tweet was criticized by another content creator, Chibi Reviews. Okay. Question mark? Did I get the lateness clause added to my contract? I haven't, because I just haven't wanted to think about anything related to models recently. Zantetsu13, thank you for the 3-month member. Artist sounds like you working on your homework in high school. It's like, I had that whole angry rant that's on Ozzy Horror's channel about model artists, because it's like, I'm kind of jaded at this point. But it's like, I feel like respect kind of only goes one way most of the time, where like, you're supposed to respect artists as a VTuber because they basically make all of the assets for your channel, but then artists don't respect the time and the money of the people that commission them. And you're not allowed to call that out, or otherwise you're being a bitch about it, right? And it's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Rice and Mims are perfect examples of Chad. That's true. Rice was a Giga Chad. Rice was a Giga Chad. Literally learned how to fucking do live 2D in 3 months. An actual crazy small amount of time. Bjorn the Gunmanson, thank you for the 750 ISK. Get a contract lawyer to make an official contract for your artist. I do have a copyright contract, but maybe I need a different contract for people who make models. Sorry to hear about your pussy. Skippy Dinglechalk, thank you for the 3. Happy Findom Friday. Am I going to cover the fruit docs by any chance? Absolutely not. I have no desire to read about any infidelity from 2017. It's not relevant. I don't care about it. NP153 Garlics, thank you for the 10. Man, indies have it rough. You have heard similar artist horror stories, similar to this from other indies. Can't wait for AI to replace artists. It's for the best. I don't want AI to replace artists, right? But I just wish there was a little bit more professionalism when it came to that. You're gonna make a command? What kind of command? Bjorn the Gunmanson. Thank you again for the 545. Zantetsu, thank you for the 3-month member. Artist sounds... I already read that. Thank you again. Thank you. Laney, thank you for the 100 slaves while I was sad ranting about artistry. Thank you for the 100 slaves. Thank you. Thank you, Laney. Did I ever cover the prostitute man that was trying to clout chase me? Yeah, I did that yesterday. I used to think Ark's take on artists is extremely weird. It really explains it one step at a time. What? Exclamation point fruit. She doesn't care about the fruit doc. It's old info and not relevant to current day issues. That's a good command. Thank you, Nim. Thank you, Nim. Good artists can't and won't be replaced. It's only the lazy that will be replaced by AI. I mean, there are some, like, really prominent artists who have been called out by VTubers for basically not delivering on stuff for, like, years. What's that one, like, huge, really good 2D artist that everybody knows the name of? It's a guy. I can't think of his name right now. But he's done, like, a whole ton. Not Kevin, he's a rigger. Not Kevin. There's no issues with Kevin besides people seething about the type of assets he makes. Iron something? No, not Iron. Not Mayweather. Mayweather doesn't make models, and also, don't you mean Merryweather? He's a comic artist. Shadman doesn't make VTuber models. Chat, please. Neon Beat, thank you! One cold true. Yeah, Neon Beat was like a huge fucking name in 2D model artists. And even he was being called out by people he was supposed to have been making art for, that he wasn't delivering for like a year plus, right? You can't call them that. What? You think that chatters are mayhaps confusing fruit with the fruit farms? Probably not. No, they're not. They're not. You're just amazed that a lot of you guys are actually based. What do you mean by this? Merryweather isn't an artist. He's a writer that commissions for comics. Oh, I thought he did the art for his comics. I could have sworn he did the art for his comics. Vincent Van Gogh. Kirsche and Bao have the worst luck. Truly. Truly. Fabramathi, thank you for the 2. That's an old, outplayed joke, though. She's a woman of anime. She can say that. You haven't made any commissions in years, but every time you poke your head back into the scene, you just shake it. The ego of the younger artist is incredible. Truly. Did I see Colin Moriarty interviewed someone that worked on Concord, and apparently the game cost upward of 400 mil, not 100. I have that in a tab somewhere. Smith of 11 Herbs and Spices, thank you for the 10. Have a wonderful evening, Kirsche and slaves. I can use the slaves to give all of you pedicures. Cats 12, thank you for the 2. Help the Kirsches have breached containment and escaped from my basement. They're now gripping me! I am scared! This is your comeuppance for doing the Kirsches. Where were we? Where were we? Alright, okay. Disco009, thank you for the prune. Thank you for pruning! Ryan, thank you for the 2. If you get paid to do a job, you better do it! And when someone is spending hundreds, if not thousands of dollars on your artistry, yeah, you should probably, I don't know, maybe do that. You don't think you can handle a pedicure? Your feet are violently ticklish. It's really hard sometimes because, like, the arches of my feet are really ticklish. And so sometimes it's a little bit hard for me to sit still while I'm getting pedicures. I try to just hold my leg as still as possible while suppressing giggles. It's a little rough sometimes. That's a little rough. Where are... Because I have that tab up here. Now that's Springfield stuff. Is it this? No, that's the fucking... No. Did I like think I brought it up in a tab and then I didn't? Do I have brain damage? Where the heck is it? No, this is the Matt Walsh stuff. No. No. Okay, well, I guess I'll go grab a link of it then, because, what the hell?
Close the fucking tabs, you psychopath.
Oh, what the hell? Caramel the Rabbit Person, thank you for the 7-month member. Hearing this and seeing people get screwed over after paying and waiting for so many times makes you sad that you want... Makes you sad something you wanted to do, but man... I mean... You probably can find an artist that won't screw you over, especially if you go through something like VGen. I think it adds a little bit of a layer of protection there for you. I try to just, like, commission people on Twitter, which is very hit or miss. Maybe start using an escrow service. Dude, if somebody set up an artist escrow service, right? Like, if somebody who wasn't going to just embezzle money set up an artist escrow service where, like, the VTuber would pay into the escrow fund and then the artist would get paid out every time they, like, showed updates on the artwork until it was fully completed, they would be able to make so much money as a middleman because so many fucking people get fucked over in this sphere. I am telling you right now, if you are someone who sets up an escrow service for VTuber and artist communications, you'll make some bank bucks, okay? For my Uwu Market stuff, did Uwu Market get an artist for me, or did I commission someone for the art? I commissioned someone for the art, but Uwu Market paid them out. So Uwu Market was the one who paid for the artwork. I got to pick the artist. I am very specific of, like, when I see something in my head, I want to go to an artist who could match the art style in my head, rather than try to find an artist and then be like, hey, I want you to do something completely different from how you normally draw, right? I feel like that would be rude. I think VGen already does that. Yeah, VGen is a good example of that. Talk to your bank. Banks do escrows for businesses all the time. You sure they could set something up for you? Something like PayPal for art only? Well, it's not just, like, paying to PayPal, right? Because that's, like... they don't keep it in, like, a little bundle and then just pay out every so often. It's not embezzlement. I'm just giving myself bonuses. But, the little interview thing that people have been mentioning is this guy right here. Colin Moriarty said, I spoke extensively with someone who worked on Concord. It's so much worse than you think. It was internally referred to as the future of PlayStation, with Star Wars-like potential, and a dev culture of toxic positivity, halting any negative feedback, making it cost $400 million. That's why you don't charge people until you're fully done. That's also a danger, right? Like, as much as I've gotten screwed, if artists wait until they've delivered product to the person that commissioned them, there's always the chance that the person commissioning you will fuck you over, right? And just not pay you. The future of PlayStation. Yeah, right?
I wasn't going to ever talk about this game again. Because who really gives a shit? However, and I don't do journalism really anymore, as you guys know, and we talk about this a lot. I was a journalist at one time, and I used to break a lot of stories, and these days I don't really grind like that. So the stories that I break these days are usually people, always, not usually, always people coming to me. And someone who worked on Concord reached out to me, and I verified who this person was and went through all of that and talked to this person extensively, for a long time. Ooh. And got some, I think, interesting information that I can share about Concord. And I think people will be interested about it. The reason that I wanted to talk about it is because some of the assumptions that I had made about the game were dead wrong.
Oh boy. Feels more like I didn't want to talk about this colossal failure. Oh my god, why not do 50% upfront, the rest after? That's what I like doing until I trust an artist. And then I'll feel fine paying 100% upfront because I know I can trust them. Game cost as if the Titanic was made today.
As far as how much it cost and how much Sony really lost on it. So the big thing that you really need to know here about this is that Concord cost about $400 million to make.
Which is insane.
Oh my god.
And the story goes that Concord... By the time Concord was... So in the first quarter of 2023, Concord had basically entered an alpha state. This was before Sony had even purchased the team. But Sony had been working with Probably Monsters, which was the original owner of Firewalk and Firewalk, probably since late 2020, maybe 2021 at the latest, on Concord. The game was in development before that. Up to the point that the game went into alpha state, they had already spent about $200 million on it. And it's unclear how much of that money is from Probably Monsters and the original investors into the game and how much of that money was from Sony. There's this term in product development, not only with games, but really with everything. You can like manufacture a tchotchke. You guys might have heard of it. It's called minimum viability.
Chris
or
minimum. It kind of looks like him. Does he still do stuff? How do you spend that much? That's a ray gun on the top right. What the heck? I haven't seen that guy in years. Last I knew he was like dating Lacey Green and then they broke up over something, but like everything was fine. And then I never heard of him again. Literally never heard of him again. This is his podcast? What the heck?
Viable product. Mm-hmm. The idea behind this, or MVP, the idea behind this is that this is like what you're trying to achieve. And it's like once you cross this barrier, you feel comfortable selling it. It's not that it's the best it can be or that it's what it's going to be by the time you launch it, because there's all sorts of extra stuff you do to it, but like, this is the minimum viability of the product. When the game had already had $200 million spent on it and was basically in an alpha form in quarter one of 2023.
Where did all that money go? Because it certainly wasn't on game design.
Sony spent another $200 million on it. The scuttlebutt behind the scenes about Concord is that the game was in a laughable shape when it was shown, and basically like when the alpha was ready to go and they were kind of being like, we're ready to kind of get moving towards getting this thing out in the next year or two. It was in such horrible shape that Sony felt like they needed to spend that much money again. So, 200 plus 200 to get the game to the MVP status, not to the status of it being like a great game, to get it to just viability. And that at that time in quarter one 2023, there was nothing done. Like a major expense was having to urgently outsource much of the game to other studios to finish building the game out. And
so what was all that money going to? What were they spending that money on if they were like more than 200 million in the hole and the game wasn't even like in a playable alpha state? DEI consultants laughing all the way to the bank. Salary for a huge team of useless diversity hires, 8 years of development. Jesus. Jesus, man, this is insane to hear.
And that two fundamental things were not worked on at all up to the point in which the game was shown in alpha. Onboarding, nothing about that. No, like there was nothing about how players get on, like how they make their character, all that kind of stuff, or, you know, choose their character and get there. And monetization. Two very expensive, very specific and boutique things that happen to games like this. And so that's...
Isn't it ironic that the game that's actually fun to play is a game that I joked about being Hollywood money laundering? Because it's just like, who are these people making a game with all of these Hollywood voices? And that game's actually fucking fun and good to play. Meanwhile, all these AAA studios actually doing weird money laundering shit.
The first thing that I wanted to say is that it's not only about the ongoing cost, which would be in the millions to keep the game going per month, but that the game cost about $400 million to make, soup to nuts. Sony put most of that money in.
Soup to nuts.
And it is not only so, because we had kind of said like this must be Sony's biggest loss ever on a game, and it is. It's the biggest game Sony's ever released from a budgetary standpoint from the first party or second party.
That's
so
crazy.
Let that sink in.
It's crazy.
And it's totally unintuitive. There are games that are in development right now at Sony first and second party that are more expensive than this. But as of the games that have come out so far, so think about like Spider-Man 2 and so on and so forth. We know The Last of Us Part 2 cost $220 million. Spider-Man 3 is going to cost about $350 million. This game costs more than that.
This is why I've been saying all of these like shit fuck games that nobody wants, that look like trash, that play like trash, that are trash. They are spending insane amounts of money to push out propaganda and to push out their ideology, and they're just not caring how much money they're losing in the short term. They're trying to just brute force, if we get these games out here, if we have our ideology front and center in media, that's all that matters. And they're too busy thinking about putting their ideology and their propaganda first and not caring about the monetary losses in the short term, that they're not thinking about how they're even going to get to the long term if they're bleeding 400 millions worth of money dollars. Like, it's actually insane. A game with a loop like this should not cost half of that.
And they lost all of it because they made no money. They made about $1 million gross revenue, and then they gave it all back. So this is a huge, multiple hundreds of millions of dollar loss. Now the question is, why? Why did this happen? This game was heavily championed behind the scenes. Now we know this because Sony ended up, what's funny is that the game is presented in Q1 2023 as this, you know, we're kind of getting towards the end. The game is nowhere near being done. It's in a horrible position. And then Sony buys the team.
Oh, no.
The idea behind this was, and the term apparently verbatim had been used, that Concord is the future of PlayStation. That they had such major ambition for this game that it was referred to internally as a Star Wars-like project for Sony. That it can be repeatedly revisited over and over and over again, not only in cross-media, but in what we were seeing. We've already kind of seen little bits of it. So the weekly story vignettes that they were going to release, and then, of course, the inclusion in Amazon's Secret Levels anthology, that's like just scratching the surface of it. Ironically, the game was codenamed Chaos behind the scenes. And
their propaganda tool to help them change culture was called Codename Chaos. The fact that Amazon is also involved doesn't surprise me. What has happened is they've basically swamped one kind of intolerance for another, and arguably worse, it's all ego with these new developers thinking what they can do better than previous works of franchises they get their hands on and not understanding what made them successful to begin with. Yeah, I think it's also part of the ego where they can destroy something that the little chuddy buddies enjoy, and instead that they can co-opt it in their own image. You're gonna kill Chaos. Concord's a hell of a drug. God damn.
A major thing about the game is that there was, and I think we can kind of get this vibe from just the nature of the people making it and kind of the way the game reads and all that, a toxic positivity vibe. You weren't allowed to say anything apparently internally about this game, about how like something's wrong with it, character designs are not right, and so on and so forth. They really truly believe this was Herman Hulst's baby, apparently, and he internally was himself a massive champion of the game. So it's not that. So the reason I'm telling you all of this, it's some interesting information, of course, but it's that I had said,
well, yeah, if you go against the ideology, if you try to tell them you're not going to create a modern audience with this kind of game, they don't want to hear that. This is what they've been trying to do. You saying, hey, maybe we should have some different character designs, or maybe we shouldn't be this on the nose with the character descriptions, that's you going against them ideologically. That's not you trying to help them make a better game. That's an ideological difference that can't stand.
When people were like, Concord lost $200 million. Now, people were pulling that money out because that's basically how much like some of the first-party games like Ghost of Tsushima, The Last of Us Part 2, etc. kind of cost in that frame. And I was like, there's no way that it costs that much. I was saying like it cost 9 figures probably, like low $100 million, but there's no way it cost $200 million. No, it cost $400 million. So, and I am totally solid on this source, by the way. So that's why I'm willing to share it with you. Because again, I'm not really a journalist. So yeah, the big things to take away: $400 million loss. The game was in horrible shape as of 18 months ago before release. Not even monetization, no onboarding, most content not even there. The game was in such bad shape at that point that they spent the budget of it again in urgent outsourcing to get the game finished from all of these different angles over an 18-month period. Internally, the game was considered part of the future of PlayStation with heavy cross-media references and a system of toxic positivity surrounding it that didn't allow anyone to meaningfully change the course of the game. Because if the people at the top truly believe in something, you're not going to be able to do much about that, I don't think, from the
Why not cut losses? Why continue? They weren't ever going to allow any kind of criticism on this game because, again, the game wasn't created to be a good game. It was created to be a vehicle for propaganda and ideology. And because it was created for ideology first and being a game second, it was basically doomed to fail from the outset. So it doesn't really matter how much toxic positivity was there or how much, like, they didn't allow criticism, because of course they wouldn't. Like, this is just a no-brainer. Of course they're not going to let anyone criticize it because it's not a game, it's an ideological vehicle. Cutting losses doesn't support the message. If they wanted to make it into a good game, they would have had people who were trying to make a good game, not trying to push ideology to help their side of the culture war. Dark Lelouch G, thank you for the 10. To HG Gundam Plays chat, TRA and EAA prohibit international boycotts. 38 states do have bans on BDS, though. Anti-BDS measures restrain public investment funds and government contractors from BDS attempts. You know what would have been really helpful? A link. What is HG Gundam Plays chat? Is this like I don't know what you're talking about. Rat King, thank you for the memba. You're late. Are we talking about commies again? Wouldn't have it any other way. Was that Clausen? Thank you for the 5. Been listening at 2 times speed. You're finally caught up. Welcome to current time. Welcome to current time. Whenever I read BDS, since I don't even know what it is, I just think of like a Trump derangement syndrome, but like a different derangement syndrome.
Branches. So I thought people would be interested in that, and just wanted to throw that out there. That yeah, Star Wars really apparently, or I'm sorry, Star Wars. Sony really saw this as a Star Wars-like project for them, like the potential to, and now it makes sense. Yeah. Not only why they spent so much money on it, but why they bought the team. So there are people there. And to me, it's unclear who exactly the people are. I know some of the names. I don't want to get too deep into that because a lot of the things I learned were off the record, but obviously this is on background. And it's like, yeah, now it makes a little more sense. You spent, and by the way, the $400 million not included in how much it cost to buy the team.
What?
So yeah, biggest.
I can also understand them being like, this is going to be our Star Wars as well. Because if we're looking at like what modern Star Wars is, it's basically the husk of an IP being piloted by ideologues in order to also use it as a facet of their propaganda. Like it's just completely co-opted at this point. No one who actually no one who actually enjoys Star Wars, from what I've seen, enjoys any of the new shit coming out. Disney is headcrab confirmed, unironically. And I guess there are some links and stream suggestions about whatever the fuck you guys are talking about that I have no idea what it is.
Hey guys, smash that like button, leave a comment, push me in the algorithm.
Lactaid milk has a recall. Whistleblower alleging the second assassination on Trump may have been a Secret Service inside job. I'm sorry, what? Anti-BDS laws. Wikipedia source. Okay. U.S. states use anti-boycott lawsuits to punish responsible businesses. Okay. I'll open this one. Pro-Palestinian protest states colleges illegal BDS. Okay. I think this might have been the one that Ziz posted from... No, this is 2024. Okay. ACLU, Supreme Court declines. Okay, let's open that. Paxton wins major case defending Texas anti-boycott. I think this was the one maybe Ziz posted from 2019? No, this is 2023. Man. Do do do. So, we have this article is like the first one that was brought up. U.S. states use anti-boycott laws to punish responsible businesses. Laws penalize companies that cut ties with Israeli settlements. Outside the office of New York State Governor Andrew Cuomo, demonstrators protest against a law that bars the state from investing in companies that support boycotts of Israel. Many United States are against, or many United States are using anti-boycott laws and executive orders to punish companies that refuse to do business with illegal Israeli settlements in the West Bank. Human Rights Watch today said, more than 250 million Americans, some 78% of the population, live in states with anti-boycott laws or policies. 27 states have adopted laws or policies that penalize businesses, organizations, or individuals that engage in or call for boycotts against Israel. The laws or policies in 17 of those states explicitly target not only companies that refuse to do business in or with Israel, but also those that refuse to do business in Israeli settlements. Some states whose laws do not explicitly apply to settlements have also penalized companies that cut settlement ties. States with anti-boycott laws are effectively telling companies that if you do the right thing and disentangle yourselves from settlement abuses, you can't do business with us. What? Said Andrea Prassow, Deputy U.S. Advocacy Director at Human Rights Watch, states should encourage, not sanction companies that avoid contributing to rights abuses. Many states have anti-boycott laws or policies that extend to individuals and companies that enter into business contracts with states. These laws and policies require people entering into contracts to assert that they will not engage in any boycott activity. In January 2019, the U.S. Senate passed a bill that endorsed state anti-boycott legislation, including those that encompass settlement business activity. In March, federal lawmakers introduced resolutions in both the Senate and the House to condemn boycotts of Israel. None of these initiatives has yet to become U.S. law. Okay, well, that's some good news, I guess. It is impossible to do business in the settlements without contributing to or benefiting from human rights abuse and violations of international humanitarian law, Human Rights Watch has said. Anti-boycott laws aim to deter companies from cutting ties to settlements and thereby ending their involvement in human rights abuses there. They aim to deter companies from cutting ties to settlements and thereby ending their involvement in human rights abuses there. Chat, I am really fucking confused. I am really confused reading this. That's clearly unconstitutional, the whole freedom of association thing. Yeah. Like, this seems just incredibly confusing the whole way down. This means if you're getting state contracts, you can't boycott anyone? I don't even know if it's about state contracts. might be written in a biased way. It's just like, it seems really dumb, right? To talk about it's impossible to do business in the settlements without contributing to or benefiting from human rights abuses and violations of international humanitarian law. Acting as if companies in the US, like Nike and whatnot, don't use like slave labor in other countries, right? So I'm a little confused as to like what exactly is being talked about here. And boycott is how they got rid of apartheid in Rhodesia, so they don't want that to happen to them? Companies ain't that clean. Yeah, I'm just like, I'm confused. I am confused. States should scrap anti-boycott laws that penalize companies for taking action that ends their involvement in rights abuses. The Foundation for Middle East Peace published a chart listing the 17 states whose anti-boycott laws or implementing guidelines penalize businesses that boycott Israel or the territories controlled by Israel, a phrase that applies to the Israeli settlements that occupied West Bank. The more I read, the more confused I become. Israeli authorities have facilitated the transfer of more than 600,000 Israeli citizens to the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem, in violation of the I don't give a shit. Business activities help to sustain illegal settlements and make them more economically viable, as set out in the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. Companies have a responsibility to take steps to identify and mitigate serious human rights risks across their operations. A business enterprise that contributes to human rights abuse should take the necessary steps to cease or prevent that contribution, and use its leverage to mitigate any remaining harm to the greatest extent possible. If a company cannot prevent or mitigate this harm, the only reasonable path may be to terminate or refrain from entering into those operations. Doing business with Israel's illegal settlements is an example of a situation in which companies cannot do business without contributing to serious human rights abuses. In November 2018, the global tourism company Airbnb announced it would stop listing properties in settlements as part of a new policy to bar listings that, among other things, contribute to existing human suffering. The day it announced this decision, Israeli Strategic Affairs Minister Gilad Erdan wrote to the governors of Illinois, New York, Florida, Missouri, California, encouraging them to take action in relation to commercial dealings with Airbnb. After several states took action against Airbnb, it changed course and said it would not remove settlement listings from its platform. So this sounds like legal bullying, as it were. Like, if Airbnb wants to stop doing business somewhere, should they not be allowed to, right? Isn't this sort of like the whole bake the cake, you fucking bigot kind of thing? Where, like, you shouldn't be forced to bake the cake if that goes against your religious beliefs? If a company wants to pull out of offering services somewhere, should they not be allowed to, I guess? Am I thinking of this like a too surface level? They should be allowed to divest? It only ever goes one way. This is an incredibly biased article. It insists that companies should boycott Israel, which is just as bad as the government saying you can't. The laws are bad. This article is just as bad. People are missing the point of anti-boycott laws. They exist so companies can't, let's say, cut off a whole state from everything like food. So this is what I was about to say next. I'll read the rest of your comment in a second, but it's like, it makes sense that if a company wants to divest from somewhere, they should be able to. But also, from reading Bridge, we know part of like what Bridge wants to do is force equity of availability and equity of pricing. So if we had like none of these anti-boycott laws, would it be possible for Bridge to do that more easily? Would it be possible for companies to say, sorry, your area has too many white people, so we're not going to sell these products, and if we do, we're going to mark them up by 50% and you'll pay more money for them? Is that something that could come in and happen without these laws in place? I don't know, because I didn't even know there were anti-boycott laws until right now. And reading this article, I don't know, it just leaves more confusion for me. Probably good point. Don't the laws just stop that? I have no idea. This is my first time looking into it, so I'm like speaking very off the cuff as I'm coming into new information. Mobile sucks now, true. A BDS is only regarding Israel. I haven't seen anything that specifically states it has only to do with Israel. We still don't know what the laws even say. That's very true. Very true. Is there something I can click on here, like for a state that shows me? This says a bill that endorsed state anti-boycott legislation. Federal lawmakers introduced resolutions. None of these have become law, but this is a bill that was introduced. This is 50 pages. To make improvements to a certain defense and security assistance provisions, to authorize the appropriation of funds to Israel, to reauthorize the United States Jordan Defense Corporation Act of 2015, and to halt the wholesale slaughter of the Syrian people, and for other purposes. Be it enacted by the Senate and the House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled, blah, 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 blah. Where is the short title? Appropriate committees defined, finding statement of policy, assistance for Israel, extension of war reserves, extension of loan guarantees, transfer of precision-guided munitions, sense of Congress on rapid acquisition. This just seems like things that I would not want to happen, but it doesn't seem to have anything to do with boycotting. This doesn't seem to have to do with boycotting at all, but it's more just funding foreign wars that I would not like to see happen. New York, under a 2016 executive order issued by Governor Andrew Cuomo, published a list of 11 institutions or companies determined to participate in boycott, divestment, or sanctions activity targeting Israel. So Cuomo is talking about specifics with Israel, in which the state cannot invest. The blacklist includes 2 grocers concerned with products originating in settlements, and 2 European pension funds that divested from Heidelberg Cement, whose subsidiary operates a quarry in a settlement. Farnham, thank you for the 20. What truly is real? Are we not in a simulation anyways? Why don't we, USA, just save quick and then do something? If it turns out bad, just reload. I don't think we can reload the simulation. Kirsche, thank you for the 5. BDS is old, like since the 2000s at least, left pro-Palestine movement. They have a point because IPAC is real and the I isn't Italian, but it's hard to dig into because of the Marxism tint that it has. Don't ask me for a source, it's my old memories. You've only heard BDS in regards to Israel? I've never heard of BDS until today. American Civil Liberties Union has challenged the constitutionality of several states' laws as violations of freedom of expression. In Texas, it represents 2 university students who want to judge high school tournaments, a freelance writer, and a reporter. These individuals were required to sign a certification that they are not engaged in boycotts of Israel or settlements or forego opportunities and lose income. See, this is really stupid because we live in the United States and not Israel, and if people want to boycott Israel, they should be able to. I don't particularly care either way, but it seems weird to have, like, laws against this. U.S. federal courts issued preliminary injunctions blocking the enforcement of anti-boycott laws in Kansas and Arizona, following similar suits, leading legislators in both states to scale back their laws. An Arkansas federal court dismissed an analog challenge to its similar law, which has been appealed. The Texas case remains pending. Individuals have the right under international human rights laws to express their views through nonviolent means, including participating in boycotts. Authorities may restrict speech, but only under narrow and stringent conditions. David Kay, the UN Special Rapporteur, I don't know why it's spelt like this, because it... What? On the promotion and protection of the right to freedom of opinion and expression, has stated that a boycott has long been understood as a legitimate form of expression protected under Article 19(2) of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. True. Kay has argued that the anti-BDS legislation of U.S. states appears clearly aimed at combating political expression, and that economic penalties designed to suppress a particular political viewpoint would not meet the conditions under the ICCPR for permissible restraints on speech. HRC is a United Nations org, if you recall correctly? Anti-boycott laws do not affect individuals, only corporations. It's so, let's say, liberal companies can't starve out a Republican state to force them to adopt liberal policy. I mean, sure, right? And I could see the dangers in completely repealing things like that. But I also don't think it's a good idea to have, like, opportunities and such as, like, named up here to forego opportunities and lose income because you particularly want to boycott Israel. And, like, it even says individuals were required to sign certification, so it's not even just about corporations. And Israel has nothing to do with U.S. clay, so it makes even less sense for there to be any U.S. laws preventing you from doing or saying anything against Israel. You know, it's a huge overstep. Yeah, it's just really weird, right? You know, like, if people want to make, like, conspiracy theory stuff, doing things like this, don't help your case calling them conspiracy theorists, right? Activists worldwide use boycotts to challenge rights abuses, but many U.S. states have signaled a disturbing intolerance for boycotts that push back against Israel's abusive and illegal settlements. States that have passed anti-BDS laws, those whose language clearly targets companies that boycott settlements in addition to Israel, are listed in italics. That's a list of states. Anti-boycott laws in the U.S. are part of an increasingly global campaign by Israel and its supporters to combat perceived supporters of the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement. The BDS movement calls for boycotting Israel until it ends its occupation, treats Palestinian citizens equally, and honors the internationally recognized right of Palestinian refugees and their descendants to return to the homes that they were expelled from or fled during Israel's creation. You see, again, I don't know anything about, like, foreign whatever the fuck, so I just don't care. I just do not give a single fuck about any of this. But it seems really weird to also bundle in that anyone who would want to boycott Israel or say something negative about them would be part of, like, this kind of thing. Right of return equal Israel won't exist anymore? That is your free choice. Yeah, it's just like, I just don't want to be involved in foreign wars. That is my position. Man, screw the MIC for keeping this an issue. DRT is King, thank you for the 5. It's meant to also block government employees from being focused on foreign agents. The BDS movements have been Marxist kisslings for decades. Calling it this, I don't know, just, it's weird. In 2011, the Israeli Knesset passed a law allowing people to file lawsuits and seek damages against anyone who publicly called for boycotts of Israel, defined to include settlements. In March 2017, an amendment to the country's law of entry authorized the authorities to refuse entry into Israel to activists who publicly call for or have committed to participate in a boycott against Israel. Okay, now this is based. Can we have that? Right? If Israel can make an amendment to their country's law of entry that says if you've publicly called to boycott our country or you've said things that would damage our country, you can't come in. Can we have that in the United States? Can we say if you want to immigrate here and you've wanted to boycott the U.S. or you've said bad things about the U.S., you actually just can't come in? Can we do that? I'd like to do that. They're our greatest ally after all, so they should be flattered that we want to take a page out of their book. Right? Right? No, you're European stock. No, you have a First Amendment? The First Amendment doesn't apply to foreign invaders. Nice try, though, cuck. Let Israel have it. I value the 1A. I don't value 1A for foreign invaders. That would be anti-Semitic. Please, can we have that? Think of the virtue points. Think of the virtue points, man! Under the law, it revoked the work visa of a Human Rights Watch official in May 2018 based on allegations that the official supported boycotts of Israel. Alright, now I don't know who's Jewing who here anymore. Alright, because as I don't like the Human Rights Watch, alright, so like based Israel for getting rid of the Human Rights Watch, but also not based Israel having laws in our country that prevent us from boycotting them. I don't know what's going on here. Oh god, why should our rights apply to non-citizens who hate us? Exactly. Constitution recognizes universal human rights. It does not bestow rights to citizens. You get out of here with your globalist nonsense. Stop noticing things. Today we learned there are no good guys. Oh, Jesus. This article just raises more fucking questions here, man. In April 2019, an Israeli court rejected a Human Rights Watch legal challenge to the revocation, stating that the country's anti-boycott law applies to both boycotts directed at Israel and those directed at only West Bank settlements. So, like, that's Israel's law, though. I don't care what Israel does with their law. They can do whatever the fuck they want in their own country, right? The ruling cites as boycott-promoting activities Human Rights Watch research on the activities of businesses such as Airbnb and its recommendation that they halt their activities in settlements because of their harm to the rights of Palestinians. Human Rights Watch said it will appeal the decision to Israel's Supreme Court. You beg of me to read this off stream? I don't know what's happening, man. The Bill of Rights applies to everyone, but they aren't citizens, so only speech and bearing arms would apply, not stuff like 4 and 5. Right, but again, if we have people seeking to come to our country, to subvert our country, to change our culture, why the fuck would I want to give them equal rights to citizens here? When we know that they're not given equal rights, they're given preferential treatment. If you want your country to fall apart and no longer be the country you grew up in, sure, you can give that to them. But if you want to protect your country's culture, maybe be a little bit more like Israel, making these laws saying, if you're going to be a piece of shit to our country, why would we let you in? To subvert the Constitution. You need to have standards. Yeah, exactly. Note that the Constitution does not grant entry to foreigners. Very true and real. They can say whatever they want. We don't have to let them in after they do, though. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's like being the, well, actually, foreigners should have the right to full free speech just like everyone else under the Constitution. You sound like those Christians who keep reminding everyone, don't fight back. We have to be so kind and understanding. Turn the other cheek as they lie to us and rape our children. That's exactly what you sound like when you argue for that kind of thing. Rhodesia had the best voting system, making only educated people with skin in the game allowed to vote. Why would someone leave their country to go to the States and try to make it like the shithole they live in? Ask the Californians that made California the shithole it is, and then move to other states and vote for the same exact fucking policy. Country is defined by 3 things: language, culture, borders.
Today I fucked up by trying to inflate my penis like a dick balloon. I want to read that one.
Hook, thank you for the 10! HRW isn't HRC, and the HRC you know of from Bridge is a shade of the UN HRC. This rabbit hole you started down with Vidya goes real deep. Yeah, true. True and real. Hi, I'm Californian. Fuck those guys. Pneumonia. The Constitution exists to tell the government what rights it cannot infringe upon. Those protections shouldn't extend to people here illegally. True. You'd use the same litmus test we use for prohibited speech in the US, incitement to violence. Sure, that's a reason to restrict entry. I completely disagree. I do not want foreign invaders coming here illegally to enjoy protections under our country's constitution. And the fact that people would want to extend that, that's how you get a ruined country, in my opinion. Those aren't Christians, those are churchians that make that argument. DRT is gag, thank you for the 2. I can't read that. Those are mostly sex slaves. This is your brain on libertarianism. They misconstrued turn the other cheek. It's stupid. You resent them. You left California because you hate what it's become. Yeah, unfortunately. Unfortunately. If you want to move to America, you should love America. It's that simple. That's what I'm saying. That's why it's based when Israel says, look, you fucking hate our country, we're not going to let you in. We should be able to do the same thing. If you say you're going to shit in my sink, I'm not going to let you in my house. Yes. Yes. You'll consider allowing them to fall under the First Amendment as soon as they start obeying our immigration laws? Exactly. people who emigrate here legally and actually want to be here. Nobody has any problems with legal immigration. Protecting borders and integrity of the country shouldn't be based just normal. Unfortunately, we live in clown world. Unfortunately, this is like Airbnb's response here. New York State response. Effect on human rights, a case study. I don't know if I should care about this. There's another article. Map shows states where boycotting Israel is illegal. Are they going to show us, like, the bills in here, though? Amid ongoing pro-Palestinian protests at different college campuses in the U.S., a number of states have previously passed legislation essentially making it illegal to boycott Israel. In recent weeks, pro-Palestinian protests have broken out at colleges like Columbia, Northwestern, University of SoCal, and George Washington University. At Columbia University, protesters set up a Gaza solidarity encampment with supporters of the boycott. Divestment sanctions BDS movement calling on the school to divest from Israel. Well, see, they can be allowed to do this, but you can't really force people to join a boycott, right? Forcing people to join isn't really going to help anything. Tensions across college campuses have remained high since October 7th, when the Palestinian militant group Hamas launched an attack on southern Israel that left 1,200 people dead and saw over 200 more taken hostage. More than 34,000 Palestinians have died in Gaza since the war began, the Associated Press reported. Isn't Hamas, like, literally a terror group? What are we talking about here? What is going on? This is an article that is pro-Palestine, talking about we should be allowed to boycott Israel, and then brings up a literal terrorist organization launching an attack on Israel. So I'm a little confused here. What is going on? Registered and self-admitted. If you are taking the side of terrorists, I'm not really sure what's happening, right? Clown world. Again, I have to remind people, I'm reading these articles with very limited knowledge of anything that goes on about this war. Because my stance on foreign wars is I don't think American dollars, American technology, and American bodies should be involved in foreign wars. So I don't bother reading about this shit because I don't care. Hamas and homosexual Antifa types are strange bedfellows in this recent pro-Palestine fight. I don't know what's happening, man. I'm confused at what's going on with Israel and the surrounding countries. The world for the last 2,000 fucking years. True. These people unironically think you're a Nazi if you don't want to get rid of the Jews. That seems like the logic here, which makes me even more confused. Don't ask any questions about why Hamas rules Palestine or about work permits from Israel or anything like that. Hamas is 100% not associated with Israel and has never been supported by Israel. What? Oh. What? That's part of the reason you're voting for Trump. He agrees with not shedding American blood or spending American dollars for non-Americans. That's like the biggest thing for me, right? Memes about Antifa becoming faster? What do you mean becoming? Weren't they always? Hey. War never changes. I don't know. Despite the ongoing protests at different colleges, several U.S. states have previously passed legislation that bars state agencies from working with and investing in companies that boycott Israel and or support the BDS movement. Okay, now hold on. You've changed the language here. Several U.S. states have previously passed legislation that bars state agencies from working with and investing in companies that boycott Israel. This says state agencies, where this other article pointed out that it was, like, specifically individuals as well. Which, like... I can't find it. Control F, individual. 4 matches. Where is it? 27 states. Yeah, they add individual language there. Where's the one? The American Civil Liberties Union has challenged the constitutionality. In Texas, it represents 2 university students who want to judge high school tournaments, a freelance writer and a reporter. These individuals were required to sign a certification that they're not engaged in boycotts of Israel. I feel like this falls into my opinion with Germany's law on criminally prosecuting people who have Holocaust denial. right? Like, if somebody wants to espouse crazy beliefs, they should be able to without legal repercussion. Because if they're crazy, then there's going to be enough pushback on them publicly that they might learn something, right? If you push them underground and into an echo chamber, they're never going to learn anything different than what they already believe. I feel like... I don't know how to say this, right? Because, like, I have to abide by the same rules. And acknowledging that you're not able to criticize Israel is a very dangerous road to walk down. You have what in Germany? In Germany, Holocaust denial is like a criminal penalty. Like, if you publicly talk about how you don't think the Holocaust happened in Germany, you can face jail time and fines. Little stoner boy, thank you for the 100 biddies. If you're here illegally, you should not be persecuted because of your opinion, but because you are here illegally. I didn't say they should be persecuted for their opinion. If they're here illegally, we give them tons of free shit, right? That already shouldn't happen. But if you're coming here illegally, and you're also saying, I hate America and I want to see America destroyed, that should be extra reason to not let you into America. That should not be something that we say, oh, well, you know, the First Amendment allows it, and you're a foreign invader, so, you know, come on in, pick up your gun next week, right? Like, why the fuck is California giving illegals real estate down payment assistance? Because that's the natural evolution, right? Did no one think this was going to happen? If we're already giving illegals driver's licenses, if we're already giving them access to work, if we're already giving them access to welfare, if we're already giving them all of this shit, why would it not stand to reason that we start giving them housing grants? Only if you're German, refugees can deny the Holocaust all day long. Well, I mean, refugees are living under a different set of rules than native Germans. And just because they want them to be citizens. Only in California. What about American citizens saying they hate America? American citizens should have the application of the Constitution on them. I'm talking about foreign invaders, people who are not American citizens. Do not whataboutism here. Adepta Potentia, thank you for the 5. Hamas, while being a terrorist group, is also the leading party in Palestine. They hold all the political power, and the Palestinian people aided them. But why? In my ideal world, can people who are critical of anything America not come in, or just people who hate America? Just people who hate the country. Like, if you hate the US, you're not going to do anything worthwhile while you're here. Right? I'm not saying no criticism. I'm not saying you can't criticize the US, because there's plenty to criticize the country for. But if you hate the country and you want to see it fall, I don't think you should be let in if you're here illegally. And if you're not here illegally, why would you be coming in a legal way unless you're someone like that Chinese lady who didn't become an American citizen? She's still a Chinese citizen, and she now presides over a board of immigration in California. You have to institute, like, gatekeeping of your country, or foreigners who hate your country and want to see it destroyed will have an easier time infiltrating. Remember, these people do not hold the values that you do, and they will use your values against you in order to destroy you. Okay, and then you're fine with my point because it could be taken very wrong if worded improperly. I mean, I'm not the best at wording things improperly, but I hopefully have gotten across what I was trying to say. Put it like this, saying the NFA is bad is fine, but saying you should replace the Constitution with Sharia is not? Yeah. Isn't blaming Palestinians for Hamas taking power like blaming the average American for Joe Biden being installed as president? Maybe? I don't know how Hamas took power in Palestine. I have no idea. You're not retarded. I believe in you. Your dad's cousin was coming down from Vermont a couple of months back. It got hit head-on in Massachusetts by an illegal alien. His wife was killed instantly, and he was put into a coma for a few days. And the worst part is he's not going to get any help paying for any of that. He's just going to be completely fucked. Mass was giving licenses to illegal aliens when I was still a teenager. Like, Massachusetts was ahead of the curve on protecting those people. Harmonic Drive, thank you for the €5. German Holocaust deniers are already in their echo chamber. No evidence or social pressure changes their minds. They're dangerous. If it weren't illegal in Germany, right? I'm not saying that all of those people would no longer exist, but if you are allowed without legal repercussion to say retarded things publicly, you will get more pushback than if you are forced to only say it in hushed tones underground with your echo chamber. Echo chambers will always exist, right? You can't completely eradicate them. But if there is no legal repercussion, the people who believe things that are ludicrous and ridiculous and possibly dangerous, when they talk about them publicly, they'll get enough pushback that sometimes these people will be like, maybe I am thinking about things incorrectly. Maybe I do have something wrong. Right? Light is the best disinfectant, and the government should not be giving you legal repercussions for things you say as a citizen of that country. Barring, like, actual calls to violence, obviously. Germany is a bad example. Germany is a very good example of laws being bad in that regard for speech. All of the censoring of right-wing beliefs on social media also creates echo chambers on both sides, but you feel like left-leaning echo chambers are bigger. For the Western sphere, I would probably agree. Am I out of touch? No, it's the children who are wrong. Oregon DMV recently had an audit, and they found that there were 300 illegals, non-citizens, on the registry. Doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me. It's a bad idea. The denier is well briefed on all the arguments, while the average citizen isn't. I don't think it's a bad idea. People should be able to talk about bad things or crazy things that they believe in, right? We don't stop people from talking about how the world is flat. We don't stop people from denying the Armenian genocide, right? We let those people say their crazy things out loud, and people rightfully look at them and call them crazy. It shouldn't be any different for such things in Germany. Come late. Ah! If stupid people didn't have rights, none of us would. Bring back the trivium and quadrivium? I don't know what that is. Well, I don't know what that is. What is the common factor to the things we're not allowed to talk about? We're not allowed to talk about that, surprisingly enough. That can cause you a lot of issues. You think we should ban all minors? If there was a way to ban all minors from the internet without instituting real ID, I'd be 100% for it. But I don't want to have people use their real IDs to use the internet. True, the fact you can't question it because it makes more people question things. So many questions! Truth fears no investigation? You would think so. You would hope so. Jailing someone for denial causes more people to think that something is going on? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. The more that you try to tell people they can't talk about something, the more questions they're going to ask. It was the same exact thing during COVID. Also, yeah, my BGM is off, you're right. Stealing someone else's real ID to use on the internet because it was leaked by 4,000 different companies in the first 2 weeks. True. The truth doesn't really fear investigation. It is the lie that does. The things you do to be able to ban minors from the internet so you never have to hear their stupid opinions ever again. Yeah. Yeah. And they investigated it. That's why people denied it. So they just said that it was on the other side of the Iron Curtain. What? Marxists have depended on freedom of speech to subvert societies and seize power. They know how the game works, so they ban and censor. Pretty much. Pretty much. It's again, they use your principles and beliefs against you, and they don't have those same principles, so they don't work on the same rules. Dark Lelouch G, thank you for the 5. Unrelated to all this, you would definitely like to see and maybe react to Drago Dazarian on American Veterans Center. First 25 seconds will hook you. I have no idea what that is. Oh, no idea what that is. The only good part of minors on the internet is when you beat them in games, they're not allowed to play, and then they scream really loud. What the fuck? Telling you that you can't talk about it is a classic blunder. Have they not heard about the Streisand effect? They have, but if there's legal repercussions for you talking about it, the Streisand effect doesn't matter. A real ID would have never happened without the 17th, nor to a lot of shit. The 17th is quite possibly the worst amendment ever. Well, real ID hasn't happened. I'm not sure what you mean. Kids on COD open mic were great days. And commies have free speech, so we should just ban it. I don't think that's what anyone said. I don't think anyone said that. I'm pretty sure the sentence that was stated that I read out of chat was that commies use your principles of free speech against you, but they know how to play the game, and so they are the ones who censor people, which is true and real. They don't care about their own hypocrisy, they just want to win. True. There are still a few holdout states, you think, but most of the holdouts have folded by now. Riot, thank you for the 2. The 19th was worse! Oh my gosh. I guess it's just like... I don't really understand what any of this is. I don't really understand what is happening here. I don't care about pro-Israel and pro-Palestine. Click on the meter to rate this article. I don't care. I genuinely don't care. Defend the rights of all people nationwide. Abortion care, trans people's rights to live freely. Who the fuck is linking me this garbage? Who the fuck is linking me this garbage? I don't... Where's the fuck 'em both option? I don't know what any of this is talking about. If there are laws that specifically state that you cannot criticize Israel in the US, those are bad. I haven't seen any evidence that these laws exist. I've read 2 articles, and they say that there are anti-boycott laws, and they're specifically trying to paint this as about Israel specifically. And one of them has Andrew Cuomo specifically calling out Israel in this context. I just don't care. I just don't care. And I'm not going to read more pro-Palestinian bullshit because it's not going to make me care. If we have laws that say we can't talk badly about Israel, those laws should not exist. That would be my opinion. If they exist, they shouldn't. That's bad. Don't remember when Florida's governor passed a hate speech law a couple of years ago? No, I don't. No, I don't. It's a de facto law. If you criticize Israel, you're insta-branded as a leftard. If you criticize Israel, you're insta-branded as a leftard. What has happened? What kind of CERN timeline shift have I gotten into where if you criticize Israel, you're a leftist? Because typically it's if you criticize Israel, you're a Nazi. I just... Chat's a bit schizophrenic today. What? Isn't that the other way around? I don't know what's happening, man. If you don't support Ukrainian Nazis, you're a Nazi. It's like, I know criticism of Israel gets you kind of depersoned online, right? That's kind of always been the case. That's why whenever people make jokes, you have to really tiptoe around it like a fucking ballerina. You're not allowed to notice too much, only a little bit, as a treat.
I love the 6,000-year-old lolly cum demon vampires.
You mean the extremes of both sides think that? Did we get raided by Destiny today? I don't know. Maybe these are people trying to, like, farm for out-of-context quotes, but it's like, if I don't know what I'm reading and you're sending me a whole bunch of articles on a war that I know nothing about besides that I don't want to have my country involved in it, you're gonna just get sound bites where I sound ignorant because that's the only way I can sound if I don't know anything about what's going on. So I guess congratulations if that's what you were looking for. We can't have shit in current year, even being anti-Semitic has gone woke. I was like, I don't know what the fuck is happening, man. The far left loves Palestine, so apparently now any criticism of Israel makes you far left. That's so dumb. That's so dumb. I've opened a can of worms. If I want more info, better to ask people off stream. I mean, I guess so. We shouldn't have laws in the US that prevent us from criticizing other countries, be that Israel or anywhere else. We shouldn't have laws like that. If we do, which I couldn't find anything that says we definitively have anything specifically for criticism about Israel. If we do, we shouldn't. Ask Spoon. I feel like that would be a biased answer. Why can't I hate both sides for doing war crimes? Thank you. Why do Republicans support Israel and won't allow criticism of it? Same with Dems. They both suck. That's what I said during the debates. I was just like, why are we having talk about Israel and Ukraine in an American presidential debate? And people said I was a retard for thinking that. So it's just like, okay, are there other countries that have their candidates for the ruler of their country cocksucking America in their presidential debates? If so, sure, maybe I'm the retard for thinking that. Look up the Shulamit Aloni quote. I don't know who that is. I don't think that's relevant either. Spoon is going to have a biased opinion about Israel. That's what I said. How about declaring censorship laws immoral, such as ones on Holocaust denial? You believe that some facts have Holocaust denial leaning, so people should speak them as pre-libertarian Red Cross visits. What the fuck are you talking about? Republicans especially have to go the extra mile to love Israel because we are always called Nazis? I mean, maybe. Maybe, dude. Like in Metal Gear Solid 2, bureaucracy and the internet has propagated misinformation everywhere we look, to the point of now the truth is so twisted and deformed that now globalists are trying to do what GW did? Guild Wars? Look, we solved the Fent crisis and veteran support crisis. We should stop spending internationally. And not as many croaked in the camps. What are you talking about? That said, Nazis are still douches. I don't... There are certain things you're not allowed to talk about, chat. There are certain things you can't make jokes about. I enjoy being able to live without waking up with 2 bullets in the back of the head. Alright, okay? Fuck modern wars. It feels more like ideologues rather than an actual conflict. Yeah. She said GW and you were like, what did Games Workshop do now? Yeah, I'm not good at acronyms, chat. I'm not good at acronyms. Guild Wars was one of the AI made by the Patriots in Metal Gear Solid? Okay. Chat is not right today. Ban everybody! Oh damn, what evidence do you have against the Clintons? Look, you know, even Alex Jones is afraid. Yeah, you can't expect much from a fucking anime woman on the internet if, even Alex Jones is now going bankrupt. They wanted his cat, man. Hey. Speaking of 2 bullets in the back of the head, the Diddy on watch. Yeah, he is on suicide watch. He is on suicide watch. Acronyms can be problematic sometime when 2 to 3 letters happen to stand for multiple things. I can't acronym, dude. I can't acronym.
I don't wanna.
They wanted his cat. Must be Haitian. Judge of Booty, thank you for the 4-month resub. Base Fox, hell yeah. Stay true. I'm trying my best to stay true while also staying alive. Wait, they actually wanted... No, they legitimately wanted Alex Jones's cat, yeah. You really hope he has all the video set to dump if he dies? I hope so, too. I hope so, too. Frostlord, thank you for the 2. TMDA, too many damn acronyms. Very true. Very fucking true. You mentioned we were talking about BDS today in a group chat, and the first guess was you typoed and dropped an M? I'm glad that that is something that the majority of people don't seem to know about. No red square. No red square on my end. Protect Cheems, Bane, crazed chatters. Anyone else cry when Amelia Watson announced her graduation today? I saw that! I was not expecting her to be somebody who graduated that early. Like, I know it's been 4 years, but it still seemed like fucking out of the blue, dude. Actually out of the blue. Oh, mate. Yeah, no, she is, she's graduating. She's going to apparently still be working, like, behind the scenes at HoloLive, but she's no longer going to be, like, streaming or doing, idle activities. It's a soft graduation. I mean, not really a soft graduation. She's gonna be the new A-chan. You hope Kirsche doesn't graduate soon? The only way I graduate soon is if I die, so... Stop trying to get me to talk about glowy topics, I guess. She won't be working at HoloLive, but she'll still show up sometimes. Speaking of self-deletion, still paying attention to the second Trump assassination attempt, he won't make it to trial. You think? You think so? A wedding is a graduation? I mean, a graduation of one part of life into another, I suppose, but that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. At this point, HoloLive is the only good tuber company that you like. HoloLive pretty nice thus far. Haven't seen any reason to dislike them. It's a shame Kirsche got graduated in the back of the head and fell down a couple of flights of stairs and then went for a swim in a river. Yeah, true. Yeah, true. I love all the people who are just like, Kirsche won't risk her livelihood getting taken away by talking about this one specific thing I want to talk about, not based. She's a grifter. For Inconzin, thank you for the €2. Please don't die! I'll try my best. I'll try my best. Face Connect is a coffee company. You know, if I do have someone come after me, though, I hope it's one of these, like, robot police officers. Where's this fucking video? This thing looks hilarious. This thing looks hilarious. There's a little robot police officer arresting a guy.
Taking a closer look at a dramatic East Lubbock standoff where multiple shots were fired and one person was injured.
39-year-old Felix De La Rosa was wanted for a parole violation. That's why officers tracked him to the hotel. But when he fired shots, they called in the Lubbock County SWAT team. At one point, we saw and heard him fire at a bomb squad robot.
Look how ridiculous this looks, man.
It sprayed tear gas into De La Rosa's hotel room. Initially, De La Rosa tried to fight the robot, even throwing sheets and what looked like towels at it, but that didn't stop the robot from deploying gas. We watched as De La Rosa crawled out of that window and onto the ground where the robot pinned him until officers took him into custody.
Taking a closer look at a dramatic East...
That just looks so goofy! Man versus machine. He really shot a robot. Look at the way this thing fucking crawls over his body. It just looks so stupid. Imagine losing to that. I mean, I'm sure it's heavy, right? I'm sure he couldn't push it off. The thing's probably heavy, but it looks absolutely ridiculous. It looks so goofy. The current year Terminator. Bro, shouldn't have skipped leg day. Weak ass chicken legs. Dude lost to a bot. He's doing his best. I gotta run him over again to make sure the job is done. I'm not gonna be nice to the criminal. Weebs and Gears, Onaski, holy goddess, thank you for the 2. You just don't want your money going overseas. That's pretty much how I feel. Like, I don't want to go on some, like, moral crusade in someone else's country. Can I think things are fucked up in other countries? Sure. Do I want my country to go in and fix the other country? No, not my job. Not my clay, not my problem. And that could be a blind, ignorant take, but it is the one I have because I just don't care to get involved. Holy shit. Is this Mari _EN's future husband? Well, hopefully he gets better at arresting criminals if it would be. Good thing it's not a drone or a pager. Oh my god. South Korea is different. Though, right guys? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. The fucker's 400 pounds. The robot? Fucking probably. I mean, it looks like it'd be heavy. The bot is armed with tear gas. It's fun till I'm the one crying and coughing. I'm surprised it was only armed with tear gas. You'd expect them to have like a taser on a robot, right? At least a taser. Heat, thank you for the 5. Tactical assault blanket injured that brave robot. Ban all blankets. They need a dildo attachment. It already mounts criminals. That's a different direction, my guy. What you talking about? What are you talking about? Munya. We need common sense, high capacity sheet regulations. Star Phoenix, thank you for the 2. Would I get mounted by a robot forcibly? Oh, when? I was like, what do you mean, would I? When you get mounted by a robot forcibly? I was like, what the hell? Travis LaFarve, thank you for the $4.99. Oh, right, the ketchup. The ketchup for Kirsche. The ketchup chosen especially to please Kirsche. Kirsche's ketchup. Cronkalations, 420. Imagine delicious homemade ketchup. A taser would require pretty fine motor skills and accuracy. Tear gas is about as effective as you can get without any fine controls. But what if you could turn the whole robot into a taser? Like, if it touched the person, it would tase them, right? Dude got violated. What else do I have open here? What else is happening? Oh, we had an article that had like a little bit of an update on the Trump shooter guy. Little bit of an update, I suppose. We see the robot in its natural habitat. Oh my god. Ryan Ruth's cell phone was near the former president's golf club in Florida beginning at 1:59 a.m. on Sunday, according to a federal criminal complaint. The cell phone of the suspect charged on Monday in a possible assassination attempt against former President Donald Trump was near the golf course where the episode took place for nearly 12 hours, court records show. Someone brought this up when we were talking about it casually yesterday. This is my first time reading it specifically. Did he get additional charges for shooting a police officer? The bot! What the heck? The cell phone of Ryan Ruth, the suspect, was in the vicinity of the area along the tree line of the Trump International Golf Course in West Palm Beach, Florida, beginning at 1:59 a.m. on Sunday, according to a federal criminal complaint filed on Monday. The Secret Service agent walking the perimeter of the course at 1:31 p.m. on Sunday saw what appeared to be a rifle poking out of the tree line. The agent fired at it, causing the gunman to flee. The 8-page complaint does not mention whether the suspect fired his weapon. A witness spotted the suspect leaving the scene in a Nissan Sport utility vehicle, the complaint says. Mr. Ruth was stopped about 45 minutes later on the Interstate 95 and told officers he knew why he was being stopped. The Nissan was using a stolen license plate. The document also says that investigators found a digital camera and a loaded SKS-style semi-automatic assault rifle with an obliterated serial number by the chain-link fence where the rifle had been spotted. This man really do think he wasn't gonna get caught. What the fuck, Lala, thank you for the 10. An interesting rabbit hole would be the Zuzana R. Davis-esque executive director of racial equity, state of Vermont. A fashion commie is getting married in Vermont. The whole state is infected and needs help. What the fuck kind of title is that? That is a crazy sounding person. Dark Lelouch, thank you for 5. Hear me out. Combine the net guns from Chronicles of Riddick and a taser net gun with spikes. What? Well, the SKS is not an assault rifle. Yeah, but the news calls everything an assault rifle. Let's be real. The guy could have been using a Glock and they would have called it an assault rifle, you know? The SKS is a Soviet-era rifle developed in the 1940s that has appeared around the world in various conflicts and is popular in the United States, given its relatively low cost of around several $100s. In his first appearance in federal court, Mr. Ruth, 58, was charged on Monday with possession of a firearm as a felon and with possession of a firearm with an obliterated serial number. The rifle has been sent to the FBI's laboratory in Quantico, Virginia, where experts will try to determine its serial number. The partly scratched number has made it difficult to trace the weapon's origins. The charges against Mr. Ruth are, to an extent, preliminary. The Justice Department's National Security Division, which is responsible for investigating and prosecuting assassination attempts, is taking a central role in the case and could bring additional, more serious charges in the coming weeks. According to 2 law enforcement officials familiar with the situation, they spoke on condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to discuss an ongoing investigation. So we didn't learn too much new, but we do have source for a couple of things.
Like Moses at the Red Sea and give her the
repo site. Thank you for the fatty. Thank you for the This is the second time someone used an SKS to attempt to kill Republicans. Is this some sort of like weird signaling where like if we use the communist guns, surely we can usher in our communism? I don't know what this is. Shit gets you every time. I don't know how I make some of the noises that I do, but I does it. SKS is a cheap aka knockoff for export. It's not a serious firearm among experts. It also sucks in Tarkov. That's the only reason I know much about it. Last time was the Republican baseball shooting. Was that an SKS? I remember the shooting. I just don't remember what they used. Power of communism compels you to use cheap commie block garbage. SKS predates the AK. They believe the propaganda about how reliable it was. You get a commie waifu if you score enough good comrade points. Is that how it works? It's our waifu, comrade. The SKS came before the AK. Fash is a central state worship. I'm not sure what you're talking about. You can't think of any other ones? SKS was okay in PUBG, but you're terrible? Truly, honestly. Allegedly, the mayor of Ohio is the owner of a company that owns rental properties. I have that in a tab somewhere. Where do I have that in a tab? I have it here. I have it here. See, I'm gonna complain again. Because this tweet was linked. The mayor of Springfield donates to Democrats with the profit he makes on his rental properties, profit which comes from federal housing subsidies to Haitians. Democrats are funneling your tax dollars to themselves through men like Rob Rue while destroying your communities. And they post like this little excerpt from the Buckeye Reporter, but I don't know who the Buckeye Reporter is, and they don't post the link down here. But from Leading Report, it says, Republican, Springfield, Ohio Mayor Rob Rue, who said he does not want Trump to visit his city, donates to Democrats. Wow, imagine that. There are people pretending to be Republican who actually aren't. Wow, I'm so shocked and surprised. Who could have seen this coming? Who could have predicted this? Wow. And I did find the Buckeye Reporter article, even though that other person didn't link it. And it says, special report, renting apartments to Haitians is big business for Springfield Mayor Rob Rue and others. A Buckeye Reporter investigation has confirmed that Mayor Rob Rue of Springfield, Ohio, is renting out apartments in buildings that he owns to Haitian immigrants, a move that some local residents are calling a conflict of interest. The Haitian community in Springfield has gained national attention after former President Donald Trump's debate comments on September 10th, alleging that Haitian immigrants are eating cats and dogs. However, locals argue that they're the ones being put through the meat grinder due to a strained local economy from the influx of Haitian immigrants that now comprises roughly 25% of the population in Springfield. A few blocks away from Little and Rue Funeral Home, also owned by Rue, a 37-year-old man who introduced himself as Works, lives in an apartment on an estate worth an estimated $1.3 million. You see, when I used to read articles about an estate worth $1.3 million, I used to think, wow, that's a big, expensive house. It must be huge and beautiful and have many acres of land, and he needs other people to, like, groundskeep for him, and oh, wow, the kitchen must be massive, and has got a big bedroom that's like 3 times the size of my apartment. But now that I'm actually looking at houses myself, I see 1.3 million and I'm like, oh, this guy lives in a crack den. Oh, this guy lives in a house that needs hundreds of thousands of dollars of repair. Like, it's no longer impressive. It's just like, oh, that's an average house in current year. Love the Peter Griffin voice. And now it's a trailer in an asphalt parking lot. Like, that's how fucked things are in housing right now. These days, it's just a new build, crappy place in a white-collar suburb, right, dude? Most affordable house in Canada. That's extremely dependent on location. Yeah, I know it's extremely dependent on location. If I'm looking at, like, a $1.3 million house in Georgia, it's likely going to be a massive house with a massive ground, like a pool, a hot tub, fucking top-of-the-line appliances, right? But I'm not looking in Georgia, so I'm thinking about the region of the country that I'm looking in. $200K out in the sticks versus $20 million in the middle of a city. I've also learned that the difference between looking at a house that's like, let's say $4 million and looking at a house that's $25 million, there's really not that much of a difference between the two of them. It's basically just the location that increases the price that much, which is insane if you think about it. Housing in Canada is 10 times worse and expensive because everyone's favorite man, Justin Trudeau. Your house is $1.25 million. You get a massive hole in the downstairs bathroom from water damage because the former owner put fake wood floors in there. I would be so pissed. I would be so pissed. Very sus to send 20k Haitians to one place in Ohio. When your town, right, like we are experiencing what's been happening in Ireland, right, where they're just sending massive amounts of illegal migrants to these small towns to displace the population. Pierre Poilievre is Canada's only hope. I don't know who that is, I'm sorry. You'll forever be glad you live in a cheap area and you bought your house for under $20,000. I wish I had had the money to buy a home, like, in 2020 when prices were cheap as fuck. I wish I had the money to do it then. But back in 2020, I was still trying to figure out how I was going to pay my bills on time, right? So that a house was out of the fucking question for me. Hey. Dude, this pineapple smoothie is so fucking good. You saved up money by 2021, but it was just a bit too late. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Works told Buckeye Reporter that he and other Haitian immigrants reside in properties owned by Rue. For me, it's not a bad city, said Works. I have 1 year, 2 months in Springfield. However, he added that the Haitian community has been upset by Trump's allegations. Why should we care? Why should we care what a bunch of people here, not legally, are upset by? You know what we should respond to with them being upset? Kicking them the fuck out. Why does what they feel matter? China did this to Tibet in order to replace the people in that area to affect elections, and now the Chinese government gave the Chinese grants to grow their population. Wow, imagine that. Damn, the smoothie is probably just juice now. It's actually not really that melted. It's held up pretty fucking well. Mix gamer subs into your pineapple drink. It already has caffeine in it. Some people are scared to go out after Trump's comments, Works said. Works cut the conversation short when he was picked up by his ride to work. According to public records, Rue owns several rental properties in Springfield through his company Littleton Properties of Springfield, LLC. In addition to being the mayor, Rue is the president and general manager of Littleton and Rue Funeral Home. Rue became the mayor of Springfield in 2023 and previously served as city commissioner and assistant mayor, and is actively involved in local community boards. This kind of makes me think of, like, the super mayor lady, right? Because she's corrupt as fuck, but she's honest about it. She doesn't try to hide her shifty tactics, and that's why all of us can reasonably attack her for being a shitty person, right? All of these other people try to pretend to be nice while hiding their shitty dealings. How fucking convenient. Honest, quote unquote. She's honest in the way that she's taking advantage of people, and she's telling you, yeah, I am taking advantage of you. Now what the fuck are you gonna do about it? She's still a shitty person. I'm not defending her, right? I'm not saying what she's doing is good. I'm just saying because she's not smart enough to not openly brag about what she's doing, she gets, you know, more ire than these people. And the citizens of Springfield need to organize a recall election. I don't know if they can, man. Honestly. Several residents have expressed disappointment with Rue's leadership, suspecting he may have ulterior motives, as he has overseen a significant influx of Haitian immigrants over the past 2 years. Approximately 20,000 immigrants from Haiti. That's crazy. 20,000 immigrants from Haiti have been brought into the community, with rumors suggesting another 10,000 may arrive. The strain on the local economy, public safety, and school system has made him a target for criticism. Concerns about Rue profiting from the immigration crisis have led some to call for his recusal from city matters related to the community. If Mayor Rue is renting out his properties to illegals, and the people and the public should know. He should recuse himself from any vote on the commission because he directly benefits financially from any federal funds received to support the illegals. Residents of Springfield have noted that they have been kicked out of their apartments to make room for Haitian immigrants. They've been raising the rent a lot, 16-year-old Sapphire Flores told Buckeye Reporter. Sitting on the front porch of Flores' grandparents' home only a few doors down from a home owned by mega landlord George 10-year-old Kyrie Davis said that he and his family were displaced by Haitians. Our landlord kicked us out so they can move some of the Haitians in, Davis told Buckeye Reporter. They're interviewing a 10-year-old? I mean, like, please. Sitting on a bench near Springfield's municipal building in downtown, residents Bill Monahan, Jeff Close, and Close wife Lori said there was a growing movement to replace local politicians like Rue. I mean, good, there should be. Glacier Jake, thank you for the 3 months of Prune. Thank you for pruning. 3 months of Taco Tuesdays, Foxu Thursdays, and Freaky Tangent Foxu Fridays. True and real. Mega Lord, right? Why are we asking kids? I said the same thing when we read about like that little girl talking about fruit for Christmas. I was like, why are we talking to a child here? Hey. Even the 10-year-old knows the situation is bad. Bill Monahan, lifelong residents such as Monahan 62 noted that the rental prices for Haitian immigrants are more profitable because landlords can charge a per person fee. Wait, but why? What do they mean by being able to charge a per person fee? Is it because the like illegals aren't subject to our laws, so they can just charge them more, but then they receive the vouchers from the city, so it's tax dollars paying for it anyway? Wasn't the girl talking about fruit for Christmas like one of the single-digit people still alive from the whole thing? She was one of the few survivors, but it's just like, it's still a child, right? They stack them in like 15 people in a house. That doesn't seem safe. They just add rent for each extra person, and Haitians cram in a ton of extra people. Jesus fuck, dude. Per person in the apartment rather than just a cost for the apartment. Not sure why that would be different for Haitians versus Americans. I'm not sure why it would be different either. I'm assuming it has something to do with like weird rental laws, where like you have to treat Americans like at least half of a person, whereas since these people are here illegally, you just don't have to treat them like people, and thus you can charge them exorbitant fees that they can't hope to pay, but the government will pay for them. They build the government rather than the tenant? Yeah. You don't feel bad for the rooks? The rooks? I don't know what that means. And they probably rent them a floor. I love government money laundering. You assume it's because the city is giving them a payout based on head count? I mean, maybe. The families rent by the apartment, but you can charge individuals per room. Local news was talking about how they want Chicago teachers to graduate the immigrant students no matter what their grades are. The government is picking up the tab. I mean, our schools have been doing that for a long time. That's not anything new, unfortunately. It's bad. Not anything new, unfortunately. Still bizarre that it can be a thing. Yeah, it is bizarre. Cult of personality, I think of it too. Cheap labor, cheap votes, and cheap income. Unfortunately. This is just the result of good old-fashioned corruption, and this bastard had better be prosecuted for it. I think we already know. There are no repercussions for people like this who try to destroy regular American lives. Monahan, a former journalist, helps manage a Facebook page called Stop the Influx into Springfield, Ohio. The town has been flooded with migrants, and it has caused a shortage of housing, has caused a huge increase in rental prices, Monahan said. It's pushing people out of their homes so that landlords can replace it with people so that they could basically charge by the cot instead of by the unit. This is one thing I have to ask, right? All of the people who, like, want our country to be flooded with migrants, and I don't mean the politicians, right? Because we know why the politicians do it. We already know that the politicians hate American citizens and want to replace them with, again, like, cheap labor, cheap votes, and people that are much easier to control on average. But, like, the American citizen, the bleeding heart American citizen, how do you read articles about American citizens being pushed further into poverty and being pushed out of places they live in, and still agree that we need to keep open borders and flood our communities with these people who don't come here the right way? Right? Like, how do you read this and think the migrant is more important than the American citizen? How do you have such a disconnect from your fellow countrymen that you would prioritize migrants over these countrymen? And you can't even use the angle of like, well, all these progressives who think this are racist and hate white men, because it's not even only affecting white people, right? And it's affecting black people, it's affecting Mexicans, it's affecting everyone. So it's like, how do they rationalize this in their head as an average person? Consistent propaganda? It just blows my mind, man. You fucking hate them all, the ones who allow this shit to happen? Yeah, because it's not specifically happening to them yet, which is why I loved it when DeSantis started flying these migrants out to places like Martha's Vineyard, because some of these people in their ivory towers need to understand how this affects the people on the ground that these migrants are being bussed into their neighborhoods. They don't live near those people. The UK version is, oh, what lovely kebabs we can eat now. And it's like, it's not just the ivory tower progressives either that believe in this stuff. There's plenty of, like, at least on Twitter, maybe they're lying about being poor, right? But at least on Twitter, there's people who are just like, I'm poor and I also want these migrants here. And it's just like, how do you think this is gonna make it better, though? And they don't care because they'll usually nowhere near it, and they hate people in those states because they don't vote the way they're told to, so they look down on them? That's so weird. Sparky, thank you for the 10R. You're here to pay your Foxu tax, but Kirsche, diversity is America's strength. Don't you want to be forcibly culturally enriched? That's working pretty great for the UK. Oh, I'm so glad I don't live in England. Shadow Cyber Demon, thank you for the 2 Canadians. The Prog see it as extra food options, which is also really weird to me, right? Because it's like, we have plenty of people who emigrate here legally. We have plenty of, like, legal immigrants who set up, like, shops and restaurants from their own cultures. And they're the ones who add to our culture. It doesn't make any sense to me. Now that we have the recipe. Carl Tomlinson on Lotus Eaters recently uploaded a video about something like this, about Zoomer voting. I'd be interested to see that, actually, because when we've read in Bridge, they talk about exactly who the Zoomers listen to and why certain content creators are important to have in their folds. So I'd be interested in the Zoomer voting thing that he covered. Mostly white liberal women voting for this stuff. Oh, I feel like you've missed a ton of the self-hating white soy men as well. Literally cannot blame this on one gender. You are feeding into the division that these people want. Scarfy the Strange, thank you for the 2. As long as some are suffering, all must suffer. If we're all suffering equally, then we'll all finally be equal. To have them in their fold gave me a mental image that you really didn't want. Look, he lost the weight. Nikocado Avocado, his asshole can't hurt you anymore. Monahan said the lack of housing is causing real issues. The housing market is just tight, he said. People can't, let alone affordable housing. You can't find any housing in this town. Monahan said the situation is being exploited by certain individuals who are turning a profit. You've got this George 10 guy from First Diversity, who now you live in his house, he drives you to work, he takes a cut of your pay. It's just like modern day slave operation, he said. What? They mentioned this George 10 guy previously, just as like someone that owned houses, right?
Is it bad to be attracted to a cartoon fox that you don't
I can't find his name. Find a George 10. Sitting on the front porch of Floris's grandparents' home in the few doors down from a home owned by mega landlord George 10. Okay, so they only mentioned him as far as being a mega landlord. You live in his house, he drives you to work, and he takes a cut of your pay. That just sounds like a mob, right? You have so many Zoomers who don't live in cities hating this shit, and many inside cities now realizing the shithole that they're in. They're still cultists, sure, but the tide is turning mightily. I very much hope so. Everything I read says otherwise, but I very much hope so. That's indentured servitude. Yeah, no wonder he's called a fucking mega landlord, man. Welcome back to Company Towns. Thanks, I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. Next door to 10's First Diversity offices are a general store geared towards the Haitian population, as well as a Haitian religious and community center. I'm gonna actually copy this. Maybe I'll look up this after. According to the Ohio Secretary of State, 10 owns a series of businesses including Yankee Cleaning, LLC, 10 Enterprises, LLC, Emergent Enterprises, 10 more investments, 10 more. 10 more. I'm having PTSD flashbacks to Graywood and Eastmore. First Diversity New York and Stonehouse Kitchen and Cabinets. Through 10 enterprises, he owns at least 42 buildings in Springfield. He runs these temp agencies, brings in migrant workers, recruits them at the border, or probably, with that, all of these Haitians, Monahan said. They're probably flying in straight from Haiti with the TPS program, the Temporary Protected Status, So yeah, he's kind of one of the leading slumlords, slave masters, or whatever you want to call the guys in his operation. Monahan said the entire immigration operation in Springfield reeks of corruption. It does. I can agree on that point. They're doing it through these weird public-private partnerships, he said, and it just seems like there's a lot of opportunity to launder money this way, instead of having a centralized location where everything is being handled by one organization in the country. Instead, the city's doing one thing, the county is doing something else. Catholic Social Services is doing something else. It's all just a tremendous waste of money, and I guess it's so obvious that it's got to be intentional. Close, a 49-year-old forklift operator, said he feels the push to bring Haitians to Springfield is driven by greed on behalf of the ruling class. At 22.7% of the population, the poverty rate in Springfield is far higher than the nation's rate of 11.5. Meanwhile, wages have not gone up for existing Springfield residents who are now forced to compete for housing. You've got landlords right now that's kicking tenants out, Close said. They say, look here, we're raising the rent up to $1,500 a month. They say, I can't afford it, you can't afford it, there's the door, we'll bring somebody else in. It's all about the mighty dollar now. Here, you just had our governor on television just the other day talking about, we kick out our homeless, get rid of the homeless shelters, we don't help our vets anymore. They need help. She got our vets out here, and you have the homeless people out here now with the needs help. Considering now Haiti has become a country, Haitians are probably the worst people to try that with. It won't go well for him. I don't know what you mean. What do you mean Haiti just became a country? I'm a little confused. Good God, $1,500 for rent? I know, right? That's kind of cheap. Where can I get $1,500 rent now, dude? If you want some on-the-ground reporting, here's a video you found. Nebin Knackle, thank you for the 5. George King George 10 is getting investigated by the feds for human trafficking while he lives in a castle. That was weird. That is kind of weird. Close said that state-level politicians like Governor Mike DeWine are to blame as well. They don't have the funds for it, they say, but yet all of a sudden DeWine brings to him $2.5 million. He pulls it out of his rear end or whatever he did and said, this is going to go to take care of the Haitian population. It's just ridiculous. Close added that the problem is the politicians, not the Haitians. They're not looking out for us, he said, of leadership. They're looking out for the immigrants, and I have nothing them. They're getting a bad rep as well. Well, they're being sold promises of free shit, and unfortunately those promises aren't fake. They get the free shit when they get here. So it's like, I definitely hate the politicians more, but also remove the Haitians. They don't belong here. Not because they're Haitians, but because they came here illegally. Your rent is $1,100 a month, and that's because it went up $200 because of Bidenomics. My rent should be probably $1,000 more than it is right now, but somehow we've managed to escape our apartment complex trying to update our apartment. So because we don't have, like, new appliances or, like, new kitchen cabinets, our rent is still lower than it should be. Imagine the government being as honest to us as they are to illegal immigrants. Imagine. Scott Roush, thank you for the 10. You're not saying we need to bring back tar and feathering. You are saying you're understanding it more every day. Same, honestly. Spider Dude, thank you for the 2. 10 more, as in 10 more Haitians. I get it! Thanks, I hate that joke. Ayo, Joe, thank you for the $9.99. Just woke up. Happy Friday. Sit on your man's face. I don't have one, but I would if I did. Can't wait to get home and eat your wife's sushi from the back. Jesus Christ. I hope you have a good time with your wife. Hayden75, thank you for the 20. He had a family member that did that back in the 70s, owned a bunch of houses, rented by the head, gave them rides to work, and took a cut of their pay. He ran a wood pallet company and other things. He thought that was over. That's crazy. That's crazy. You have several broken things in your apartment, but your landlord hasn't talked to you in 2 years, and you don't want him to remember he hasn't raised your rent. Understandable. When I moved in, they didn't even, like, replace the bad linoleum in the bathroom and the kitchen. And I was just like, that's not enough for me to complain. I just hope they don't blame that on me when we move out. I mean, they probably will, right? But, like, fuck it, man. There's also been several, like, electrical outlets that have been broken since I moved in. You know, shrug, whatever, man. You're all for bringing back political caning in government from federal to state. It's also theft of funds because money's coming in from non-related laws who coalesced into a grant harvesting scam mill that the usual suspects benefit from, unfortunately. Rent is $485. What the fuck? Single pane windows, sketchy wires. Oh, it's a shack. Okay. I was like, what the hell? How's it so cheap? Ragnar B, thank you for the 5 Canadians. Progressives are all about creating dependents, and dependents are effectively slaves. It's their life's work, global slavery, don't be surprised. I mean, it's like, not shocking, but it's always a little surprising just how out in the open sometimes these people are, right? Because you would expect more average people to call it out, but it seems like they get so insulated that, like, nobody can really make as big of a deal about it as you should be able to. Damn, Kirsche, you live like this. I know. Meanwhile, he said the elite class in the city is cashing in. It's just ridiculous. It's all about the mighty dollar. When you come right down to the bottom line, it's about the money. That's what everybody is out for. He and others have said when they bring their concerns about issues such as increased traffic accidents and public safety impacts, residents have been met with deaf ears. Monahan said that anyone who speaks against the political class is disrespected. If you raise a concern, they're clever in not calling you racist to insinuate that your issues are racially motivated, he said. Close agreed with that analysis. That's just the thing. Anytime you try to say something about it, they say, oh yeah, you're racist, and that race doesn't have to do with any of this. Like, you talked about a moment ago, the housing, how stuff is going for $400 or $500 now. You're paying double, triple that for the same place, and we're talking about rundown shacks. Monahan said he believes the next municipal elections will bring changes at the ballot box. I hope so, but also I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't. They switched it up, became more subtle. These days it's cheaper to live in a mini house than an apartment. It really is. Apartment prices are out of fucking control. Out of fucking control. And it's also insane when people try to call you racist for not wanting people here illegally. And the people who also try to conflate it with, like, not wanting any kind of immigration at all. It's like, no. Regular controlled immigration, completely fine. Completely open borders, illegal immigration, not fine. Oh god, my eye. I have an itch on my eyeball. Ah. Remember, they want these people to vote, so who's going to keep them in office when they're shitting all over the local populace? I guess. Unfortunately. You do want zero immigration. Unfortunately, I don't think that could be achieved in the US. Personally, I feel like there's like a dual-edged blade when you take, like, good immigrants, as it were, right? Like, immigrants that want to come here, that have specialized skills. If they're coming from a country that still needs development, then that specialized person could better help their home country that they're born in become a better place. Right? Instead of us basically, like, sucking all of the people resources out of a country so it has less time to develop better. Brain drain. How are you supposed to help repair your neighbor's home when yours is in a state of influx? True. True and real. It absolutely can for at least a little while. Why cheat on the ballots when you can just have these people vote for you? True. Hello, Cheems Ball. Aw, he didn't even want to lick my toes this time. He just curled up and fell asleep on my foot. What a cutie. What a cutie cat. Most of them don't come back. For your country, the government doesn't pay them well. You want increased immigration of legal immigrants, deportation of illegal immigrants, and reduction of fees, redo the process for overall legal immigrants? I don't think I want increased legal immigration. I think our immigration process could be made a little less convoluted, right? But I don't think I would want to be like, yeah, increase it. People who used to have to work hard making places decent to live, now everyone just wants to have it easy, pretty much. You remember in middle school, your best friend was an immigrant, and your neighborhood was full of immigrants who'd learn your face and greet you and make the place happier. And then they wheel in the people like this by the busload, and now you get to say, kick them the fuck out. And we had plenty of exchange students when I was in high school as well, and it's like, it's a cool thing to experience, but it's like, just because I like people from other countries doesn't mean I want unchecked immigration. That's a crazy mindset. Thank God they're 3D printing houses now. Ugh, God, I hate that video. Pretty boy Jeremy, thank you for the 10. Prank him, Kirsche. Cane politicians. I don't know if that's a prank. I don't know if that's a prank, bro. What else do I have in my tabular tabs today? Titular tabs. Well, we were talking about Canada. We got a little weird Toronto article here. Toronto teachers take students on a field trip to pro-Palestinian march and led them an anti-Semitic chants. They lied about the purpose of the field trip. They lied about what students would do. Toronto District School Board teachers who lied to Toronto parents must be held accountable. Is there a protein break in the tabs? No, I'm still drinking my my fruit shake, my fruit schmovie. Toronto District School Board teachers reportedly misled students and parents about the objective of a field trip Wednesday, as kids in grades 7 and 8 reportedly marched to an anti-Israel and pro-Palestine slogans being shouted by their instructors, Rebel News reported. Video taken of the trip shows children being led as adults chant of "From Turtle Island to Palestine, occupation is a crime." Turtle Island sounds like a cute place. The adults appear to be wearing keffiyehs and face coverings in the footage. At a TDSB-sanctioned field trip, this event was to focus on mercury poisoning and the health and well-being of the Canadian Indigenous communities. Students would not participate, but rather observe. Zero accountability to the curriculum, to the parents, and to the students. Okay, first of all, there's mercury poisoning? Hold on, what? Yeah, they do be saying occupation is a crime. Can I just ask, like, as a teacher, why do they keep using, and I already know the answer to this, right? I know the ideological reasons that Marxists do this. As a teacher, why do you think you can just use children as pawns of your political ideology? Does nothing even, like, tick off in their brains where they're like, oh, if we do a public demonstration using these kids as tools for our ideology, that might make people upset and make us look like bad guys? Like, they don't even have that much forethought. Insolent, they give the 2 Canadians. It's Canada, sorry about us being so cooked, truly. Brazy Love Machine, they give the 5. You're a legal immigrant and you say deport them all. The people I know who are, like, the most stern and actually racist against illegal immigrants are people who are legal immigrants here. Hearing legal immigrants use all kinds of slurs to refer to the illegal immigrants warms my heart, honestly. Dio Brando, they give it 5. The Haitians are amazing workers who don't call in or complain. Well, yeah, because you basically have them by the balls. You're just like, yeah, I pay you and I can get you deported, so suck it the fuck up. Adepta Potentia, thank you for the 5. Hey, Kirsche, have I heard about the UK trials of men that ran grooming gangs? They are serving less time than the Facebook post grandma. I have not. I've not seen that, but that doesn't surprise me, considering it's the UK. Standalone Complex, thank you for the 2. Children equals child indoctrination. I mean, yeah, they're hoping they can indoctrinate the children and not have as much backlash. When did America go wrong with these people? How did you guys end up with that mess on the screen? Well, you see, son, it all started in the early 1900s and vastly rapidly accelerated in the 1930s and 40s. And by the 1960s, Marxists were so embedded in American society, nobody really cared to do anything about them. And in the 1980s, we got another stern warning from ex-KGB member Yuri Bezmenov, and nobody took him seriously enough to try and start doing anything against it. And now we're here. Welcome to Zombocom. Richard Alpha, thank you for the 2. That's because they can, and it works. Who was Yuri Bezmenov? Oh, Jesus. You should definitely look up his interviews from the 80s. Absolutely recommend listening to him, man. Nabenackle, thank you for the 5. Revolutionary thought. It's what's on their mind. The end justifies the means, hence bring the kids. Thanks, I hate him. Bruce Sobelvaro, thank you for the 5. Impressionable kids, zero cost casualties, propaganda worthy. Kids matter in that they're good political meat shields. That is true. Help, true. Fondue, thank you for the 5. They constantly say they care about systems, so when they say they care about people, you believe they are thinking of them as another system. You know, probably. Probably. Anything is possible at Zombocom. Yuri was a real bro, warned everyone, and boomers didn't pay attention or care. I see it as, like, I guess a larger ecosystem of what happens in, like, entertainment media, right? Where in entertainment media, you don't want to rock the boat too much. You don't want to say anything bad about people who have influence, because then you could get denied opportunity or become blacklisted if you you know, make too much of a ruckus. And I can see boomers being like, if I speak out against what's happening when it's already in schools and in the places that I work in, and it's already something politicians are pushing for, if I rock the boat, I will lose power and I will be worse off for it. And there's probably a lot of people who, instead of just wanting to keep their heads down, see it as a system that they can exploit for personal gain as well. Be like, if I just pretend to agree with these ideologues, I can also get put in a position of having far more power than I ever should have. And it unfortunately tracks with the way that these people leave nothing to their progeny. They sell off all of their possessions. They live as hedonistically as possible. And they just don't care about what they're leaving behind. Yuri Bezmenov had the blueprints in hand and they called him a conspiracy theorist, right? Kind of like when Marlon Brando spoke. Ragnar B, thank you for the 5 Canadians. Marxism is a product of progressivism, which is a product of a revolutionary thought that birthed the United States. You are not ready. Progressivism is not older than Marxism, to my knowledge, unless you're talking about progressivism by another name, maybe? Who wants opportunity by people who will never give you opportunity anyways? It depends on how much of a good little true believer you are. Boomers grew up in an age where the government and the system gave them everything. Why would they go against it? Progressivism is reformist Marxism? Yeah, that's what I understand it to be. That's what I understand it to be. Because actual Marxists would probably have strung up our current year Marxist. Marxism, just the current day name for what religious people know as the plan of Satan. Kind of a prisoner's dilemma. If everybody spoke up at the same time, they probably wouldn't have the same worries, but whoever speaks up first becomes a target to make an example of. Yeah, I know how that feels. And could it be the fact that McCarthyism failed to root them out? Fucking probably. The field trip was reportedly supposed to be about how indigenous people belonging to the Grassy Narrows First Nation suffered from mercury contamination. Parents were reportedly told that children would not actually be participating in the Queen's Park demonstration about indigenous health, but rather be there to observe. Independent MP Kevin Wong spoke out against the field trip, saying it was a violation of trust and that any teachers who lied about what the event was about should be held to account. They lied about the purpose of the field trip. They lied about what students would do. The Toronto School Board district teachers who lied to Toronto parents must be held accountable.
Don't know that I would bring a group of children to it.
Kevin, you heard the parent. She feels duped by this. And again, I think most people might say, I get to decide in my own household. You want to bring your own kids on Saturday to a protest, dress them up however you like, go support whatever cause you like. That's fine. But I drop them off at school in the car, or they walk to school, and I assume a field trip is just going to be about observing and being educated.
Yeah, listening to Melissa, Greg, I was furious. TDSB teachers lied, okay? They lied that this would be about Grassy Narrows and an important national issue regarding Indigenous peoples in Canada. They lied that students would be observing and learning. They were made to protest. And as Karima said, these protests can be unsafe. There was a dereliction of duty and their responsibility to keep our children safe. And I would not want my child, when she's born in 3 weeks or so, to be a student at TDSB, and there has to be consequences, because I have lost confidence in the TDSB, as I think Melissa and many other parents have.
And you'd make the case that you can't take kids to a Walk with Israel protest. You can't take them to a protest about something that's happening in Myanmar. You'd make that case and broaden it out and say no political protests for students on a field trip.
Yeah, and I was specific about my remarks just now in not naming the issue. It's not about whatever the issue of political activism is. Parents were told that this was going to be about observing and learning.
Imagine risking children to support your politics. Risking children that aren't even yours, right? Like, I mean, risking your own children is bad enough, but risking other people's children. Like, what if something violent happened at one of these protests, right? What if? Why would you want children to be here? Toronto's the California of Canada. Change my mind. I don't think I can. Vaush has a one stream where he called the rainbow community cancerous as fuck and said their hedonistic obsessions get in the way of the revolution. The trans-identified males bullied him into deleting it. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Paradoxical Madness, thank you for 5. Do they even have parental rights in Canada? Probably not anymore. How can they think a lake is not safe and a protest is? I just like, every single one of those teachers should be fired and jailed. You would have to get rid of basically every teacher we currently have, both in Canada and the US, because the ideological takeover of our educational institutions was completed probably way back in like the 70s or 80s, right? Like, they have been ideologically captured. We would need to basically remove every single teacher and somehow hire new ones that aren't ideologically captured. I would love to be able to do that, but how is it feasible? How would we do that? Teachers are just not paid enough to be good. Shake my head. I hope that's sarcasm. Ideologically cheeks clapped. We're gonna have to remove every teacher we have. No, I mean, I think that's the only thing that we can do, but like, how would you do that, right? How would you do that? Early 90s was when the ideologues took over the colleges and universities. I'd be willing to bet that they were embedding themselves before then, right? Like, this is always frogs boiling in the pot. Like we've seen with the bridge language, bridge didn't just appear out of overnight, right? It appeared out of, we've been doing things subtly for this long, it's time to ramp shit up. And I'm sure that there's different points in time where you can point to and say, this is when they started ramping shit up. Bridge is just the one that I'm noticing in current year when they're ramping it up. When was the previous ramp up time? When was the previous time that they changed the language and they pushed for more of this shit? And even in talking about bridge stuff, we found things as far back as like the early 2000s when they did try pushing this stuff a lot earlier. Obama winning riled up all the ideologues into thinking they could change America into their own schizophrenic image. Pretty boy Jeremy, thank you for the 5. Replace teachers with soldiers. I don't know if that would make it any better, right? Because if you only have military-built schools, then wouldn't you be indoctrinating children into a different type of thing where you teach them to basically obey the military in all of its forms? I don't know if that would be any better, right? Zachary Rolick, thank you for the 2. People that were paying attention noticed by 1940? I'd hope so. Even in Oppenheimer, they acknowledge the dialogue around the Red Scare. It's been going on for generations. Absolutely. Absolutely. Have you heard how well-spoken Obama was? He's dreamy. I like the Obamlet. Indoctrinated in love of country and corpse. Obama was supposed to be the one true revolutionary and change, and it wasn't. And then Trump got into office and they freaked out. True. Ragnar B, thank you for the 10 Canadians. Progressivism is extremely old. The original commies referred to themselves as progressives. May you interest me in Mencius Moldbug for a more comprehensive lesson on progressive history. I mean, like, they all think of themselves as progressive in a way, but not progressive in what we have as progressives in current year. Right? Like, the previous Marxists would use it as we are progressing the country. Progressives in current year are thinking of it in an intersectionality kind of way. Like, I understand what you're saying. But Marxism was, like, completely different from what progressives are in like, the word terminology. Weimar was very progressive, true. I was into skating as a youngster. Did I use Heelys? Absolutely not. I had actual rollerblades. Moldbug is a post-fascist. Be careful. Yeah, it's like, that's a curious name. Marxism was pretty tame compared to this here now. I wouldn't say it's tame, but the intersectionality put on Marxism is, it's like a different flavor, I guess you could say, to put it in, like, succinct terms. Critical theory shit. when being progressive means dismantling society. It's dismantling what they perceive as a bad society and rebuilding the good society. Back in like the 1910s, the eugenics crowd were part of the progressives at the time. Yeah, people have used it for all sorts of different theologies throughout history. That's why it's like, I don't think you could realistically say that progressivism predated like Marxism in its term, because it would have been something like completely different. And if you wanted to like argue semantics about how progressive was used as a political term, I guess it could predate. Margaret Sanger was a progressive. Chat, this is how bad at names I am, right? Every time Margaret Sanger comes up, I just remember getting her confused with the other Margaret lady, who I now forgotten the last name of. I see how this is how bad at names I am. Concept of progress. Yeah, Margaret Thatcher. I fucking confused Sanger and Thatcher. This brain, dude. It hurts. Yeah. Yeah, fucking Thatcher, I know. How? Look, both of their first names are Margaret. Alright, that's how. Vladimir Lenin was super critical of this kind of rot within socialism. He wrote a book called Left-Wing Communism, an Infantile Disorder. Interesting. Deconstruct everything except capitalism. Names hurt the Kirsche almost as badly as numbers do. I'm name blind. Name blind, not face blind. Zachary Rollick, thank you for the 5. Ohio fun fact, one of Karl Marx's close communist compatriots was a Union general in an Ohio regiment during the U.S. Civil War. That is an Ohio fun fact. Standalone complex, thank you for the 5. Being a veteran either lobotomizes you or makes you hate the government, no middle ground. Help. Margaret Sanger, Planned Parenthood founder, eugenicist, who wanted to cull black Americans and other non-desired people, quote-unquote. Planned Parenthood still following her ideology today. It's, you know, a little unfortunate. Unironically, you have a similar problem. It's part of why your wife thinks you have the tism or Asperger's. What? Bo Curie, thank you for the $9.99. Problem is, all education is indoctrination to a degree. We give up our philosophy and education and won't get schools back until we're okay implementing our morals in them. I mean, yeah, I guess you could say education would be indoctrination to a degree, but it's like, if you're trying to instill your country's values to keep your country's identity alive, I guess you could say that is a type of indoctrination. But if you're raising people to be good and think critically, you're not trying to, like, force them into some sort of, I guess, clown world belief. And even in high school and middle school, right, we would have the, like, stand for the Pledge of Allegiance kind of thing. I never really felt the need to do that, right? I never felt the need to, like, stand and put my hand over my heart to the flag. I would just sleep through it. I would just sleep. But that doesn't mean I hate my country or I hate things in America, right? We need some positive indoctrination, even if it's a shield against hostile nations trying to spread harmful ideas. You only did it to wake yourself up. Sounds like treason! Look, I needed sleep, okay? You got sent to the principal's office for not standing up once? Really? I always thought the stories about people getting sent to the principal's office for not standing during the pledge were just, like, made up bullshit. Because that never happened. Like, never happened at my school, never happened at, like, our surrounding schools. Maybe it was because I lived in, like, a hella liberal area where they hated the United States anyway, so they just didn't care. TLDR, you teach people how to think, not what to think. Yeah, and I mean, people can make the argument of, like, well, all countries will sort of indoctrinate because they obfuscate and they lie about certain things in their history, and it's like, maybe, right? But if you're raising people to think critically, they can find information outside of school as well. One of your teachers absolutely lost his shit when one of the other kids didn't stand for it. That's so weird to me. It's amazing how the good guy always wins in the history books. Really makes you think. You had Jehovah's Witnesses that didn't stand for the pledge when you were in school? Interesting. I didn't know that they didn't stand for that. He meant to a certain extent you do get indoctrinated in a belief system, whether in school or even with your parents. You adopt the beliefs and similar train of thought. I mean, I don't even know about that, right? Like, I'm sure I believe some things similarly to my grandparents and my father, but I doubt we line up ideologically 100%. Right? I rebelled plenty against my grandparents and their religion when I was younger. That's why history books are just fairy tales. The hero always wins. It's like I feel like it's a bit getting lost in the sauce, and I'm probably falling into some sort of like weird ideological word trap where like everything is indoctrination while at the same time not everything is indoctrination. And I feel like those are word games that we should be very careful to not play, because if we're going to seed ground that everything is indoctrination, that would be making it more difficult to fight against our ideological enemies. Because then they're going to just be able to turn around and be like, well, why is your indoctrination good, but our indoctrination bad? You know? So it's like, I feel like you shouldn't really play word games like that. That's probably my fault for getting one guide. Bokir, thank you for the $9.99. Problem, I already read that. Emperor Creatine, thank you for the 5. There should not be teacher unions. Teachers should not be allowed to collectively bargain against the students that they're teaching. By the way, got sunshade. Congrats on your sunshade. I hope you don't burn your legs again. I hope you don't burn your legs. Assuming direct control of the Kirsche. Make the debate between civic and discivic. Education is indoctrination, teaching whose morals, the left's morals, the right morals, Chinese, they're already playing these word games. I'm saying just because the left is using subversive language and playing word games doesn't mean that we should cede the ground to their definitions of words in order to play on their battlefield. Chad is not using indoctrination in its technical form. Indoctrination is very specific, and general parenting is not that. Yeah. And I would not say that general parenting and general education, that's not indoctrination to me. D7 Origin, thank you for the 5. The only ideological trap you've fallen into is that you're a normal person from 10 years ago. Axel Jessen, thank you for the 2. Did Kier take her mom's worldview then? God, I fucking hope not. There are good ways of doing things and bad ways of doing it. Word games don't change shit. Yeah, but word games can keep you distracted from things that actually matter and make it so that you're caught up in arguing definitions of things while your enemy is actually taking ground from you. So it always seems to happen when one side, quote-unquote, wins. You have 15 Cinnabons made today that are slowly rising in a fridge that you'll bake tomorrow. I bet those will be fucking great, dude. I bet those will be fucking great. Parents aren't indoctrinating, they're trying to pass along behaviors and values that led to the kid being alive. True. True. Can I have a mod get this immigrant out of my fucking chat? Can we get this immigrant out of here? Send him back. Don't give him his coat. He doesn't belong here. Pickle, hello. Hello, Pickle. Hello, Pickle. First time chatter. Man, he set that one up for me so easy. Fucking throw him over the wall. Get deported, idiot. Tactical Panzer Chan, thank you for the 3-month member. Can we just have the morals of G.I. Joe's American heroes? You heard that shit on a second monitor and almost had a heart attack. Wait, why? Why did you almost have a heart attack? Hello, Fox in chat. Hello, Peekle. This is why you're anal about settling out definitions when we're discussing stuff. It drives her insane because it slows discussions down so fast. Yeah. Yeah, it does. Nim, an illegal alien confirmed. Well, he does live in Ohio. You laughed so hard you missed the chance to ban him. You can't just say, get that immigrant out of my chat, Kirsche. That was his name. What do you mean? His name was immigrant. Twitch chat is a global community, all right? There's Nim is eating the cats. He's eating the dogs in Ohio. On a second monitor, I won't know that. Yeah, Nim just thought I lost my fucking marbles. You know, I decided fuck pretense. I'm gonna fully go. Yeah, get the immigrants out of here. Roast them all over an open fire. It was his own fault for being named immigrant. True and real. He ate my goddamn goldfish. And that's how Trump will deal with illegal immigrants. Keep showing the way as usual. Yeah. You throw them out. Do I need to apply for citizenship to chat here? You have to pledge allegiance to Korshtopia and that you will never do a Korsha. For if you do a Korsha, you will be beheaded and your head will be placed on a spike on the outskirts of our land as a warning to others. Scorch their holes! Oh my god. Can you imagine someone taking a blowtorch to your butthole? How terrifying. Standalone Complex, thank you for the 2. Can't be mad at Foxu for doing Foxu things. I like how there are still things I can say that would give Nim a heart attack, you know? Time for another stream of papers, please. Glory to our Stotska, comrade. You will weld their buttholes shut. They'll never poop again. Jesus. Oh my god. They used to superheat steel rods and insert them in the rectum as torture? I feel like that's a bit more than torture, right? Because, like, if that rod is superheated, like, your butthole's just gonna melt. Like, you're gonna be fucked. What's happening? Zully, thank you for the 10. You do the Korsha, you're gonna get piked, man. Kirsche barbecue for president. I'm from America, and I say eat them all. Yeah, Trump's not gonna build the wall. He's gonna build the greatest barbecue you've ever seen. I cast mend butt crack. You can't believe some dude came in saying weird shit and only had one alt lined up? Bro was low effort. Oh my god. Emperor Creatine, thank you too. Kirshtopia has always been at war with Pakistan. Nonsense. Pakistan is my greatest ally. Let's not talk about all the aid that we send. Anthony, thank you for the 5. Worth it to do the Korsha. What's wrong with you? They did that to an English prince. They could hear him screaming across the English Channel. Well, no shit. I think you'd scream too. If you had a fiery rod injected into your anus. Kirsche's exploiting the Pakistan natural resource of bunny ears. I can't help it that they are a delicacy in my country. Alright, stir-fried Benoit ears. Truly delicious. God, I love it here. Like reverse Taco Bell. Nightmare, they give the 2. Haitians are eating the white girls' boyfriends. Jesus Christ. Standalone Complex, thank you for the 5. Side note, you're an American citizen born in Mexico, also an American veteran. These illegal immigrants got to go. True and real. I feel like the majority of pain receptors would die pretty quick if they did that. I got some bad news for you. Bunny ears, just like elephant ears. Delicious! Delicious! Can't imagine how much having a burning hot rod shoved up your ass. You're dealing with a painful foot injury right now. Cheems Ball keeps adjusting his position, and now he is curled in a ball on both of my feet. I'm sitting like in a weird bow-legged way. And so I got Cheems Ball head and front paws on like the arc in one of my feet, and then his tail and his butt on my other foot. When will you give out the Kirsche youth knives? Hold on, wait a minute. Others posted about the event, including the Consul General of Israel in Toronto. I'm sorry, the what? Is the what? Shocking. 7th and 8th graders from public schools in Toronto were taken yesterday on a Toronto District School Board approved field trip, not to a museum, but to march in a political protest where they chanted pro-Palestine slogans. Adult and cafes and face coverings led the way, while young minds were subjected to a one-sided political narrative. The TDSB has crossed a line. Children get sent to school to learn. They should never be forced to participate in political protests. It's not just that they've taken a side, it's that they have utterly disregarded the rights of pro-Israel and Jewish students and staff, along with any commitment to truth and balance. This isn't education, it's indoctrination. It's an affront to the very purpose of education. Sorry, we have a what in Toronto? Oh my god. The Pledge of Korshistan I solemnly swear to never the Kirsche, ne'er to harm or put in a borscht.
Hey guys, it's
What?
your crime boss here, Kirsche, your favorite Rocky City streamer.
50 tons of cheese. I still fucking love your name. Thank you for the 10 gift subbies. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Canada Stan at it again. Toronto police infamously served coffee to anti-Israel protesters as they stood on a bridge in a Jewish part of the city. Far-left pro-Palestinian protesters shut down the Toronto Gay Pride Parade this summer. Bro, Clown World don't make any goddamn sense anymore. Bro, what is going on? Consul General is a mini ambassador? Okay. Alright, so it's like ambassador in training. That makes sense. You're gonna buy Crime Bobs? I hope I'm right about it. I fucking love Crime Boss, and I hope you do too. I hope you do too. Your standalone complex, thank you for the 5. You need to apply for Kyrgyzstan and Pakistan citizenships. Maybe that could be like an additional merch thing I think of in the future. Like a fake citizenship card for Korshtopia. Hey. Palestine now outranks the gays? I guess so. We're shaking up the victim pyramid. One person at a time. Oh, here's a fucking weird political ad. Someone posted this as a tweet, but the tweet had been deleted, so I had to look up the video. I don't know if it exists in normal resolution, but here it is in like fucking stupid cell phone resolution. New White Dudes for Harris ad takes aim at white men who might want a way out from MAGA.
Hey, white dudes.
Yo!
So...
Hello, fellow white people! Nightmare, thank you for the 2. They'd celebrate it if it were a secret pride parade. I can throw a secret pride parade in my basement.
I think we're all pretty sick of hearing how much we suck. Every time you go online, it's the same story. We're the problem. And yeah, some white dudes...
That's true, he's right. White dudes are told that they're the problem way too often, and some white dudes are the problem. He's making a lot of sense. Let's see where he goes with this, chat.
Trump and all his MAGA buddies are out there making it worse, shouting nonsense in their stupid red hats and acting like they speak for us when they don't. All they've ever done is screw us over. But if you're not...
What? What does he mean by the white dudes in MAGA hats have only screwed white dudes over? What does he mean by this? Oh boy, I love Reddit.
Not on the MAGA train, where do you go? Isn't it just swapping out one crappy option for another? Then it hit me. This isn't about picking teams. It's about who's got a plan that's gonna make life better for me and my family.
Yeah, that's Donald Trump. Look at how good the economy was in the 4 years that he was already in the White House, right? He didn't do everything I would have liked, but like things were cheaper, things were better when he was there than compared to the current administration. That's where you're gonna go with this, right? Like, I know you just said that Trump bad and the white dudes that support Trump are the cause of the problems here, but like, surely that's where you're going, right?
So I've been doing my own research and decided to check out Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And before you jump down my throat, they're actually talking to guys like us. No lectures, no BS. Just real solutions that protect our...
I kind of feel bad that they're using a guy with a slight Boston accent for this commercial because, like, goddamn, what the fuck? What the fuck reality are you living in?
Freedoms and help us take care of the people who matter. And honestly, I think Harris and Walz are the ones to make that happen. End of the day, you're your own man. It's your call. But if anyone gives you crap about it, tell them it's none of their damn business.
I'm gonna have to agree with a couple of people I've seen saying it on Twitter, right? Like, if you're gonna vote for a woman for president, you're probably not a real man. Let's, you know, that's just where that is. That's just how that goes. It's such a loser way to end it, right? Oh my god. No. It sounds like he was giving people crap about it. Yeah, it sounds like he was doing exactly what he was saying other people were doing. Oh, fucking hello, fellow white men. Oh, fucking Roosley, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, wow, it didn't bring up a single reason to hate one side or support another. No policies at all. Yeah, just, hey, white dudes, are you tired of always being told you're a bad guy? Are you tired of being told everything is your fault? Well, you know, vote for the people who've been telling you everything is your fault for the last decade or more. That's surely going to change things. Whole ad was Orange Man bad. Flycy, thank you for the 6-month pre-sub. 49 months already, dude. Big, huge, thank you. Thank you, Flycy. Even the ads have no policy. I did my research and then bring up none of the research. He said that they were talking to guys like him on the ground. That's research. Tim Walz and JD Vance being the VP choice means the election is in the hands of the white man. Both are liars. Oh my god. Please accept me. How test men and women. Oh my god, they're talking to us? A standalone complex, thank you for the 2. Boston accent Fox, who has my vote. Oh my god. The woman is already in the office and is responsible as the rest of the Biden administration for the current state of things. What's the incentive to vote for Harris? She's a perpetuation of Biden's policies. Excuse me. She's not only a woman, she's a black woman, and it's her turn, you bigot. That's pretty much the only thing I could think of. Fuzzy Mama Animator! Thank you for the 5 gift sub users. That was like little special fucking confetti horns. That's cute, thank you. Thank you, Fuzzy Animator.
Nom 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 nom. Blah. Blah.
Blah. Blubba Goose! Blubba Goose, thank you for the 5 gift subs! Thank you! This is fucking raining gifts at the moment. What the shit? What are you guys doing? You're going crazy. Thank you. She's also Indian sometimes. I mean, you know, she's Schrodinger's person. Any race at any point in time, you never know what she's gonna pull out of her hat next. Well, she's not perpetuation. She's worse. True and fair. How does Boston spend so much on education and produce so many idiots? Because the education systems have been ideologically captured for decades. We went over this a little bit ago, actually. As a non-white, you're just watching from the side, smirking at this crap campaign. True. Help. The Iron Monocle, dude. Thank you for 5 gift subs. Jesus, thank you. Thank you. As hilarious as it would be, do not write in a ballot for Kirsche. As stoked as we would all be to have the Fox woman as president, she wouldn't have time for us anymore. And also, I believe that writing in a name on a ballot is just wasting your vote, right? If we know that people are going to try and fuck with votes as is, why make it easier, you know? Drown the Kirsche in subs. I don't wanna drown. I like breathing. You've told your Irish accent sounds Indian? What the hell? It's the Kyrgyzstan Pakistan Public Affairs Committee, the KPP PAC. Vaush, thank you for confetti sub. Thank you. I like the confetti. It's cute. Cyclops Productions, thank you for the 5 pounds. A consulate is an embassy branch office, e.g. there is usually a consul working in a vacation zone to sort out the tourists who lose their passports. I guess I just didn't recognize the, like, fucking consul general abbreviation title, whatever the fuck it is. Because, like, I know what ambassadors are, and if they had just said ambassador, I would have been like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Chat, what are you doing? The Twitch gives extra gift subs next week.
I like dick.
Amphip tier, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. Kitsune Koibito, thank you for 5. Thank you. Anonymous Gifter, thank you for 5 gift subs. Thank you. Oh, so many big 5s. But there's a train right now. As there is a train right now. Maybe next week you'll win one. There's so many down yow show shub. What? Can we just leave the tourists who lost their passports? Spider God, thank you for the 100 biddies. Thank you. Imagine giving money to Twitch of all places. Hilarious. I mean, it's giving me money. Imagine. Spider God, thank you for 100 biddies. Thank you. Kamala, the one brat no one is willing to correct. I don't think anyone can correct that. Binary Mind, thank you for the sub to Vulcan Knuckles. Thank you. Thank you. Sternage, thank you for the 100 biddies. Thank you for the 100 biddies. Who's running a train? Well, we're not a football team here.
Anonymous gifter, thank you for gift sub. Thank you.
I can fix... Well, not her. The FBI whistleblower just got charged and doxxed by the FBI. Link? Do you have a link? What the fuck? What the fuck? Link? Source? When you say the FBI whistleblowers, do you mean the guy that said that, like, they gave Kamala fucking questions ahead of time, or is this something else? Which whistleblower? Instant runoff voting, yay or nay? Instant runoff voting? My brain can't remember what that means. Zantetsu13, thank you for the CRC. 2,500 CRC. Speaking of ballots, you've never been to the U.S. and you keep getting ads to request a ballot for U.S. elections in Costa Rica. Who should you vote for? Well, as you're not a U.S. citizen, I have to ask you to refrain from voting, no matter how much they want you to. I'm currently playing Quine Bobs while listening to a silly fox woman. Not a bad way to spend the evening. I fucking love Quine Bobs, dude. I love that fucking game. No. Anonymous gifter. Anonymous gifter, thank you. Thank you for 10 anonymous gift subs. Thank you. Viva la Trump. We should simply replace elections with the Thunderdome. 2 candidates enter, 1 man leaves. Yeah, I'd be down with that. Let's do it. Well, is that about MSNBC being on site when Ryan Ruth attempted to shoot Trump? Was that true? I don't know. I haven't seen that or heard of that. YouTube nuked Iron Mouse's main channel now. Both platforms are shit. True and real. What the fuck? She got her main channel terminated? That is a little insane. That's a little insane. Let me refresh my Twitter. I'm sure there'll be something about that on there. Fucking how? Yeah, for what? For what is my question. Boop. You know the Democrats would Borg out their candidates? Borg out? Let's see. This is all about Concord costing 400 schmillions. It's the ballerinas. The Dragon Age chest scars. Wemmy being cute. What the fuck? Someone... What the fuck? Hold on. I don't even know what I'm reading. I just found this. My favorite part of this movie was that they included a scene of him, Hitler, shooting a dog halfway through the story to remind the audience that he's bad, because the filmmakers were worried people would find him too sympathetic, despite the well-known fact that he was an animal lover. What? And someone said, you mean the same Hitler that tested poison on his own dog? And the OP replied, you mean the one who euthanized his dog after hearing about how advancing Russian troops were raping everything that moved so she wouldn't get spit roasted by a couple of Russians before she got spit roasted by a couple of Russians. What? Did Russians rape Hitler's dog? What is happening? You sounding unhinged. Are you good, buddy? And the OP says, say rape is bad, to which some other person replies, say Hitler is bad, to which the guy actually does say Hitler is bad, because that's true. What the fuck did I just read? What is happening on my Twitter feed? What is happening? Holy fuck, you found one of them. What is going on my Twitter feed? Why is there a trans comment there? Well, that's just Melanie Mac doing Melanie Mac things. That's just normal to be on my Twitter feed. I I normally don't scroll my Twitter feed while having my browser showing because I follow a metric fuck ton of artists, and artists post a lot of lewd art and sometimes retweet lewd not art. We live in interesting times. It's a hilarious movie. Guess Who's Back? I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. No period. I mean, true. And Twitter exists for following artists. That's basically how I used it for many years. You DM'd me the Iron Mouse tweet. Thank you. There was somebody else in chat who said something else, and I was like, source? Oh yeah, the FBI shit. Where's the source for that? Where's the FBI shit? What the fuck is happening? You stopped retweeting sexually explicit things just in case someone would randomly scroll? Azehara the Gooner. You stopped retweeting sexual things? That's so kind. I hope you can beat your addiction one day. Kirsch's DMs go into the void, true and real. Honestly. Incredibly sad and shocked that my main YouTube channel has been terminated. Right now I have a legal team working on things. I'm so sorry to inconvenience everyone who enjoys watching my videos. Hopefully this can get resolved soon. Holy shit, she's got a legal team? That's crazy. I'm glad she does, but like, holy shit. Addiction won't be beat. You'll go goon in the corner. Yeah, you would like that, you fucking cuck. Where's your chair? She isn't fucking around. Yeah, I'm glad she has the means to fight against it, because that's crazy. Why the fuck would they terminate her main channel? For what reason? Of course, she has an army of lawyers. This is a week after her VoD channel got taken down. Her VoD channel was like run by somebody else, right? So like they were thinking that it was like the impersonation shit that they took down a different channel for. What I don't understand is how the reason she didn't fight against that was because she didn't want to have to dox herself to the people coming after her, right? But like, if she has a company, to my understanding, you can have somebody in the company be able to sign on your behalf, right? Like, I could be misunderstanding, and like on YouTube you still have to use your specific name. No, not the Shy Lily Clips guy. Iron Mouse's actual VoD channel got taken down. But to my understanding, even though it's like her channel, somebody else like managed it. Sexual content, probably. I mean, I tweeted out earlier today how my one stream got fucking age restricted. Which, like, all of my content on both Twitch and YouTube is set for 18 plus. Right? On Twitch, I have the, like, sexual themes or contents flag. On YouTube, I have the this is not content made for children. But when your videos or your live streams specifically get labeled as, like, age restricted, it completely, like, deletes them in the algorithm. Like, you have a hard time finding them. And they can't be watched unless someone's logged into YouTube. Age restricted equals dead video? Yeah, absolutely. And she said on stream that she has people talking to YouTube right now. Her main channel is all edited YouTube type content. Yeah, that's so fucking weird. Like, why would they do this? Why would they do that? And like, Iron Mouse doesn't even do like any kind of content that I would imagine she would get fucking slapped for either. It's just like, it's the weirdest person to target. You found me explaining sounding to Fillion. You wish you did not find out about sounding, but found out about you another way. MSNBC thing is on the Salty Cracker, third video down. What the fuck? I'm not gonna... What? YouTube is useless. They don't even follow the law. The Sarcastic Sophist, thank you for the 5. Reminder, a sniper wolf broke the actual law. It did not get her account terminated. YouTube favoritism is real. Strange how that works, isn't it? Truly is. I think the legal team is V Showho's. I mean, it probably is, but it's still good that she has a legal team to help her with this shit, right? That's what a management company should be doing, right? Helping you with this kind of shit when it happens. Tracy L, thank you for the 300 biddies. It's false copyright strike. Someone obsessed with her is trying to find out who she is. It's a literal psycho stalker, and YouTube is doing nothing about it. I mean, I've been having the same issue. I've been having the same exact issue on Twitter, where someone has been psycho stalking me, and Twitter is doing absolutely nothing about it. It's kind of depressing that these big companies claim they have rules and they never actually apply them. She probably has contract obligations to let their lawyers deal with it. No, that's a good thing. That is a good thing. Not only doing nothing, you'd argue YouTube is helping the stalker? I mean, fucking probably. YouTube is helping the stalker, so there's that. I mean... yeah, I don't think it's helping the stalker by taking down her channels, because I'm sure the stalker wants to know who she is, not take down her shit. The more shit that gets taken down, the harder it is for the stalker to do stalker things. So I don't think that is particularly helping the stalker, but they're not helping who they should be helping, which is her. You love it when companies talk about safety, but they do nothing that involves actual safety. They pretty much only encourage people who are doing bullying. YouTube can be charged with accessory to stalking and conspiracy? I doubt it. I really doubt it. Contact Elon Chan. He likes anime woman. And copyright claims should require signing a contract. I'm just tired of the way that YouTube goes about their copyright shit. It's obnoxious, honestly. Every time I play like Far Cry, my ad revenue goes to the Far Cry people, because the song, like the intro song when you load up Far Cry, is the only music to get copyright claimed, and they take the ad revenue if you play the Far Cry intro music. And I never remember to mute my audio when I start playing Far Cry, so every single Far Cry stream has had my ad revenue completely zapped from it. YouTube copyright's a joke. A claimant should have to get their ID and info in their claim of ownership. They should. I agree. Not music DMCA, it's a composition DMCA somehow. The music notes in that order is what's forbidden. That's even stranger! What the fuck? What the fuck? Alright, chat. Remember to remind her to mute her audio on Far Cry days, true? Did I hear that cops started playing copyrighted music on their phone when people are recording so companies can strike the video? That's part smart, part, like, actually devious behavior. YouTube can be charged as a facilitator to a great many crimes, but their lawyer money comes from Google. Yeah, YouTube's not gonna really face any repercussions for fucking anything, honestly, unfortunately. Gundams get his PP slapped when he plays guitar. Yeah, it's kinda stupid. A Far Cry, the famous lewd game. That's going the extra mile to be a piece of shit. It really is. I hope the team of lawyers for Iron Mouse, I'm assuming at VShowHo, will be able to slap some people's penises for this, honestly. Honestly. Let's see here. Oh, we have another unhinged article. I feel like something is stuck in my throat, but it's like really dry. And it doesn't feel like phlegm. I don't know. Oh god, I'm dying. I'm sorry. She's drowning. Took YouTube forever to take down Peluchin Entertainment. Mini Lad is still here 4 years later. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is, but 28% of Democrats say that US would be better off if Trump had been assassinated. Just over half of Democrats, 51%, said that they don't see a need to increase Trump's security detail following the attempts on his life. The Pelu dude is the one abusing animals? What the fuck? How are they letting animal abuse run rampant on YouTube? I remember there was like an issue with that years ago, but I figured that they fucking closed that gap up, dude. A new poll has found that just over a quarter of Democrat voters believe that the country would be better off if Donald Trump had been assassinated. This comes after 2 assassination attempts on the 2024 GOP presidential candidate's life in around 2 months. The Napolitan News Service survey found that overall 17% of voters believe that the country would be better off if Trump was killed in the Sunday assassination attempt that was unsuccessful. Ryan Ruth was arrested in connection to the attempt that took place at Trump's Florida golf course as he was playing around. Now, I don't know who Napolitan International Service Survey is, right? I am of the belief that you take every single poll with a grain of salt, because you don't know, right? You don't know the demographics that they interviewed, right? News service survey of 1,000 registered voters was conducted online by Scott Rasmussen on September 16th. Field work for the survey was conducted by RMG Research. This was Rasmussen. Interesting. Only 1,000 voters, so not even a very big pool. Not a very big pool of people, right? Means nothing. So this is probably a very sensationalized headline, I would say. However, it would not surprise me if this lines up, even if it's embellished a little bit, because the Democrat Party has been the one consistently saying that Trump is a threat to democracy, that people who support Trump are a threat to democracy, are a threat to this country, are a threat to our way of life. They have been dehumanizing and painting these people in a bad light for years. And so it wouldn't surprise me if people who have eaten up this sensationalized rhetoric from the Democrats would suddenly believe, yeah, literally Hitler would be better off if he was assassinated, right? Poll's still bad, though? Yeah, poll's still bad. Poll's still bad. But it's still, I guess, interesting in a way. Oh, they even say here, the poll was conducted between September 16th and 17th of 1,000 registered voters and had a margin of error of 3.1%. I'm not a huge fan of polls. I'm not a huge fan, because I can't really take them seriously anymore. Can't really take them seriously anymore.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot to dig into with the attempted assassination of Donald Trump back on July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania. It was carried live. I think a lot of us saw that happen. We saw the gunshots. We heard it. I think a lot of us in years to come will remember where we were on July 13th. And there has been very little that has come out since that day about what really happened, what was going on, how this was allowed to happen, the motivations of the shooter who has been killed himself. There's so many tragedies surrounding it. You know, a man who was a retired firefighter was also killed in that shooting. Very tragic. Other people were hospitalized, and there hasn't been a lot. Kimberly Cheadle, who was the Secret Service head director of that program, resigned, and that was also fascinating. And you know, speaking of Democrats, one of the key moments I thought of the hearing where she testified was when Ro Khanna, a Democrat, said to her, you know, remember when Ronald Reagan, there was an assassination attempt on his life. Do you know if the Secret Service director resigned? And she said, no, he did not resign. And Khanna said, yeah, he resigned. And I thought, she's done now. She's going to be out. But there still hasn't been a lot revealed about the failures of the Secret Service. There were a lot of warnings going on. There were in the hours leading up to it. There was a failure of law enforcement, failure of the Secret Service to confer with law enforcement. There were agents who were not normally assigned to Trump's detail who were there that day, and there were a lot of failures. So I think that whatever comes out in this report, it will be really interesting. And in terms of the difference between Democrats and Republicans, when it comes to something like this, the failures of the Secret Service, the failures of protection for elected officials, that's something that I think should be, and probably is, near and dear to the heart of every elected official in Washington, because every one of these men and women relies on Secret Service protection at some point in their careers. And certainly many of them aspire to higher offices and would like to know and believe that they will be secure by the agency that is, tasked with protecting them.
Well, this didn't really have anything to do with the survey or the poll. I was hoping it did, but it didn't. I feel like if you think someone is trying to carry out an assassination, just licking off a few shots in the air would be more than helpful than actually warning someone. I mean, probably don't do that though, right? Just shoot the assassination person. They'll get smart and they'll hire their own security. Synapse, thank you for the 2-month member. 1,000 people is a good sample size for a body of 350 million people at 99% confidence, 4% error. Size is good. Check the sampling method instead. I don't know. I don't know about. I feel like 1,000's way too small. Just shoot your shotgun in the air, like Biden said. Oh my god. Size queen. Oh my god. I'm size queening the polls. You should always size queen the polls. With good statistical methods, 1,000 people is well representative. 25% to 31% can be taken as significant. 1,000 is fairly standard for polls. I don't know. That feels small for me, chat. Maybe that's just because my brain hurts when it comes to numbers, but I don't know. And they've already done it, both RFK and Trump, especially RFK, now that the pitiful detail they had eventually gave them has now been taken away since he's not running anymore. Has he hired his own security yet? This feels small for me, chat. Stop taking me out of context! The point isn't to ask everybody. I mean, yeah, you can't realistically ask everybody. Let's think a sample size of 1,000 yield 3.5% confidence. If the polling is sufficiently arbitrary, 1,000 people should be enough to get a wide enough sample. It never is sufficiently arbitrary. 1K seems awfully easy to just pick an area and get the opinion you want. That's what I'm saying. Especially since most of the polls that we read end up just being bullshit, right? So just because this poll happens to reinforce my already held beliefs, it doesn't mean that I should treat this poll as different from all of the other polls that are bullshit.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Nanobites, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Welcome, raiders. We're talking about assassination. Welcome, raiders. Welcome, raiders. We're chilling. Synapse, thank you for the 10R. We can sit and go through the math to prove it's good. How do you feel about polynomial distributions and many variable calculus? I don't feel anything because I've never heard of those before. That 1,000 has to be random, truly random. Wait, assassination? Yeah, there were 2 assassination attempts on Trump thus far. 2 thus far. Speaking of assassinations, please don't assassinate me. Nano's dead. Long live Kiba.
Big boy, fuck along.
Well, her name is still Nanobites on Twitch. We're honored by Nano's final raid. This is the last time I'll ever be raided by Nanobites. Oh my god. I hope you have a delicious Benoit dinner tonight. A little bit of politics as a treat. It's been established Kirsche and numbers do not mix. True. I might be bad at numbers, and yet somehow I still understand per capita. Really makes you think. Really gets you noggin jogging. You can't believe Nanobites is fucking dead. Oh my god, you will eat Nano one more time? Stop dead naming the Benoit. I can dead name her. She's not trans. She just died and reincarnated like a Buddhist. You like Nano. Why is Nanobites graduating? Because she's turning into a wolf. You stinky. Did Nano die in the game she was playing? Is there a Streamlabs link? YouTube doesn't like your super chat attempts. In my YouTube description, there is a Stream Elements link. That'll pop shit up on my screen. Oh god, she's become a furry. Become? Become! Margin of error is not just a guess, it's a statistical calculation, and if it's under 3%, that's a good poll that represents the kind of people who they asked. I don't know, chat. I just don't trust polls anymore. I just don't trust them. I don't trust the polls. They've been skewed and lied about so often. Did she just imply Nano's a furry? I did. I didn't imply, I just directly stated it. The problem is the demographic you're polling. How do you know? Just look at her. We always have known she's a furry. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Furry! Nano doesn't deny the furry allegations anyways. Exactly! Exactly! The polls are skewed. Nice pun. Nice pun! She knows because of racism. What did they mean by this? What did they mean by this? Let me see what else I have up here. Let me see what else I have up here. You're not a furry, it's literally in the song? Your song is just globalist propaganda. Nanobites admits to being a furry. Remember, don't polish the Polish. Oh my god. There's let's see. Let's see what I have. I don't know. I don't know if I have anything else here besides that other bridge article from the other day that we didn't get to. The bridge smart brief, as it were. Any funny Daily Mail stories? Oh yeah, I guess I do have a funny Daily Mail story. I guess I do have one of those. A sicko's revolting act with a cucumber caught on woman's home security footage in Washington, D.C. Cops in Washington, D.C. are on the lookout for a sicko who was caught on camera carrying out a lewd act with a cucumber. The disgusting performance by the unidentified male was filmed on a homeowner's security camera while the man walked around her driveway. The cucumber encounter took place on Friday afternoon at about 5:30 p.m. in the Truxton Circle neighborhood in the north of the city close to a high school. Video of the unusual incident shows the man going into the driveway of the home before he then positions a cucumber on the front grille of a parked SUV. The man looked around to check he's not being watched before performing a sex act. Chat, there are immigrants in your city right now. Immigrants buying cucumbers here illegally, placing those cucumbers on your vehicles. They're getting diddy-diddled. Pegging themselves with cucumbers. What the fuck is going on? Deport the cucumbers. The man then looks around to check he's not being watched before making a twisted toy out of the vegetable. The footage was then posted by the homeowner to Reddit in the hopes of helping police identify the suspect. The man then walked around to the other side of the vehicle in order to continue using the cucumber in a very personal way. So wait, the front of the car wasn't good enough? He had to put the cucumber on the back of the car? What the fuck? What the fuck? Axel Jessen, thank you for the 2. Is the lewd cucumber man Beardo? Wait, why would Beardo do that? They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, they're fucking the cucumbers, they're fucking the eggplants, they're molesting all the veggies out here. What did Larry do to deserve this? Where's Bob the tomato when you need him? I was so disgusted and freaked out, Catherine Baker said to DC News Now. I want my neighbors to know and keep an eye out for this person. I want parents to be mindful. There's a lot of kids, there are high school students, they walk themselves to and from school, but we all have to be vigilant about this kind of thing. Can I ask, what the fuck happened to this fence here? What the actual fuck what am I looking at? What is this contraption?
Wait a minute, hold on. I have a tab for that. I have a tab about gay duck necrophiliac sex.
Someone pegged the fence.
Speaking of animals, a stupid crow tried to commit death by car while I was on my way to work yesterday.
Shit.
I slowed down enough to give him a mild headache instead, and it looks like he survived as there was no corpse later as I passed the area in the work van.
That's crazy. Usually crows are pretty smart. I'm sorry there was a suicide attempt by a crow on your vehicle. I literally cannot escape pegging. You can't, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Jesus. Sorry for that traumatic crow attempt. Thank you, Speedy Cake, for the 25. Thank you, Speedy Cake. I love how that speech turned into a meme. You have so many saved shorts with Benoits that look concerned. Does this mean they're going to lock up cucumbers behind plexiglass cabinets? I don't know, man. After noticing the security camera, the man then puts the cucumber back in his lunchbox and then calmly walks away down a nearby alley. What the fuck? It was that eye contact that really unsettled me because it then continues for longer than one would imagine, Baker added. And of course he then saves the cucumber for later, so it really leaves one with a lot of questions that no one wants to have on their mind. Washington, D.C. city law says the man could face a fine of up to $300 and 90 days in prison if caught and convicted. Interesting. Interesting. Also, this was also interesting. I didn't have this in a tab, but now I do. Pickle fucker, Clerks 2 is real. Oh, man. I had a different story about this in a tab on my main browser. And I was like, I don't even know who this woman is. I have not heard of this woman. Cucumber pegging, a $300 fine. Answers to questions you never asked. Don't forget the 90 days, or rather up to 90 days in prison. Olivia Newsy on leave from New York Magazine after alleged affair with RFK Jr. A star political reporter for New York Magazine has been placed on leave following an alleged affair with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. that began when she visited his $7 million California home to write a feature article. Washington correspondent Olivia Newsy admitted that the nature of some communication between myself and a former reporting subject turned personal in a statement to dailymail.com. She also claimed the relationship was never physical. I just don't believe you. What do you mean by I was in a personal relationship, but it was never I just don't believe you. Her editors confirmed that the other party was a former subject relevant to the 2024 campaign. Status reports that the affair with the former presidential hopeful, who is married to actress Cheryl Hines. RFK Jr., 70, has insisted he only met the political journalist once when she did a profile on him last year. Mr. Kennedy only met Olivia Newsy once in his life for an interview she requested, which yielded a hit piece, his spokesman told CNN. A source added that the nature of the relationship was emotional and digital in nature, not physical. Man, he's 70! Why would you do that? Man, he's fucking 70! How convenient, right after he drops out and endorses Trump. Insiders told the New York Post the pair had engaged in sexting despite RFK Jr. being married and Newsy being engaged at the time. I hate humans. She wrote a hit piece and he hit that piece. Earlier this year, the nature of some communication between myself and a former reporting subject turned personal, Newsy said. During that time, I did not directly report on the subject nor use them as a source, she said. The relationship was never physical, but should have been disclosed to prevent the appearance of a conflict. I deeply regret not doing so immediately and apologize to those I've disappointed, especially my colleagues at New York. Was she trying to be like cheeky? Is this like the elite class way of I'm a brat who needs correction? Where like I'm gonna interview you and write a hit piece and I want you to bend me over and spank me for being bad, daddy! Like, what is this? Newsy was born January 6, 1993, age 31. Jesus Christ. He's 70, man! Why? Spady Cake, thank you for the 10. Speaking of Benoys, we have hundreds of wild ones in your local area. If I want one, they're free. Please take them before they breed even more. Well, my question is if they're in your yard, why aren't you taking them for lunches, honestly? Imagine claiming to have an affair from your fiancé with an old man with his voice. Just like...
Eat Benoy. Yeah, eat the Benoy.
She was 31, you sick fuck. I don't think anyone's saying he's a pedophile. I think people are saying, why the fuck would a 31-year-old woman go after a 70-year-old man? That don't make no goddamn sense. She probably wrote the hit piece because he wouldn't fuck her. No. New York Magazine acknowledged an inappropriate relationship in a statement about Newsy's hiatus, deeming it a violation of the magazine's standards around conflicts of interest and disclosures. Had the magazine been aware of the relationship, she would not have continued to cover the presidential campaign, the statement read. An internal review of her published work has found no inaccuracies, nor evidence of bias. An internal review, eh? We've investigated ourselves and find that nothing was wrong. His wife's body doesn't look real below her neck? I feel like that's probably just the copious amounts of Botox. Right? Like, if I only looked at their faces, like, if I held my hand up and I covered their bodies, like, he looks like he is aged like a normal old man, and she looks like a lizard person, you know? I can't see it. She's not real. Richard also, thank you for the 2. Kirsche, he's a Kennedy. Don't be silly. What do you mean? Would I? No, I would not the 70-year-old Kennedy. He looks really good for 70. Yeah, I mean, for 70, he looks fine, right? But I'm not gonna go after a 70-year-old man at my age, much less hers, dude. What the fuck? Arnold cheated on a Kennedy and his political career went down the drain, so never get with a Kennedy and cheat on them or expected them to be faithful. Jesus. More Skeletor than lizard person. She's currently on leave from the magazine, and the magazine is conducting a more thorough third-party review. We regret this violation of our readers' trust. Newsy31 has been engaged to Politico's chief Washington correspondent Ryan Lizza, 50, since 2022. Maybe she just likes older men. Dude, 50? Dude, what? Maybe she just likes the wrinkly grandpa penis. Like, I don't understand. She's just like, sorry, I can't date you unless I can wrap your ball sack around my neck like a winter scarf. Isn't RFK Jr. like super ripped for an old guy? He is. He is. Wrinkled for her pleasure. And she likes the balls extra crinkly. Oh my god. Also, can I just say, if she were to be like the girl boss who hyphenates her name, her last name would be Newsy Lizza or Lizzie Newsy. It's like, that would be such a fucking tongue twister of a name to say. Still not a mental image you needed today. You're welcome. Hey Newsy, I heard you like I'm old. It's probably safe to go to cell block 1. Kendrick Lamar, probably. Did I cover a smart schoolboy 9 rabbit hole? Causing some Redditors to notice autogynephilia and others to keep spamming the investigation subreddit begging for it to be taken down? No, I have no idea what that is. I haven't heard of it. The YouTube summary of this chat sounds crazy. What is our AI summary today? What is our AI summary today? Oh no, not that. The AI summary is always hilarious. I think if you wear a fake gray beard, she'd let me hit it. Oh my god. However, the couple have since called off their nuptials. Wow! What a surprise! Nuzzy is understood to have met father of 6 RFK for a hiking trip last year as a part of a profile she wrote for New York Magazine. A source close to Nuzzy told Status that the relationship did not begin until the new year, after the profile was published in November 2023. People close to the matter said she did not proactively disclose the affair, and New York Magazine only recently learned of it. In 2015, Nuzzy posted a tweet where she railed against Hollywood depictions of journalists using their sexuality to get ahead. Man. That's funny. Hiking the old Appalachian Trail strikes again. Why does Hollywood think female reporters sleep with their sources, she asked, along with an article about the portrayal of women in the media as slutty ambition monsters. A way to prove them wrong, woman, by being a slutty ambition monster, eh? You go, girl. You add to them statistics. She just sexed. Oh, she only talked about wanting to fuck the guy that she was reporting on. She didn't actually do it. Therefore, she's only a semi-slutty ambition monster. My bad. My bad, chatter. I'm sorry, baby. Just gave me the wrinkles that you couldn't. Moment you start the Kirsche Echo train by opening up both the YouTube and the Twitch stream. Oh my god. The TLDI is a guy editing pics of minors to have creepy, fucked up faces and look very risque, is a Brit who also dresses up in LARPs as a little kid and has been doing it for years. What the fuck? What the fuck? Chat viewers are commenting on a variety of topics, including crows being trained to bow for nuts, a call-in show from 15 years ago with graphic sexual questions, a persona's last name sounding like a dish, and a person eating a cucumber as if it were a poo-cumber. Dude, AI, what the fuck? What the fuck? Ha ha ha. Hello, Cheemsball. What are you doing? AI knows what's up. I can't believe AI made a fucking cucumber more like poo-cumber joke. Maybe the AI really will replace humans, man. Oh, God. This mansion looks like it's in a bit of a dire strait for being 6.6 million, right? Like, look at that roof. That roof needs some milk. Look at this fucking entryway. That needs some upkeep, dude. What is happening?
Public service announcement, everybody do the course, she can't stop all of us.
Speedy Cakes, you don't do that! I will decapitate you all and put your heads on pikes! Thank you for the 25, though. Most of the time, the high price is the land, not the house. I know, but it still, like, fucking shocks me when I see houses looking like shit with high prices. In her profile, Nuzzy described meeting the former presidential candidate at the $7 million California home he shares with his wife. She painted a picture of RFK Jr. as an anti-establishment candidate, turning the presidential election upside down. Fear and denial is what Kennedy seems to inspire among said Washington establishment supporting the incumbent president. I got mushy mouth in there. And the gangland anti-establishment Fear and denial is what Kennedy seems to inspire among the staid Washington establishment supporting the incumbent president. And the gangland anti-establishment supporting the former president, she wrote. What the fuck kind of sentence is that? You can't call the anti-establishment also an establishment. That doesn't make any sense. Word salad. She touched on conflict in RFK Jr.'s marriage over his appearance on Steve Bannon's show and those of other right-wing personalities. Bannon was only the beginning. Poor Cheryl, Nuzzy wrote. The audacity of this bitch. To be like, poor Cheryl, poor his wife for him running this media gauntlet. Yeah, but fuck her, because I want that wrinkle dick, you know? At the time the piece was published, RFK Jr. was in the election race as an independent candidate, but has since dropped out and endorsed Trump. Nuzzy's last article, in which he described examining Trump's ear following the Butler assassination attempt, was published by the magazine on September 9th. I hate this woman, but I do like this dress. It comes amid the news that RFK Jr. is under federal investigation after he allegedly cut off the head of a dead whale and took it home 2 decades ago. Bro, what? Bro, what the where did this... Why is it illegal to cut the head off of a dead whale? How are we just finding out about this now? Why does this matter? I'm so confused. I'm so fucking confused. That sounds metal as fuck. Why is this here? He's a wild man. RFK Jr. has been married to third wife Hines since 2014, as well as his 6 children and 2 grandchildren. He's a stepfather to a daughter from a previous relationship. Nuzzy announced her engagement to Lisa on Instagram on September 22nd, 2022, with a series of videos showing off a huge solitaire-cut sparkler on her ring finger. The couple were due to publish a book together about the 2020 election, which has since been stalled. I'm sure we'll be missing that book. Page 6 reported that they were struggling to come up with the anticipated political scoops, with Biden's team in particular being mistrustful of Newsy. Wow! Well, imagine that! The book is still available for pre-order for $16.99, though it's not available on Amazon until 2027. Lisa has 2 children and was previously married to Dr. Christine Gillespie. He was formerly a writer for The New Yorker, but was fired in 2017 amid a #MeToo scandal after he was accused of improper sexual conduct. Man, she found an in, did she not? Lisa branded the conclusion a terrible mistake, which had not received a proper investigation. Other media outlets who worked with Lisa conducted their own probe, but did not find any evidence of wrongdoing. I need to search up this fucking whale story, dude. RFK Jr., whale head. Hold on a second, chat. What the fuck is this? She wasn't young enough for Biden. This is, 1 day ago? 10 hours ago?
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says he's under investigation for scavenging a whale's head.
Right after I endorsed President Trump, I received a letter from the National Marine Fisheries Institute.
I've never heard this guy speak before. Man, what the fuck? What happened to his voice?
saying that they were investigating me for collecting a whale specimen.
Someone needs to perform the Heimlich maneuver. He sounds like he's in pain, dude. Did he swallow an entire sandpaper factory? Throat cancer? God damn. God damn, that is rough. I feel bad for this dude.
20 years ago. And this is all about the weaponization of our government against political opponents of the party in power.
Kennedy said the alleged act now falls outside the statute of limitations. The National Marine Fisheries Service is part of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. NMFS Director of Public Affairs Kate Silverstein told The Hill it is long-standing NOAA practice not to comment on open investigations. If you've been following Kennedy's career closely, this news may not come as a huge surprise. The whale story was first reported in Town and Country magazine in 2012. Kennedy's daughter Kik told the magazine that when she was 6, so around 1994, her father used a chainsaw to cut the head off of a dead beached whale in Haiti.
So we're basically opening an investigation for something that he did 20 years ago to a whale on a beach because this chick, when she was 6, said that it happened. Why do we keep taking child testimony this seriously? I just what the fuck?
Port, Massachusetts. He then strapped the head to the roof of the family minivan and drove it to Mount Kisco, New York.
And nobody thought anything wrong with a giant whale head, leaking blood and whatever the fuck else as he drove 4 hours? I can't wait. Chat, is this real?
The story resurfaced in the media this summer after Kennedy admitted to having left a roadkill bear cub in Central Park in 2014, staged to make it look like it had been hit by a bicycle. Last month, the Center for Biological Diversity...
That seems a little bit of a diabolical troll. Haha, I found this dead bear cub, let's put it in the park and make people think it got hit by a car. Who does that?
Action Fund issued a letter calling for an investigation into the incident. Apparently, they got their wish.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Though his profile may have risen during his recent presidential bid.
Oh, this is just a feel sad video. I don't want to listen to that.
We've always traveled with our cats. That was always our intention when we got them as kittens.
What?
And
what? Who's talking right now?
It's always been, shorter, just long.
What the fuck? RFK is a mad lad. I guess it just started auto-playing something. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is. You need to put a pistol on a single-fired shot in the bear's head to make it look like the bear did it himself. The bear committed suicide! We can tell because there's 2 shotgun blasts to the back of his head. And they're eating the whale. They're eating the bears. Oh my god. You should check out RFK's speech where he endorses Trump. He throws the Democratic Party under the bus hard. I might really like it. Maybe. Maybe. His sister sounds like that too. How do they all have throat cancer? Courtney Love killed Kurt Cobain. No one can tell me otherwise. True. True and real. Let me grab my Bridge article. Let me grab the Brigadage. Because the last time we were talking about Bridge, I only talked about how to usher in transformational change for ESG, DEI. And I wanted to also read how to make belonging an integral part of workplace DEI. Workplace diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts have a better chance of succeeding when they focus on belonging, which is separate from inclusion and involves a genuine connection to the organization. This is what Sherm, the HR powerhouse, said as well. They were saying that they're dropping equity and they're going to be focusing on inclusion and belonging. And they're doing that because they said that telling a certain group of people that they're bad all the time doesn't really endear them to doing your work or championing your cause. You have to make everyone feel like they belong if you want to enact actual cultural change. Andrea Carter and James Halbert from Adler University, employers can support an environment of belonging by creating a shared sense of responsibility for fairness, valuing employees for their diverse contributions, and helping them feel psychologically safe and caring for their well-being.
Shut up, silly woman.
We got a nice little article here. Diversity, equity, or I guess the title is different here. In the face of DEI backlash, belonging plays a key role to future success. Diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts have become increasingly visible in the U.S. workplaces, especially over the past 5 years. However, DEI has recently come under attack, with companies scaling back their DEI plans. As a professor of organizational psychology, I believe businesses should refine rather than abandon these efforts. Introducing a powerful concept, belonging could hold the key. Although people mistakenly use belonging and inclusion interchangeably, their differences matter a lot and can have a significant impact on employee satisfaction and organizational success. Diversity initiatives have a long history in American workplaces, but it's only recently that DEI has become a buzzword. DEI refers to policies and initiatives implemented by organizations to ensure fair treatment of and full participation by all people. Participation, by the way. This is wrong. And we know it's wrong because this has always been a buzzword. These have always been words that they have used that have subversive meanings. They do not ensure fair treatment. They ensure equitable treatment, which is to treat some people unfairly because they hold the incorrect physical characteristics that they cannot help that they have. Adoption of formal DEI programs has seen significant growth. In 2019, around 64% of organizations had some form of DEI initiative. By 2023, this rose to 89%, demonstrating a clear upward trend. But don't worry, chat. They're getting rid of it. They're fully 100% honestly getting rid of it. They're not hiding anything. We're winning, chat. Don't pay attention. Research shows that companies with diverse teams are 70% more likely to capture new markets and are 87% better at making decisions. We also know that this is bullshit. But let's see where they're pulling these statistics from, shall we? Do It Software 2024 Diversity in the Workplace Statistics, a comprehensive analysis. All right. The trend of diversity in the workplace has become a central focus for companies around the globe. Research from McKinsey, which we know is fake, HBR, and BCG underscores the multifaceted benefits of a diverse workforce. Remember that article we read last, not my Thursday stream, but like my last real stream? It's weird to put it that way. Where they basically admitted that diversity doesn't actually increase anything, but it could. And since there's a possibility that it could, you should just do it anyways, right? Like, what do you got to lose? Specifically, businesses can enhance creativity and decision-making, improve financial performance, and get a competitive advantage in the market. Still, what is the underlying condition behind this phenomenon? What social injustices are pushing this idea forward? Are companies adjusting their HR strategies to address the lack of diversity? Do employees from various backgrounds have the same or different experiences? For answers, join us as we discover diversity in workplace statistics. Read more to explore how gender, age, race, and disabilities affect the workforce. And key diversity in the workplace statistics are: diverse teams are 70% more likely to capture new markets. We know this is false just by using our fucking eyes and seeing how all of their DEI projects quite literally fail. Concord was $400 million. In 2022, only 6 Fortune 500 companies had a black CEO. In 2023, more than 10% of Fortune 500 companies are led by women. Women's median earnings in 2022 were 83% of men's. Yeah, but what jobs were they working? 76% of job seekers consider a diverse workforce important when evaluating companies and job offers. I just don't fucking believe you. Some guy looking for a job who needs money in order to live is not going to give a single fuck about diversity in the workplace. Come the fuck on, dude. 71% of black employees and 72% of Hispanic employees said their employer should do more to increase workforce diversity. In 2023, 89% of US companies either have a DEI strategy or plan to implement one. But they're definitely getting rid of them, chat. 58% of companies have trained teams to identify unconscious bias and microaggressions. Facebook had 36.7% of women in leadership roles in 2022, the highest among major tech companies. Global Consumer Report has highlighted workers' preferences for job qualities in 2022. Flexible schedules or remote options, along with good pay and benefits, top the list with 53% and 50% respectively. Meanwhile, a diverse and inclusive environment is considered an ideal quality by 12% out of 11,000 workers. This relatively lower percentage might suggest that these criteria are not the primary drivers in the job selection process for the majority of the workforce. Then where the fuck did you get this statistic from? How can you say 76% of job seekers consider a diverse workforce important, and then down here you're like, well, only 12% out of 11,000 workers considered that ideal? What did they mean by this? For those evaluating job offers, understanding compensation components such as stock options versus RSUs can also be crucial. These equity incentives play a significant role in overall job satisfaction and long-term financial planning. Ideal job qualities for workers: flexible schedule, remote options at 53%, good pay and benefits 50%, low stress 35%, a feeling valued and respected 33%, safe environment 27%, a purpose or mission that aligns with my beliefs 15%, diverse inclusive environment 12%. What? I made it up. You feel like job seekers one is because the turnover rate for jobs that are very diverse is so much higher than jobs without that diversity? I mean, maybe. However, this data contrasts with Glassdoor's diversity in the workplace statistics. According to Glassdoor's survey in September 2022, among job seekers and workers aged 18 to 34, 80% consider a company's commitment to DEI as very or somewhat crucial when looking for a new job. This percentage is notably higher compared to those aged 55 to 64, which consider it 67% crucial, and over 65, 61%. Even among the 35 to 54 age group, the value placed on those factors is slightly less at 74%. I know normies are dumb, but you cannot convince me that that staggering amount of normies consider DEI somewhat crucial. Like, there ain't no way. The irony in all this is that men are now going to take into account the diversity of the workplace on whether or not he as a man will be valued in his job as a good worker. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's just blatantly false. Yeah, I just don't believe it, man. When considering gender differences, 76% of women, dyslexia, compared to 72% of men, find these aspects noteworthy in a company. In terms of race and ethnicity, Black 79%, Hispanic 77%, and Asian American Pacific Islander 82%, job seekers and employees place more importance on these factors than their white counterparts at 71%. That's still way too fucking high! That is crazy high! These are word-gamed polls? They have to. There's no way. This data highlights a clear message. While not always the top-listed job selection criteria, DEI is still taken into consideration, especially among minority groups. Statistics by countries. In 2021, 2/3 of full-time employees worldwide reported that DEI programs were instrumental in creating a belonging work environment. Additionally, nearly the same percentage observed that these initiatives were key in ensuring fair compensation. The phrase, again, comes to mind that when someone is actually treated fairly, they see it as oppression because they are used to be treated with privilege and having it better than other people. Fondue, thank you for the 2. You need to know what the exact poll questions were? Yeah, same, dude. In the United States, a 2023 survey indicated that 32% of employed adults emphasized the significance of working with people of various races and ethnicities. Being colleagues with people of varying ages was crucial for 28% of survey participants. I have not once thought about the race of my coworkers when, like, needing to go to work. Right? It's just like, boy, I sure do hope my coworkers do their jobs today. Not thinking about, I don't interact with enough Mexican people at work. We need to change that. Like, what? What? And the statistics are just such fairy numbers. They're magicked up. 61% 88% of respondents in the Philippines recognize that their companies actively incorporate diversity into their recruitment processes. Singapore showed a more modest perspective, with 34% of respondents echoing the sentiment. What did they mean by this in the Philippines? What's going on in the Philippines, man? In China, the accessibility of DEI programs to full-time employees seems to be more widespread than the global average. In 2021, 64% of Chinese employees had access to DEI programs at work, surpassing the global average of 41%. Now hold the fucking phone. The Chinese people are coming into America and pushing DEI tactics in our politicians' ears, all right? Zero chance the Chinese are pushing this kind of thing at home. Ain't no way. How do you have DEI in China? Ain't no fucking way. Oh my god, no way, dude. Looking at Europe in general, there is a notable satisfaction with employers' diversity policies, particularly within the IT and internet software sector. On a scale from 1 to 5, employees in this sphere rated the diversity level as a 3.8. The drugs and biotech industry was placed second with 3.75 out of 5. Restaurant and clothing businesses are next with 3.71 and 3.7 respectively. The sentiments contrast with the wholesale sector, where employees rated 3.51 out of 5 for their company's approach to diversity. Diversity statistics. Recent research by WBR Insights and Trailient presents insights about DEI integration within 300 companies from across the U.S. About 1/3 of the respondents were from companies with 100 to 999 employees. 1,000 to 499 was 35%, or more than 5,000, 33%. Prevalence of formal DEI strategies. A staggering 89% of companies surveyed have established formal DEI strategy. An additional 11% plan to implement one within the next year. But chat, it's going away! We're winning! Give Robbie Starbuck your money! Lack of dedicated DEI resources. Despite the widespread adoption of DEI strategies, over half, 57%, of these companies do not have dedicated resources for a budget or DEI initiatives. DEI training efforts. 2/3, or 65% of the companies conduct DEI training, with a majority viewing it as important, 61%. Or very important, 9% to their organization. Hold on. How is there such a huge gap here? How are there 61% viewing it as important, but only 9% as very important? Sarcastic Sophist, thank you for the 5. You never heard about any women pushing to work on your old construction crew, or any other, actually? We'd be happy to have ladies help us do demo work. Imagine. We're winning! Go back to buying the slop! It'll get better soon! Addressing unconscious bias, just over half, 58%, have established and trained teams specifically to recognize and address unconscious bias and microaggressions. A self-assessment of DEI maturity. A small fraction, 21%, rate their organization's maturity as exceptional. Meanwhile, nearly half, 49%, believe that they are at least on par with or ahead of industry norms in their DEI efforts. DEI as a cultural pillar. Almost half of the companies, 49%, report that DEI is ingrained in their company culture and everyday operations. I really hope that more than just me start talking about this, right? Because this is getting a little out of hand already, man. It's getting a little out of hand. Executive involvement in DEI. A significant majority, 71%, indicate that their executives participate in endorsing and advancing DEI. Yet only a minority, 13%, describe their executives as proactive and visibly engaged in these activities. 58% showed a lack of proactive engagement from their leadership. Yeah, because I'm sure a lot of these executives bought into the, yeah, we'll take your fucking venture capital money because you'll make up for the losses that we'll incur by changing things culturally this quickly. And then they expected to start making a profit again. These were the people who cared about money and thought buying into a little bit of a devil salesmanship would have been good for them. And now they're just going to get replaced by ideologues. DEI maturity sounds like a lab experiment. Oh, wait, it is. Yep, DEI maturity index is a thing. Leadership, male versus female statistics in the workplace. According to the latest diversity in the workplace statistics, out of every 100 men promoted to manager, only 87 women are promoted. Okay, but like, what kind of experience do those women have? Do they want to be promoted to manager? Are they actually asking for that managerial position? How much time off have they taken for pregnancies? How much time off have they taken for sick leave? How much time off have they taken in general? Could they handle the amount of investment of a managerial position? All right, okay. Can we ask about that thing? Can they actually do the job? Rookie numbers. We got to get those numbers down, boys. Do they work as many hours overtime? It's just like, you know, Western industries that buy into this shit will essentially become incompetent and not able to sell anything. That's what I hope. That's what I hope. Women promoted to manager for every 100 men by ethnicity. 91 white women, 76 Latinas, 89 Asian women, 54 black women. Among females, there are disparities among the different ethnicities. White women fare slightly better. Asian females see 89 promotions for every 100 males. Black women are the least promoted group with just 54 promotions for every 100 males. So, this doesn't even this doesn't say like what jobs they're in either, right? This doesn't give us enough information to be outraged, you know? Why is manga doing so well? Yeah, also, is this according to like just the US? Like where... Is this worldwide? The US? Like, where exactly is this? For the first time in 68 years, the percentage of Fortune 500 companies led by women has surpassed 10%. We saw another chart like this previously. There's no info. A share of women holding leadership and managerial positions in large tech companies in 2022. You got Meta, Apple, Google, Oracle, Microsoft, Amazon, Cisco, Samsung, Broadcom, and Nvidia. In the technology sector, women's presence in leadership roles varies widely, but has seen a surge in some companies. All right. The gender pay gap in median weekly earnings. Okay, all right. Okay, all right. Crucial role of diverse leadership in idea endorsement. Without diversity in leadership roles, women experience a 20% lower chance of having their ideas supported compared to their straight white male colleagues. The gap widens for people of color, who are 24% less likely to receive endorsement for their ideas. Similarly...
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Hey, J-Man, Dual Blade, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Similarly, LGBT individuals face a 21% lower likelihood of their ideas being approved compared to straight white men in companies with homogenous leadership. Can I ask a question? Right, like, how would someone know? Like, if you're like, let's just say a gay man on a board of directors and you're putting out an idea, how are the people on the board going to know that you are a gay man unless you are like, I don't know, being crazy about it, right? Like, I mean, if you're just like that gay dude that's like, oh, I got a picture of my husband on my desk, I don't think anybody's really gonna give a shit, right? How do we know all those ideas were worthy of being used? Also that. By asking Kirsche if she'd date him, Jesus Christ. How do you get to the board? Also a good question. Statistics by age, millennials' views on inclusion and innovation. Millennials have a strong belief in the connection between inclusive cultures and innovation. According to diversity in the workplace statistics, 74% of millennial employees feel that their organization is more innovative when it fosters a culture of inclusion. Furthermore, nearly half of the millennials consider diversity and inclusion an important factor when evaluating potential employers. The sentiment emphasizes the growing importance among younger workers for diverse and inclusive work environments. Deloitte's extensive survey of over 22,000 Gen Z and millennial respondents reveals a critical gaze towards employers' societal impacts, including DEI efforts. While there has been some recognition of progress, less than half of these younger generations believe businesses are making a positive influence. Gen Zs are slightly more optimistic than millennials, with 48% believing in the positive role of businesses compared to 44% of millennials. As more than 50% of responders do not feel the beneficial impact, the reason might lie in their experiences of harassment. More than 60% of Gen Zs and around 50% of millennials have encountered microaggressions in the past year. Millennials are 40 now. The youngest are like 27. This is why I'm saying, like, people keep trying to say that, like, Gen Z is more based than every other generation before. There might be, like, little enclaves of super based Gen Zs, much like we see with millennials, but they have grown up in a largely ideologically captured environment. They are largely going to go along with these things, which is why the modern audience keeps getting touted. The generation below Gen Z, if something isn't done to reverse this tide, is going to end up being the modern audience that all of these companies keep talking about. They're going to know nothing else besides this ideology because it's everywhere for them. It's everywhere in their schools. It's going to be when they get to university. It's in their media, in their childhood TV shows, in their teen cartoons, in TV and movies when they grow up. It's in their video games, and it's going to be in the workplace once they get there, because this is what Bridge is assuring happens. Gen Alpha's already lost. Skibbity Riz, Ohio. Oh my god, Gen Alpha's already lost, dude. It's in their skin. You don't believe the majority is based? We still need children who aren't indoctrinated? It's going to be a bit of a fight. The argument is Gen Z is more conservative at this point in their life than previous generations. Millennials were more liberal when they were Gen Z's age. God, we fucked some shit up, man. How long until... Oh my god. The phantom text, the next generation. As more than, oh, I've already read that part. Reports of inappropriate emails, unwanted physical contact, and exclusionary behavior were prevalent. Despite high reporting rates, many believe their employers' responses were ineffective, particularly among women, non-binary, and LGBT plus groups.
Gee, Sally, your boyfriend lets you have 2 comms?
In the United States, the view on diversity initiatives is mostly positive among racial groups. A 2023 survey highlighted that a significant 78% of black employed adults see the push for increased DEI in the workplace as positive. Thing that benefits this group of people in a positive way despite it being discrimination. Said group of people finds it to be a good thing. Wow, more news at 11. Contrastingly, less than half of white employed adults at 47% share this viewpoint. Wow! Who could have guessed? Among those who believe diversity efforts to be negative, white adults have the biggest share, 21%. Meanwhile, only 1% of black respondents have the same thoughts. Asians and Hispanics have 10 and 9%, respectively. You know, I would have thought that the Asian percentage would be higher, considering how often they are called and treated as quote-unquote white adjacent and denied opportunity for being such, right? Like, that's crazy. Shocking, people who benefit from affirmative action like it. U.S. labor force by race and ethnicity. This is just like, diversity in the workplace statistics reveal that whites are the majority of the U.S. labor force at 77%. Blacks and Asians make up an additional 13% and 7% respectively. So what we're saying is that 78% of the DEI policies benefit 13% of the population. Wow, that is insane. Other racial groups form smaller percentages of the workforce, including American Indians, Alaska Natives, Native Hawaiians, other Pacific Islanders, and those of 2 or more races among Asians in the labor force. The largest groups are Indian, 25%, and Chinese, 22%. Asian probably includes Middle Easterners, like in the UK. Yeah, it just said Indian here. It said that here. When it comes to the employment population ratios, Native Hawaiians and other Pacific Islanders report the highest rate of 63.9. Meanwhile, American Indians and Alaska Natives report the lowest at 56%. Hispanics demonstrate the 63.5% rate, Asians 62.7%, individuals of 2 or more races 61.7%, whites 60%, and blacks 58.4%. So I'm a little confused here, right? What are the point of the DEI policies if every single group besides apparently black employed people are above white people for being employed. Like, what did they mean by this? The percent of people in the labor force matches the percent of the actual population demographic? Impossible! Diversity in the workplace statistics indicate that men in the largest race and ethnicity groups show varying employment population ratios. Specifically, Hispanic men are at the highest, 76.5%, and black men are at the lowest, 64.1%. What did they mean that there's more unemployed black men than every other race? What did Do It Software mean by this? Among women, these ratios show less variation, yet still reflect disparities across racial and ethnic groups. For instance, black women show a 58.5% rate, Hispanic 57.4%, white 55.4%, and Asian 58%. So they're saying that black women have a higher employment population ratio than white women? Well, what's the DEI for? Unemployed isn't collecting unemployment benefits, or just without a job? This has nothing to do with collecting benefits. Teen employment also shows differences. White teens have a higher employment population ratio, 35.2%. In contrast, Asian teens have 20.8%, black 24.5%, and Hispanic 29.3%. Got a lot of white teenagers working, eh? A double whammy. Leadership and ownership among black Americans. Based on diversity in the workplace statistics, only 6 black CEOs were leading Fortune 500 companies in 2022. This figure stands in stark contrast to the entrepreneurial spirit among black Americans, evidenced by over 134,000 black-owned businesses nationwide. These companies collectively employ approximately 1.3 million people and generate over $133 billion in total receipts. That's actually kind of crazy, right? That's like 134,000 for the size of the population. That's not like huge. And then 103 million people when you consider the size of the United States. Or sorry, 1.3 million people when you consider the size of the United States. But they generate 133 billion? That is an insane amount. That's crazy high. They need to adjust the number. Workplace discrimination insights. You're about to explore diversity in the workplace statistics on employees with disabilities hiring. Stay with us. I feel like we don't really need to read the rest of this because it's just more boring statistical slop, I guess. Wrapping up, by the year 2028, there might be changes in employee demographics. To be more specific, it is anticipated that minorities will constitute more than a third of the labor market. It is forecasted that the Hispanic demographic will experience the most significant increase. Asian and black workers' representation is also projected to surge substantially. One of the emerging workplace diversity trends is the establishment of clear and open DEI measures. The statistics suggest a future where diversity is the norm, serving as a driver of growth. Diversity was the norm back when people went for jobs that they wanted and were hired on merit. You had diversity because you had people that knew what they were doing hired for jobs that they wanted. Diversity, quote unquote. Oh my god. What is the percentage of diversity in the workplace? Are new companies 70% more likely to capture new markets? What's the diversity trend in 2023? Why is diversity important in the workplace? Please rate this article 4.51 out of 5 based on 288 reviews. Holy shit. These people are crazy. I don't like that guy's face. Back to the original article before we went into the statistics. Additionally, 85% of CEOs report diverse workforces improving profitability. Despite this, a trend of businesses and schools significantly or completely eradicating their DEI initiatives had become prevalent in 2024. What happened? While external factors contributed to the backlash, including political pressure and a charged legal environment, research suggests that problems with how DEI is conceptualized and practiced also bear a fair share of the blame. Interesting. Misunderstanding DEI. While diversity and inclusion are often well-intentioned, many organizations that approach change initiatives solely through diversity metrics have failed. Effective DEI strategy focuses on learning and development, mentorship, and allyship, extending beyond race and gender. The challenge comes from narrow views of DEI, driving oversimplifications and zero-sum thinking. So this is again what Bridge said back in January, Cheryl Dijo, when she gave her interview. She was saying that that DEI in and of itself seems like it can be a failure if people are doing a siloed off approach and they're only giving their marketing teams and HR the ability to implement DEI tactics. When you limit DEI to just your HR or to just your marketing team or a combination of both of those, you're not actually committed to doing the work. You're just checking a box and you're trying to do things with a baseline placation that people aren't going to believe is true. You have to actually commit to doing the work and embed it in the DNA of your company. After watching Kirsche and learning about DEI, you have a good understanding and you hate it. For example, people might have multiple intersecting identities with complex traits that often depend on social context. But some DEI efforts ignore that complexity, reducing employees to a single category, such as gender, race, age, or disability status. That leaves people, regardless of whether they'd feel included in in-groups or out-groups, feeling diminished. Oh my god. Yeah, here's the intersectionality. Similarly, research shows that people's actions and opportunities are strongly influenced by their environment. But too often, DEI efforts place the responsibility for growth entirely on individuals. That actually reinforces people's biases because group dynamics and social structures shape collective behaviors. When models fail to distribute accountability and responsibility effectively, collective behavior will uphold toxic environments. To be fair, not all organizations have fallen into these traps. Those with leaders that have adopted a more contemporary understanding of power and bias have developed more effective strategies for their employers to thrive. What is this link? Taylor and Francis, Disability Critical Race Studies, DisCrit, theorizing at the intersections of race and dis/ability. In this article, we combine aspects of critical race theory and disability studies to propose a new theoretical framework that incorporates a dual analysis of race and ability, dis/ability critical race studies, or DisCrit. We first examine some connections between the interdependent constructions of race and dis/ability in education and society in the United States, and why we find it necessary to add another branch to critical race theory and disability studies. Next, we outline the tenets of DisCrit, calling attention to its potential value, as well as elucidate some tensions, cautions, and current limitations within DisCrit. Finally, we suggest ways in which DisCrit can be used in relation to moving beyond the contemporary impasse of researching race and dis/ability within education and other fields. Lord, it's evolving. We deliberately use dis/ability instead of disability throughout this article to call attention to ways in which the latter overwhelmingly signals a specific inability to perform culturally defined expected tasks, such as learning or walking. So, when they say dis/ability through a critical race lens, they're saying that they can't expect black people to learn or walk in the same way as white people perform that task of walking in a culturally defined way. This seems like even more harebrained than what they were talking about previously. What the fuck did they mean by this? So race is a disability now? I don't fucking know, man. What is this? What the fuck is this? That come to define the individual as primarily and generally unable to navigate society. We believe that the slash in disability disrupts misleading understandings of disability as it simultaneously conveys the mixture of ability and disability. We have maintained the use of disability when referring to its official use within classification structures and organizations. We provide a more comprehensive discussion troubling of disability as fact in the introduction of this article. Like Gutierrez, Morales, and Martinez, 2009, we use the term non-dominant to recognize and emphasize the central issue is the power relations between those who are in power and those who, despite their growing census numbers, are not. This term is an alternative to minority and other terms that may refer to but do not draw attention to those communities that have historically and currently experienced marginalization by dominant communities. Okay, so here we go. Instead of calling them minorities anymore, because once the minority becomes the majority, you can't really call them a minority, they're now going to use non-dominant to describe these people. Because they have to say non-dominant, since apparently white people are still the ones with all the power. I hate horseshoe theory for being hyper simplistic, but man, they really have gone around the horn and now sound the same as the white nationalists. Yeah, dude. Like, what the fuck? 3, we are drawing insights here from the work of Crenshaw, 1993, and Solorzano and Yoso, 2001, on race and gender. In the field of general publishing, for example, tags within the Library of Congress, tags for books that have a dis/ability focus are often placed in the self-help category. This impacts where books are shelved in libraries and bookstores, continuing to designate dis/ability to be seen as a health concern, rather than a cultural or political issue. Sports is also illustrative, as there are times when dis/abled competitors are seen to be disadvantaged and in need of a separate or segregated spaces in order to level the playing field. This hurts my brain, right? Because I know they're not talking about, like, actual disabled people, since this is in the lens of critical race theory. Right? But also, like, what... The only thing I can think of what they're talking about here is, like, the trans segregation in sports areas. Right? Are they saying that non-dominant people are not capable of learning? They're saying that non-dominant people are the ones who are being oppressed. They don't talk about people like their people. They really don't. They're not talking about the Paralympics. They're not talking about the Paralympics. I will go back and remind you, this is combining disability with critical race theory. And they're talking about marginalized people. They're not calling them minorities anymore. They're calling them non-dominant. So this is another level of subverting language when they're not talking about disabilities. And they've even said that they're using dis/ability to be distinctly different from the word disability, where disability means the people who actually have disabilities, and dis/ability is talking about this through a critical race theory lens. Race is a disability now. I'm fucking... At other times, it is argued that technologically advanced prosthesis or other dis/ability related accommodations provide unfair advantages. In this case, disabled athletes, so now they're talking about the real disabled athletes because there's no slash in it. Disabled athletes are seen as having superhuman abilities, disqualifying them from competing with non-disabled athletes. Either too impaired or too enhanced, individuals with dis/ability are barred from participation. Do you see what I mean, chat? When they're using disabled for the real term, but then they have their critical race theory dis/ability. It's just a roundabout way of them calling people stupid. A third example can be seen in the way that recreational activities get coded as therapies when they involve dis/abled people. If an individual does art and is disabled, not dis/abled, their activity is coded as art therapy. If a disabled individual works out, people assume they are in physical therapy. We acknowledge that dis/ability is an elastic category because it expands and contracts over time and throughout cultures. What is considered a dis/ability today may or may not have been seen as a dis/ability 150 or even 10 years ago. Because dis/ability is socially and historically contingent, dis/ability is always shifting and moving as a category of difference. Number 6, we do recognize and respect the rights of those from non-dominant communities to self-select segregation. What? Some people with autism prefer smaller or quieter environments with less interaction, separate schools and programs for LGBTQ kids who may need them, schools for girls only, schools for programs exclusively for the deaf. Non-dominant communities, and they only talk about these nice examples here, right? Well, we're helping those with autism. We're gonna send the gay kids to different schools. You know, girls only schools are good. But again, the non-dominance, where is it? Where did they say it? We use the term non-dominant to recognize and emphasize The central issue is the power relations between those who are in power and those who, despite their growing census numbers, are not. This term is an alternative to minority and other terms that may refer to, but do not draw attention to, those communities that have historically and currently experienced marginalization by dominant communities. Chat, they're crazy. They're crazy, chat. That's just segregation with extra steps. This is how it starts, man. Moving the linguistic needle to stay the victim. True. True and real. That's bone-chilling, man. Back to the other article. Jesus Christ, I wasn't expecting that when I clicked on that fucking link. Where did I click on that link, even? Where did I click on that? I don't remember. Entirely on individuals, fail to demonstrate collective behavior, toxic environments, respect and fairness. It was this one. My research suggests that for DEI initiatives to succeed, respect and fairness must be present. Yeah, just as a reminder, the terms respect and fairness were the highlighted link that took us to dis/ability critical race studies. Theorizing the intersections of race and dis/ability. Fucking respect and fairness, by the way. DEI's evolution, integrating belonging for the lasting impact. While belonging is related to inclusion, research shows it's much more than just a synonym. Inclusion may focus on being seen, accepted, and valued within a team or community. Belonging goes deeper, involving a genuine sense of connection and identity within a group. To truly experience belonging, it's not enough to feel included. My research shows that 5 critical indicators must also be present. Might I remind you that this is for your work, by the way. This is for your job. Whatever you do at your job right now, imagine being forced to participate in this on a daily basis until it becomes embedded in you such that it is just your normal daily life. These elements ensure that individuals feel a deep, meaningful attachment to the group, which inclusion alone cannot fully achieve. This sounds like cult speak. Why is my job a cult? This distinction underscores that belonging is a unique and essential experience distinct from inclusion, and critical for fostering a truly cohesive and supportive environment. So what are the 5 indicators of belonging? They are comfort, connection, contribution, psychological safety, and well-being. And all of them can be measured. Where is this from? Oh shit, it killed my webpage. This is 189 pages of belonging within the workplace, mixed methods, constructivist, grounded theory study for instrument validation and behavioral indicators for performance and governance. Help! Holy shit! And also, of course, the alternative titles in fucking French, dude. What the fuck? Talk about spreading the lies. A thesis submitted to the faculty of Adler University by Andrea Carter in partial fulfillment of the requirements for the degree of Master in Industrial and Organizational Psychology. How horrendous! How spooky! How spooky! I'm just gonna accept all cookies for now. What if I like Control F in this document? What should I Control F in here, chat? What should I try and look for? What should I try and look for in here? A bridge? Well, they're not gonna have bridge in here, because bridge is like a specific section, yeah? They're not gonna have bridge in there. Dis/ability? Dis/ability? Nope, not in here. White supremacy! White. White isn't mentioned in here at all, apparently, according to this search. That's kind of crazy. George Floyd? Oh, no. Okay, George hasn't found anything. Alright, okay. The work. Is this even working? Can I just type in the? Okay, the is only in here 17 times? Is it only searching like the fucking first page? It must be, right? It must be. There's no way it's only 17 times in this whole article. Yeah, it's only searching this one page. You piece of shit. You piece of shit. It's not letting me search the whole thing. Oh, that's unfortunate. They subbed white for dominant, maybe. But it's apparently not letting me search the whole document, which is kind of unfortunate. I don't know why it would do that. Let me type in respect. Yeah, the word respect is literally right there, and it's saying it can't find it. Yeah, they got lucky this time that the web page is broken. Just copy it. I don't know if I could, like, open it in another link. Maybe I'll have to go through this in my off time and see if there's anything fucking weird in here, because this is huge, dude. This is huge. When your work and contributions don't even have the acknowledgement of a reply, that's a signal. When you never hear back or your ideas abandoned, washed over, you know that what you're contributing is not going anywhere and no one is going to talk about you. That means you won't advance. Or you just had a bad idea. Or like, there's plenty of times where I just, like, haven't heard back, man. I don't think they're racist against white people. Demand for you, need for your input. Man, I wish I could read this. It's so big. It's so long, dude. Abstract. Belonging is the cognitive, emotional, and psychological human necessity to be accepted and included by group members based on one's authentic identity as an individual. Moreover, belonging research has provided direct and indirect correlation for its ability to enhance motivation, job satisfaction, inclusion, and commitment. However, the responsibility for enhancing belonging within groups and organizations has largely fallen on the individual's ability to be deemed a fit. Well, yeah, you can't force people to fit in, man. That's just how that works. What do you mean by this? You can't threaten people who are part of a group and be like, you let this person in right now, and expect them to get along well with that person because they're being forced to do something. Maybe they'd like the person if the person came on their own. But the fact that they're being forced to do something already casts that person as an outcast. Vast research outlines the mechanisms and methodology for individuals to gain fit. However, these are biased based on the socialization of the leaders and organizational culture, which has exposed the gap that organizations lack the knowledge and skill to create environments where all employees feel like they belong. Social cognitive theory provides context for how individuals operate within socio-structural influences, understanding that people are producers as well as products of social systems and norms. Thereby, for the desired behaviors and expected outcomes to occur, responsibility for belonging must exist between both the individual and the organization. Desired behaviors and expected outcomes, by the way. They already know what the end goal is, and they're trying to create the framework to get them to their expected outcome. That's kind of nuts. We already knew that, but I love it when they say it point fucking blank, dude. The study therefore explored the responsibility of belonging through the dimensions of environment, social, and organizational culture. Adapting a constructivist mixed methods ground theory, or GT design, the workplace belonging scale was validated and critical belonging behaviors and workplace tactics to measure, identify, and govern belonging in the workplace were achieved. Oh my god. Do not worry, comrade. The situation has been normalized. That is... Just think about this sentence for a second. Adapting a constructivist mixed method grounded theory design, the workplace belonging scale was validated, and critical belonging behaviors and workplace tactics to measure, identify, and govern belonging in the workplace were achieved. That sounds dystopian as fuck! People are only a means to an end? Jesus.
Don't let your woman brain get in the way of using my brain to do things.
Keywords are workplace belonging, organizational culture,
hey guys,
corporate
smash
social
that
responsibility,
like button, leave a comment, push me in the algorithm.
CSR, environmental, social, and governments, ESG, validated belonging instrument. God, she even copyrighted this. God damn. God damn, this is crazy. This thesis is dedicated to those who feel or have felt isolated, lonely, different, not enough, or as if something is wrong with them in the workplace. May this spark further research and support to the collective thinking about how corporate fit is defined, and organizational culture behaves. Good lord. Copyright page, acknowledgements, dedications, list of tables, overview, background, need for the study, post-pandemic urgency, lack of validated metrics and clear methodology, complexity of competing factors and influences, purpose of the study, significance, research questions, definition of terms. Now, this is fucking huge. This is a lot of information to take in. Oh yeah, that's right. It deleted my webpage that I was reading on. This image, you got connection, contribution, psychological safety, well-being, and comfort. Comfort, insight, perception, action, see and be seen, mindset, awareness, emotion, sympathy. Connection, insight is knowledge, action, know and be known, mindset is understanding, emotion, empathy. Contribution, insight is evaluation, action, value and be valued, mindset, influence, emotion, fulfillment. Psychological safety, insight, acknowledgement, action, accept and be accepted, mindset, reflection, emotion, accountability. These people have no idea what accountability is. Well-being, insight, consideration, action, care and be cared for, mindset, authenticity, emotion, compassion. When an environment is high in each of the 5 indicators and the measured gap between the in-group and the out-group is low, it suggests an environment where responsibility for creating opportunities to thrive are shared and balanced. Let's unpack these concepts. When an organization is high in comfort, people feel seen for who they are. This requires them to accept that others have complex, sometimes contradictory identities, and to adopt a mindset of awareness. Perhaps counterintuitively, achieving comfort requires being a little uncomfortable too. That's because respectfully seeing and being seen means acknowledging other people's discomfort. What the fuck does that mean? What did they mean by this? And again, these are things that they are saying should be part of every employee's everyday job at a company. In order to have DEI be correctly implemented into a company, all of the employees must believe and work on these concepts. This just sounds like conform to groupthink. Operation Mindfuck, dude. Connection is the need to be known and trusted. For an organization to score high on connection, people will be aligned on values and goals. Connection creates a shared sense of responsibility and accountability. This shared responsibility is a foundation for empathy, since trust and fairness are born from understanding and empathizing with the social and emotional needs of others. Can I just click on this trust and fairness? Where does this take me? Where does this take me? IGI Global publishing tomorrow's research today. Belonging, performance, and engagement, what tomorrow's leaders need to know. It's community engagement in the office space, 2023. They mentioned the 2020 global economy shrinking. The effects of leadership on performance and engagement have long been evaluated and measured. Communities, organizations, and educational institutions seek to empower and support behaviors that lead to results. But the context of how is fundamentally different post-pandemic. Looking forward, organizational and institutional success will depend on the leader's ability to create a belonging environment. A belonging environment, they say. No longer inclusive environment. With fellowship no longer driven by rational rewards, leaders must learn how to connect with members' emotional needs to motivate and inspire action. This chapter examines the importance of adopting new leadership behaviors, the cost of membership loneliness and exclusion, and the impact of trust, accountability, and empathy. The chapter concludes with indicators and tactics to create belonging environments that drive engagement and high performance. In the absence of consideration of the concepts discussed in this chapter, mediocrity will rule, and a 20% engagement rate has the potential to become the global standard, impacting performance worldwide. I think that's crazy that they're just like, if you don't implement our fucking racist and bigoted policies, mediocrity is what will happen. These executed concepts and tactics will support community members to behave differently, empowering each other to rebound and thrive using tools that meet emotional needs and empower positive change. Good lord. Contribution. An organization high in contribution values its members for the unique and diverse attributes they bring to the table. In belonging environments, an individual's contribution is evaluated through curiosity and openness. Ideas and perspectives are shared to influence and challenge the status quo, driving innovation and creativity. When someone is genuinely acknowledged for their contributions, both they and their team feel fulfilled. I mean, well, yeah, if you contribute, you definitely want to have that acknowledged, right? You don't just want to be waved by the wayside. That's just like normal thinking, right? But if you're not contributing anything, if you don't have the skills to contribute anything, or if all that you've contributed has been hindering, like we just heard in that 9-minute interview, where Concord cost $400 million and they didn't allow any kind of criticism against the work, why would anyone praise you for that kind of contribution? Psychological safety. When a person is genuinely accepted into a group, making a mistake or even failing is seen as a chance to learn and grow, not an opportunity to shame, blame, or exclude. This is the essence of psychological safety. In cases where people's perspectives are dramatically different, psychological safety requires everyone to reflect and put themselves in the shoes of the other to respect their differences and be accountable for their behavior. What does this go to? From loneliness to belonging post-pandemic, how to create an engaged online community and beyond. Hold on, what do they mean by community engagement in the online space? What do they mean by this? The effects of isolation, loneliness, and ostracism on social engagement in online communities has been acknowledged throughout the pandemic by researchers. This chapter contextualizes and normalizes the behaviors associated with isolation and loneliness and draws attention to the belonging methodology. Belonging indicators and practices are revealed and described so as to break the patterns many are struggling with. Finally, the chapter provides context for engagement, collaboration, and creating community post-pandemic. What? Who is this for? I don't understand. How to cultivate belonging in online learning. Academia, culture matters, how values shape human progress. Psychological safety games? Hold on, what? Key takeaways. It's best to keep with mechanical simulations when possible. The Agile Games Conference 2018, InfoQ is covering this event with Q&As and articles. InfoQ spoke with Onager about using games in training and for adopting Agile, how to prevent games from becoming too personal and people feeling uncomfortable during games. What's reasonable to ask when playing games and how to find out if you're crossing the line, and how to create safe situations for playing serious games. What the fuck? Tim Ottinger said, I used to be against training games. I didn't play them and didn't lead them. I avoided bringing them into my classrooms. So a guy who didn't like training games is talking about training games, much like Anita Sarkeesian, who doesn't like games or gamers, is talking about gaming. Man. Too often, I heard managers complaining about how much money they had poured into having whole teams offline at some training event, and their frustration when walking by the classroom to see their professional, adult staff playing with Legos or Play-Doh or coloring books or folding airplanes. To the untrained eye, it looks like a lamentable waste of money. That's because it is. I interviewed some of the people leaving these classes and asked what they learned. Many of them couldn't answer that question. To the best of their knowledge, they didn't learn anything. But it was fun and a nice break from doing real work. The trainer, on the other hand, felt that the team had been educated on many topics. Over time, I've come to appreciate training games when they are well facilitated and well debriefed, and the participants actually are able to extract meaningful lessons from the game without too much prompting. InfoQ says, what are the benefits that serious games can bring for adopting Agile? Ottinger said, games abstract away from the actual daily work. This is both good and bad, so be sure you make the abstraction thin enough and transparent enough that people can apply the lessons. The abstraction creates a metaphor that is easy to recall and not too easy to reject. It creates a useful bit of cognitive dissonance. A useful bit of cognitive dissonance, eh? When people connect the game to the real work, it opens up a nice line of inquiry. Ideally, games can be safe places compared to real-world situations. In the game, maybe person X doesn't hate person Y and have a 7-year-long history of opposing everything that Y suggests in order to prevent Y's progress in the organization. That seems like it's personal, guy. Maybe in the game, X and Y are able to partner up for 5 minutes or jokingly play the part of faux adversaries within safe boundaries. Sir, if someone has a 7-year-long history of not liking a coworker, you're not gonna fix that with a bit of building blocks and fucking chutes and ladders, man. That's not gonna happen. Andrew B, thank you for the 5. Lego are never a waste. Oh my god. When and how should we use games in training and at conferences? Games help break up the monotony of lecture at the very least. They're welcome in the middle of the morning, in the middle of the afternoon, to break that digestive slump or lecture fatigue we've all seen. They're helpful as icebreakers to introduce participants to each other. I find them better than the dreary practices of having everyone in the room introduce themselves. Good training games go beyond mere ice-breaking and break-taking. Good training games give an opportunity to learn a lesson experientially under controlled circumstances. If the game is good enough, it generates insights that can be applied to real work. The guy I knew in finance, they wouldn't do like random in-house games. They would send them out to like what are those fucking things called? Like the trap rooms, like the escape room stuff. And so he would have to work with his coworkers to escape from an escape room. And every time he came back home from one of these things, he would be like, all of us fucking hate it. We hate doing it, but we have to check the fucking box. Otherwise, our bosses get mad. Nobody likes doing this. Nobody likes taking the time to do this. It's fucking awful. I really fucking hated Jeff at the office, but then the Legos got brought out. Oh my god. Through games, people are invited to engage and learn in groups.
Anya!
Mandatory corporate fun. Through games, people are invited to engage and learn in groups. Sharing, comparing, and contrasting their individual observations can help group members discover profound truths about the world of work. What the fuck? There's the risk that things become too personal when playing games, making people feel uncomfortable. And they talk about introvert, extrovert in a large crowd, blah, blah, blah. How can a game facilitator find out if he or she's crossing the line? How can they deal with situations, man? As this seems really silly. Bring back honor duels for satisfaction? I guess, man. This was a weird, Virginia EDU inclusive teaching belonging. Ways to create belonging in a virtual classroom. I can't remember what I clicked on to bring that up, man. When a person is genuinely accepted into a group, making a mistake or even failing is seen as a chance to learn and grow. Okay, so it was from this paragraph.
That's from this paragraph.
In an organization high in well-being, members' experiences are considered and cared for. This requires everyone to share responsibility for caring for individuals, groups, teams, and the organization as a whole, each with their authentic needs. What are authentic needs? Oh, it goes back to the belonging within the workplace fucking thing that we brought up earlier. That's 189 pages. Okay, all right. Belonging, based on my research, is not just a buzzword. It's the bedrock of a thriving, innovative workplace. Leaders who understand this and take action can enhance individual well-being while unlocking the full potential of their teams. By committing to building environments where the indicators of belonging are prioritized, leaders can ignite passion, loyalty, and excellence in their workplaces. I love that belonging is now the current trendy, subversive language term to use. Authentic in this case just means whatever the hell the person wants right now. And belonging meaning basically lying to certain people to get them to go along with your ideology. You know, suck them in with the sweet words and then execute them later. Stop trying to make communes. Every article you read here is written by university scholars and researchers with deep expertise in their subjects, sharing their knowledge in their own words. We don't oversimplify complicated issues, but we do explain and clarify. We believe bringing the voices of experts into public discourse is good for democracy. Okay, Beth Daly. All right, Beth Daly. You want authentic office beef brawls to squash said brief? Brief, by the way? Trust the experts. So yeah, the Bridge newsletter gives you quite a lot of interesting information that industry people are supposed to read here. Bet she's barely even Beth Weekly. Oh my god, this guy. This freaking guy. This stuff can be good as long as it's not run by ideologues. When you give them that concession, you allow them to keep doing the work that they're doing. Right? You have to understand the way that they're using language so that you don't fall into the trap of using their words and saying, well, this could be good if only it was done correctly. Real communism has not yet been tried, comrade. Look at our brand. Surely it will work this time. The only people who like ideologues are lumberjacks. Don't allow them to take the baby steps. Yeah, don't give any credence to the way that they are subverting language and talking about things in a way that normal people can't decipher. You hear that from libertarians about a real free market too. It's just like real, like, diversity by its dictionary definition doesn't need to be talked about and doesn't need to be forced. It happens naturally, right? Like, if people want to associate with someone, they will. If people want to hire someone who has the chops for the job, they will. If you force it, that's not real. The liberals get the bullet first once the revolution happens, because the revolution can't stop for them. True. Comrade, don't look at all the people that died throughout every time communism or even socialism tried to work. Just think of capitalism bad. You say free market all the time, but don't actually mean a full free market. Are we gonna fight the waysisms? Oh my god. Well, we got a nice little closing out here. I'm somehow an hour beyond my normal ending time again. I don't know how this keeps happening. I don't know how I keep doing this. I have brain damage. Sergeant Buck, thank you for the 5. It's okay, guys. I ran the numbers in Excel. There's no way our employees won't like this. Employees are just like numbers if you think about it. Oh god, what the fuck? Oh god, what the fuck? Hold on a second, chat. Hold on a goddamn second, chat. My browser's gonna be really slow to load. Oh my god. Wait, did the stream die? Oh, okay, no it didn't. Okay, here we go. Hold on, I gotta change my browser. I gotta change my browser here. So I went to look at, like, who I might want to raid. You know, I went to look at who I might want to raid. Thankfully, the chat is being normal. Oh no, they're getting timed out for saying cringe and get off the stage. Oh no, dude. So this is TwitchCon San Diego, day 1, the drag showcase. I don't know if it's gonna play. I don't know if it's gonna fucking play, because it seems to be having some fucking issues here. The drag showcase hosted by Lori Bird and Juicebox. Great start. 13+ website, by the way. They pulled the plug. I don't know if it's my browser or if they're actually having issues. Hold on, let me try closing my Firefox. Maybe it just can't load the fucking video, dude. Who and who? Good fucking question. Network error. You bitch. You fucking bitch ass. Chat's gonna get massacred. Oh no, I'm not gonna raid Twitch, dude. I don't have a death wish, man. Is F-word not allowed? The Melanie Mac one? It's not allowed. I'd get banned for that. A live mic moment. Love to see it. Well, I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it, but apparently I can't. Apparently I can't. Twitch.tv/Twitch. Twitch has just 3,000 viewers. You can't? I'm not beating them today. Why is woman face so celebrated by these weirdos? I don't know, man. I used to, like, when I was younger, I used to not care about drag, but if they're gonna use it for, like, propelling some weird ideology. What the fuck is even that? What the hell is even that?
Life's better on Saturn. Got to break this pattern. Floating away.
Where did they find a gay Piccolo? What is happening?
I always say I'll be better on Saturn. None of this matters. Dreaming of Saturn. No, if karma's really real.
Yeah, this new cone head redo is a little weird.
Seems so unfair. If there's a point to being good, then where's my reward? The good die young and poor. Stuck in this terror dome.
Why would you want to die young and poor? Don't insult old Greg like that!
Got to be more sick of this head of mine. Intrusive thoughts.
Zachary Roller, thank you for the tune. The gay ringe, true.
Got to be more. I've been here before.
I just want to see what's gonna happen when you stop singing, chat.
Life's better on Saturn.
Follow the dude, the 100 biddies.
Floating away.
I should have streamed this crap. I didn't know that they had a drag. Look at his fucking nails. What the hell? Thank you for the 2. The cucumber from earlier, all grown up. Jesus Christ.
None of this matters. Dreaming of Saturn and Neptune too. Swim deep, baby. You got a kingdom to see. Let me scale up your body. I'll pay you with gills, and everywhere you go, you breathe. Swim deep, baby. You got a kingdom to see. Let me scale up your body. I'll pay you with gills.
Let me scale up your body, your fish, baby.
How we doing, San Diego?
Really bad.
And hello, world. Let's get nostalgic, nerds.
What?
Hey. This is surreal, back together, and I'm finally here on the stage of TwitchCon. I'm doing so much better, cause every part of me is saying go, go.
What is nostalgic about this?
Rules, so come at me without any of your fancy tools. Drag showcase just for you. Hey, hey. Produced by Jenny Boo. Go ahead and try to hit me if you're able. Can't you see that my relationship is stable? Know you hate the way we intermingle, but I think you just mad cause you single. You ain't gonna stop
throw one of his nails away? He did.
We are
What
gonna
the
stay
fuck?
like this forever. If you break us apart, we'll come back newer, and I'll always be twice the gem that you were. I am made of love.
What is he singing? How is this nostalgia?
I'm stronger than you.
He is singing low.
I said I better meditate. I gotta let go to levitate. If you wanna get up to another plane, regenerate, accelerate. You know I'm more
It's a Steven
than
Universe
just a tool
song,
that-
actually?
Everything they care about is what I am. I'm their fury and their patience. I'm a conversation. You know I'm made of
How has he lost almost all of his fake nails from this one song?
Than you.
Loeb is gonna come out of one of those screens and eat him.
Thank you.
Nim. What the fuck?
Oh, work. Oh, Cactus. I loved you in a movie, any movie about the desert.
Oh, he's a cactus?
I didn't know they could sing, though. All right.
Desert.
You have your own mic this time.
I do. It's hot.
Well, so are you. Anyway.
What?
Surreal. How did you land on the name Surreal, and how does it help shape your drag?
Well, there's about 5 other personas that I funeralized, and then I found the name Surreal. I just think that I do things different every time. I like to melt away my old forms and create something new, never seen before, and
But
never
what
will be
does
seen
this
again.
have to do with Twitch streamers?
Imagine, I just disappear.
Now, you're also a musician, and you call your genre of music hypno-pop.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no.
How did you find
Not the
your sounds?
sissy hypno chat.
I don't know. I just started making music, and I call it hypno-pop because it's got hip-hop beats, psychedelic,
Kane's
synths
Brain,
and
thank you for
sounds and things like
$4.99.
that,
On
and
behalf
pop
of the
hooks.
entire
I don't know, I'm just a
LGBT
reference
community,
machine, and I
I'd
just
like
really
to
enjoy
apologize.
Just putting things together that shouldn't be put together.
Yes, I love it.
Give it up.
Thank you.
Sorry, I've never said this to anyone, but I'm enamored by the moss on your forehead.
That's, you should.
Is that the first time you've heard that?
It's not, and I hope it's not the last. But you should say it to more people.
Well, Surreal.
Pippa, I love the moss on your forehead.
Stop.
Share the good.
Well, Surreal, where can people find you on Twitch, and do you have anything exciting coming up on your stream?
You can find me at twitch.tv/surrealism. I spell it wild with the CY, so I get it.
Oh no, dude!
I released 3 songs, original songs that all led up to TwitchCon this month. I got more music coming.
Some guy.
And you might see me
Some
around.
guy, this guy right here said this makes me uncomfortable, and he got fucking timed out.
Period.
Are we pretending it's good because they're in makeup? I don't get it. Fucking timed out, dude. Oh my god.
Period.
Hey guys, smash that like button.
This is
leave
my
a
friend
comment,
now.
Push me
You're not
in the
allowed
ass.
to be made
Oh my God, you
uncomfortable
left
by the
behind
drag
moss. I want it.
queens. Shut up, bigot.
Yes. Do you want this? You can't have it. Well, everybody, coming up next is a queen of all trades.
Oh,
She's
no.
a streamer, a performer, and a seamstress. And when I grow up, I want to be her. It's Pussycat Doll!
Did they just say Bussy Cat Doll? Oh god, they did. Where is Sodom and Gomorrah in the chat? Oh my god. Chat, I can't stop watching this. It's like a literal fucking train on fire. Yeah, this is live. Oh no. Oh no.
Shut up and drive.
I think I know why Twitch hates VTubers now. I think I understand. 13 plus website. What the ever-loving fuck is this? This is the drag showcase, where I guess these are dudes in drag who are also Twitch streamers. Oh, thank God.
Close the
Oh, thank God.
tabs, you psychopath.
Oh, fuck, dude. Shondo's too much, but this is peak. This is peak entertainment. Oh, no. Oh, no, it's back. She's watching true crime, Solar Weep. I want to know where it goes after the song, chat. I have to know. I am invested in what the fuck is going on here.
Now shut up and drive. Shut up and drive.
You'd rather watch gore. Okay, well, I can't show that on Twitch.
Get it, don't stop. It's a sure shot. Ain't no Ferrari, hot boy, I'm sorry. I ain't even worried. So step inside and ride.
Yo, this person in chat. This person in chat. Oh god, the fucking rules. Oh god, the fucking rules. Oh god, the fucking rules. The person got timed out for saying Twitch requires you to be over 13 to even use the platform, but sure. Because someone said primary audience is kids. Wait, why did the person correcting them get timed out? Twitch Jannies make no sense. Why is this happening? Hated75, thank you for the 50. What does this have to do with Twitch, you ask? It has everything to do with Twitch. This is Twitch. It's why I deleted my account. I think this isn't really fitting for 13-year-olds to watch. I mean, this is definitely a song I would expect a Twitch streamer to sing, to be fair. Horror shows driving the chatters and the Jannies insane. Truly. Fucking Sweetness and Light says, that ass is perfect, not gonna lie. What? Alright, hold on. They have / Pussycat Doll.
Keep it going for Pussycat Doll!
I need to search that name. Hold on.
The stones, the sparkle. You better pose. My girl pose nasty, as they say. I heard that in the same sentence as Skibbity once, so I won't go into it.
Oh god, my browser is just not.
That Skibbity toilet thing?
I don't.
My browser just does not want to cooperate here.
I
wanted to look up their channel out of curiosity.
Help you as a streamer.
Browser says no. Who actually is entertained by this kind of content? Like, actually? Dude, how many women who just lip sync and dance are in like just chatting and ASMR categories and shit, right?
Well, Catalina, as Orange County.
Is that the clown from 1997 Spawn?
Peach,
oh no, he got timed out!
Can you describe your taste in drag?
My taste honestly varies from Latina to cosplay. I give it all to you as long as I can show a little bit of the peach.
Where can people find you on Twitch, and do you have anything exciting coming up regarding your stream?
Well, y'all can find me on twitch.tv/pussycatdoll. Otherwise, in other social medias, it's Catalina de Isla. And I am the newest member of Stream Queens!
If I'm remembering right, I think Stream Queens is a women's only Twitch
together.
Streamer group.
Yeah. Woo. I don't want to take your thunder away. Sorry.
I could be remembering incorrectly, but I know they have like Latina groups, they have woman groups, they have gay groups. Maybe that one's a drag group, but I could have sworn it was the woman's one.
Two of the newest members of Team Stream Queens on Twitch, right?
Yes.
Now, Team Stream Queens is a wonderful collection of queens, kings, creatures, and artists led by some blonde woman.
Okay, so it is the drag group.
Never seen her before in my life.
And I don't want to.
My bad.
No,
I mixed it up with the
She's
woman's
amazing.
only
You
one
can find
chat.
her
My
on a
bad.
wall.
I'm sorry.
Big giant face.
Yep. A big head, if you will.
All right. I don't know if you're hungry, but I am starving. And our next entertainer is a smorgasbord. Smorgasbord?
It's Swedish.
Smorgasbord of horror, RPGs, and talent. It's Hebe Buffet.
Hebe Buffet.
Smorgasbord.
Hebe Buffet.
I can see his balls jiggling. On this 13+ website, twitch.tv, I can see this grown-ass man's balls jiggling in his hot pants. I think I'm good now. I think I'm good. Yeah, this is just a concert. It goes nowhere. Yeah, I guess so. Once the balls start jiggling in my face, I think I'm out. Okay. Give me gotcha. Yeah, give me the gotcha. Give me the tasteful gay. Glad to know Twitch is full of degenerates. The wrong kind of degenerates. Oh, man. Did a part of your soul just... I got, like, stun-locked for a second there. I needed to, like, recover my mental and remember that I was live at the moment, unfortunately. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. Okay. Alright. Okay. A deer caught in the gay lights. Truly caught in the gay lights, man. I'm gonna go. Can we listen to Gregorian chants to correct that shit show? Cult of Personality, thank you for the 2. Had to waste the second one on Nagasaki? Oh no. Wait a sec, that was TwitchCon, Unclean Puppy. That was not some, like, random drag show I decided to tune into. That was Twitch's official channel on twitch.tv, showcasing TwitchCon. With such a scratch sexy dancing to 2000 pop music for Kirsche off the list for how to impress her. That's the last thing you see? Oh my god. Please, we need a palate cleanser. What do you mean by this? People paid money to go to that event? I don't know if that event is, like, free with a TwitchCon ticket, or, like, if you have to pay to get into it. I don't know how TwitchCon works, because I haven't been. Probably, I don't know if I would go to TwitchCon. It's just, I don't know. I hear it's incredibly fucking good for networking. It's like, maybe even if you don't like TwitchCon, you should still go. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't fucking know. I'm just... Give us Azure Lane, please. We need brain bleach. You're not willing to use your body for clout, so it won't be worth it for you. Fuck. Lane, thank you for the $5. Report the stream. Twitch needs to know about the... Oh, that's right. Have I been to one? I haven't been to TwitchCon, no. I haven't been to TwitchCon. I used to go to PAX, like, religiously. I fucking loved PAX. PAX was so much fun. Johnny Arbor, thank you for the 2. A bussy is a butt pussy. Yes, thank you. Thank you. We already knew that. Are they misunderstood? Is Pippa streaming tonight? Can I raid into something sane after that? Went to PAX South once. It was cool. I love PAX. Pippa's live. We're gonna go raid Pippa again. I've somehow managed to stream until 9 p.m. 2 nights in a row, so I'm gonna dump you off all at Auntie Pippa's. Remember, don't bring up weird Twitch drag shows in Pippa's chat. Don't bring up political bridge stuff in Pippa's chat. Please be normal people in Pippa's chat. Tell Pippa you love the moss on her head. I can do that one. I'll do that. I'll tell her I love the moss on her head. It's on the Twitch front page. I mean, of course it is. Of course it's on the front page. Nothing happened in Kirsche's stream today. There is no war in Bossing Say. Oh, you've been bad gaming, thank you for the 2. Just bought Crime Boss, love you. I love you too, because you bought Crime Boss. Tomorrow, I might play more Blood Dragon, or I might play Quine Bobs. I don't know yet. I have a hankering for both of them, so we'll see. We'll see. I'm gonna go throw you guys on Pippa. I'm gonna throw you guys on Pippa, so it's gonna be a YouTube raid. Twitch chat, you get cucked today, though I guess you kind of deserve it after what we just watched on Twitch. I'm gonna go raid Pippa, so the link should be spammed in the Twitch chat for you to go on over there. Please give Pippa love. Don't talk politics. If you bring up political shit, we will ban you in my chat. I'm very serious about that. Don't spread shit, where it doesn't belong, as it were. And thank you very much for hanging out with me extra late again tonight. It's not like I'm gonna miss you guys when I can't stream on October 1st. It's not like I'm gonna miss you or anything. Have a great rest of your night. Go give love to Peeba. Bye bye. Bye bye.